Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
March, which is Women's History Month, and I want to thank you. We've covered some great women throughout the month, and today's lecture is going to be interesting as well. We've met everybody from billionaires to the first serial predator. So, I mean, we have met a myriad of people. I think today you're going to find this woman interested because her archetype has been seen before. If you ever watched Harlem Nights, where the great Richard Pryor and Eddie Murphy and Red Fox played many of the parts that we're going to talk about during today's lecture. But the head of it all was a lady who ran Harlem. Her name was Madam Stephanie St. Clair. I want to thank you for joining me today. I'm Lady Trinette Wilson. Welcome to Royal Black and Elite. Hello, Royalers. Thank you so much for joining me today. If you're new, hello, welcome. Would you consider hitting that subscription button? And everyone, leave your comments down below. So let's get into our lecture. Stephanie was not born in the United States. And I think that's kind of what added to some of the mystique around Stephanie. She always wanted to seem and appear exotic and not from the United States. And so she was an interesting woman. She was born in the West Indies in a place called Martinique. And her birthday was around December the 24th, 1897. There's always some question around whether it was exactly in Martinique, but we think her birthday is correct according to records. Her mother wanted to provide Stephanie with a good education and upbringing, but her mother grew ill. Her name was Phyllisine, and she grew ill and she passed away. So at that point, she became an orphan. So many of our Royal Black and Elite stories have these stories where the parents are removed or they pass away and the child becomes an orphan. So from 1900 to 1911, she moved from Martinique and she went to Montreal, Canada as a domestic worker. However, she was not meant for domestic work. She already was spending money on clothes and looking good, and she had a vision of where she wanted to go even as a little kid. It was said that she liked her clothes and her jewels, and a man was always in her face because of her beauty and her ability to speak well, and she spoke Spanish and French. Now, she migrated from Canada to New York in 1912, and she went through a crash course to learn how to speak English. Now, you know, a lot was going on in 1912. We had, during that year, the Titanic sank. And I left the story down below if you'd like to meet the first a black man, or the only black man, who was a passenger on the Titanic. He actually perished in its sinking, but you never hear about him. And so I thought you'd find that interesting. Now, Harlem was experiencing like a jazz revolution, and immigration from Europe was on the rise. And of course, there was bootlegging going on, there was a lot of partying going on, and people were using substances. Now, up on her arrival to the United States, she ran into a crooked guy named Duke. It always starts. She was young, and Duke was really bad news. And the reason I say that is because his suggestion was to her to make money was that she could sell her body. But before she went that far, Duke was taken out during a rival gang fight. He was caught in the crossfire, so he was out of her life. But then she met this guy named Ed. So they were dating. And one thing that Ed found out about Miss Stephanie was that she was a genius when it came to math. So they started selling substances. Well, after Stephanie had made $30,000, she looked at Ed and she was like, I don't really want to be in this relationship. So she told him, hey, I think we need to go our separate ways. You have your own business, I'll have my own business. Well, Ed did not like that, and he got physical with Stephanie. Now, story is that she and him were tussling and they were fighting, and body blows was going, and everything was being furniture was getting moved. And Stephanie pushed him. He lost his balance and he hit his head and he perished. Well, Stephanie found out two things in that situation. One, she knew she didn't want to be a man with a man who put his hands on her. And number two, the cops in Harlem, New York were extremely corrupt. And all she had to do was give them a little bit of money to cover up what had happened. And that's what she did. So she began her enterprise of being a criminal, really. And I want to be clear here. I don't want to glorize anything Stephanie did. Stephanie took lives. She was not a good woman. The reason I bring her as a story is because Black culture is just so complex. It's so many pieces to us and about us. The one thing that is true in all situations is if we're going to be good or bad, whatever we do, we are the best. And this woman was one of the best criminals in Harlem, New York. And she was able to walk away from her criminal enterprise intact. So that's why I thought this story so interesting. So on April the 12th, 1917, she invested $10,000 in a Harlem lottery game. In those days, they called it running numbers. So she became the queen of running numbers. I told you earlier, she was really good at numbers. So she could keep all that straight. And then they also had something called societal banking. So what that basically was is that people would invest their money to her, and she would then turn it around and invest it throughout the community, and that's how they would make their money back. Now, why did they do that? Because banks did not allow Black people to keep their money in the bank. And this was one of the ways that they could keep their money is banking with Miss Stephanie. She had a wonderful reputation. She was basically running the lotto. She stopped selling the substances, and that's all she was doing was the numbers. So that's another reason. She wasn't like this person who was going out hurting a lot of different people or anything. And let's just say Stephanie lived well. She lived lavishly. She liked houses, cars, and clothes. She was making about $20,000 annually, which would be a little bit under a million today, around $780,000. And she employed the neighborhood. But the corrupt police wanted more money, and she wasn't willing to give it. They were doing all kinds of things. And they put her in jail for 8 months on a trumped up charge. Well, she didn't care. She began to put out articles in newspapers and ads stating who amongst them, the policemen who were taking money in kickbacks. She did not care. So they couldn't stop her. But one person who tried to stop her and who started a war with her was a mobster named Dutch Schultz, and they were going back and forth. And he would like rob her or kidnap her number runners or even hurt them, and she would do things too. So they were going back and forth. And she finally said, "You know what? I'm about tired of this." The police were on her back. He was on her back. So they decided this is the first problem I'm going to take care of. So she called the police on him. They call it swatting today. And they busted in on Dutch Schultz and they seized $12 million in cash. That would be about 190 million today. So before he could get any retribution on her, however, the commission, which were the people who were over him, like Lucky Luciano and Meyer Lansky, they made the decision to get rid of him. So his story was cut short. His as the rapper says, his TV got turned off. So that's what happened to him. So now the next step was she had to extricate herself completely from the crime game altogether. She had made her millions. She was sitting on a fortune. She was good to go. So Bumpy Johnson took over her business, and the madam officially kind of retired. But she was always respected to the day she passed away. While she was retired, she actually married someone, and his name was Sufi Abdul Hamid. Now, he wasn't nothing but a scammer, and she gave him so much money to make your head spin. I mean, she bought him houses, she bought him cars. She really, really loved this man. This man was no good. One night, he went out and he met this woman. Her name was Foo for Tom, and he fell in love with her the first night. So if you saw that movie Harlem Nights, when that guy went and slept with Sunshine, and he called his wife right then and there and told her he would not be coming home. So that's exactly what happened to Madame St. Clair. Her husband called her and told her he was not coming home. Now, brother said he wasn't coming home, but one thing that he did need was her finances. So, though he didn't want to be with her anymore, he still did need her to bankroll he and his new woman's lifestyle. You see, she was a fortune teller and she needed the money because they were going to build a Buddhist temple. Well, Madam Stephanie, being the crime boss she was, wasn't trying to hear that. And she pulled out her revolver and discharged it toward his direction 3 times. She missed, however, and he survived, but she had to go to prison for 10 years. Now, that's pretty rough having to do 10 years for not hitting someone, but she did. But I will say he didn't get her money, so I'm sure she was happy about that. After her release, she laid low and she was legit all the way. She passed while still wealthy in December 1969. She passed 1 year after actually Bumpy Johnson, who passed away July 7th, 1968. Allegedly, he was at this bar late at night and he was getting him something to eat. He had some coffee, chicken, and grits. Right before he was getting ready to take a bite, all of a sudden, he clutched his chest and fell forward. He was gone from a heart attack. So that is the crime boss, Madam Stephanie St. Clair. Again, we've seen her on Harlem Nights. We've seen these stories in passing, but didn't really know the detail of who they were. I hope that you enjoyed our.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. I just ran into this particular channel, and it's got a bunch of little short videos about famous Black women or infamous Black women in American history. So we will be seeing a few more clips from this lady's YouTube page. Mostly it's going to be news this morning, and probably one video towards the end. And then I'm going to cover something I talked with SKC in the chat about yesterday. We talked about the 3/5 clause. So I'm going to kind of wrap that up with some information from a website called Law and Liberty. It's a think tank. So let's get right into the news. By the way, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Also, please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000. That's my personal YouTube site. And I do short video essays, that sort of thing, about mostly political and cultural topics. So let's get right into this. Surprise, surprise. Janine Pirro. President Trump tapped, to use the word, Fox News host Janine Pirro to be interim U.S. attorney for D.C. So who knew she was so well connected? But let's listen to this.
This news story was written by Patrick Svitek, Amy B. Wang, Mariana Alfaro, Azi Paybara, Brianna Tucker, and Megan Vasquez. Trump taps Fox News host Janine Pirro to be interim U.S. attorney for D.C. President Donald Trump said Thursday that he will appoint Fox News host and former prosecutor Janine Pirro to serve as interim U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia. His announcement on social media came hours after he told reporters in the Oval Office he'd replace interim U.S. attorney Ed Martin, who struggled to gain enough Senate support to be confirmed and could only serve as the interim pick until May 20th. Earlier in the day, Trump said it was a great honor to have struck a trade agreement with Britain, predicting that it will be the first of many other deals. Speaking to reporters in the Oval Office, Trump said the UK agreed to increase market access for US exporters, including for domestic chemicals, machinery, and other industrial products. Britain also agreed to fast-track American goods, Trump said.
Yeah, well, Britain is pretty much America's doddering old grandparent. So it was probably inevitable that they would be the first to acquiesce. Plus, I hear Starmer, needs a feather in his cap over there. So next story, we're going to stay with court themes. Supreme Court Chief Justice Roberts lays down the law on judiciary power in veiled swipe at Trump. So good to see somebody with a little bit of spine
Supreme
here.
Court Chief Justice John Roberts, in remarks Wednesday, emphasized the vital importance to the nation of an independent judiciary in what appeared to be a thinly veiled swipe at Donald Trump, though he didn't mention the president's name. The judiciary's role, Roberts emphasized in comments at a public event in Buffalo, New York, is to decide cases, but in the course of that, check the excesses of Congress or the executive. He noted, "In our Constitution, the judiciary is a co-equal branch of government, separate from the others, with the authority to interpret the Constitution as law and strike down, obviously, acts of Congress or acts of the president." He cautioned, "That innovation doesn't work if the judiciary is not independent," Roberts warned. "Its job is to obviously decide cases, but in the course of that, check the excesses of Congress or the executive, and that does require a degree of independence." His comments drew a long round of applause from the judges and lawyers at the event in Western New York to celebrate the 125th anniversary of the federal court there. Roberts was born in Buffalo, but moved to Indiana when he was 10 years old. Trump has repeatedly, insultingly attacked judges whose decisions he disagrees with, often triggering chilling threats against them by his supporters, and has called for their impeachment. Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson said the relentless attacks against the judiciary appear aimed at undermining judicial independence, which she said is essential to democracy. A society in which judges are routinely made to fear for their own safety or livelihood is one that has substantially departed from the norms of a democratic system, she warned. She did not mention Trump's name. Asked Wednesday about calls by Trump and some of his allies to impeach judges who rule against his administration, Roberts emphasized that he had issued a statement on that issue earlier this year. "Impeachment is not how you register disagreement with decisions," he repeated to the crowd. Roberts, a conservative appointed by President George W. Bush in 2005, authored the controversial opinion when the court ruled that Trump had some immunity from criminal prosecution for acts considered part of his official duties. The court hears oral arguments next week on Trump's aim to end the constitutional right to birthright citizenship for anyone born in the United States. From news to politics, travel to sport, culture to climate.
Hopefully, SKC and I will be able to, if not listen to the that particular birthright citizenship session at the Supreme Court. I'll pull down a copy and we'll do it the following morning. That one I definitely want to hear long form. So let's see. Next, we have President Trump fires Librarian of Congress Carla Hayden. Let's see. It says here, President Trump fired Librarian of Congress Carla Hayden via email, of course, on Thursday, as confirmed by a spokesperson for the Library of Congress. Carla Hayden was the first woman and first African American to serve as Librarian of Congress, having been confirmed in 2016. Spokesperson for the Library of Congress confirmed that she was dismissed following backlash from a conservative group. Congressional Democrats expressed outrage over the firing, with Representative Rosa DeLauro calling it a callous act. Trying to figure out what she did. Let's see here. Let's see, the Daily Cause. Let's see if we can find out what she did to be fired via email. Let's see. President Donald Trump abruptly fired Librarian of Congress Carla Hayden on Thursday as the White House continues to purge the federal government of those perceived to oppose the president and his agenda. Hayden was notified in an email late Thursday from the White House's Presidential Personnel Office, according to an email obtained by the Associated Press. Confirmed by the Senate to the job in 2016, Hayden, the longtime leader of Baltimore's library system, was the first woman and the first African American to be Librarian of Congress. Carla, the email began, on behalf of President Donald J. Trump, I am writing to inform you that your position as the Librarian of Congress is terminated effective immediately. Thank you for your service. A spokesman for the Library of Congress confirmed that the White House told Hayden she was dismissed. Thank you for your service. Oh, boy. I'm still not sure what she did. Senator Ed Markey. Think he's from Maine, an independent from Maine. Ed Markey says, Donald Trump just fired my dear friend, Dr. Carla Hayden, the Librarian of Congress, via email. This is disgraceful. The Library of Congress represents some of the best America has to offer, equal access to learning for all. This is unclear what she did, but apparently she did something that Trump felt was a threat. But the purge continues, apparently. All right, so the next story, judge questions whether non-citizens have same rights or same free speech protections as U.S. citizens. Judge William Young stressed the case is truly a free speech case. This is from ABC News. It says here, as court battles over Trump administration's revocation of foreign student visas heat up, a federal judge in Boston is considering the question of whether those in the United States who are not citizens are protected under the same constitutional right to free speech as U.S. citizens. During a court hearing in Massachusetts preparing for a trial in a lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's student visa revocation, Judge William Young suggested that it is not clear to him that non-citizens have the full rights to free speech that citizens have, as the Trump administration attempts to use the speech of some international students to justify deportations. It's going to be interesting. Most times I thought it was settled that these oh, you know what? I didn't realize this. I thought it was pretty much settled law that people have the same constitutional rights if you're here. Nowhere does it say U.S. citizens only. I think it so. I can understand if you're going to tie it in to. I think I can understand how you could justify them not having rights because they don't necessarily have a right to be here if you revoke their visas. But this is going to be interesting. I find that it's assumed by a number of my colleagues in related cases that deal with free speech in the lower courts, but I'm not clear that non-citizens have, I will call them, the full rights to free speech that a citizen has, the Reagan-appointed judge said. I'm hopeful we don't get to it in this case, but I don't see how that will work if a non-citizen has the same rights as a citizen to speak about these matters. The judge said, suggesting the question should be answered by the Supreme Court. In March, the Association of University Professors, the Middle East Studies Association, and other organizations representing academics and students at universities, including Harvard University, sued the Trump administration, claiming the government's recent efforts to revoke visas and detain and deport pro-Palestinian activists have created a climate of repression and fear on university campuses. Well, sir, that's exactly what the Trump administration wants on college campuses. The groups have accused the Trump administration of terrorizing students and faculty for their exercise of First Amendment rights. While the government has sought to throw out the case, dismissing the claim that the Trump administration is enforcing a policy of ideological deportations, the case is expected to proceed to trial in July. During Tuesday's hearings, Young stressed this is truly a free speech case, explaining that both high-ranking officials, including the president, and their critics are protected under free speech, no matter how brutal, coarse, demeaning that speech or the speech might be. He also specified that he considers pro-Palestinian advocacy and criticism of the state as Israel, as well as anti-Semitism, free speech because hate speech is not prohibited under the First Amendment. What the court aims to find through trial, the judge said, is whether the federal government committed any retribution against people for their speech to a chilling effect, which plaintiffs claim and the government denies. We're going to have to figure out what happened, that is, what it is that plaintiffs say is actual retribution against speakers. Oh, that's a horrible sentence. The judge added that he's also seeking detailed explanations from the government on its visa revocation, detention, and deportation process. When we get down to the level of ICE enforcement agents, I want to know what is going on, why they were armed or masked, or not, or identified or not. All of that. What is going on and why? Who set them? Who set that out? Who set up this business with the Madawi in Vermont? The judge said, referring to the case of Palestinian Columbia University student Mohsen Madawi, who was arrested at a citizenship interview and was recently released. Wow, you're there getting interviewed for your citizenship and you get carted off to jail. How does that work? And we need to turn down this music a bit. All right. So let us move on. All right. Trump officials seek to bring first white Afrikaner refugees to U.S. next week. Wonder if they'll wind up calling John Galt for accommodations. But he's getting rid of all the brown and black refugees and bringing in some white refugees. Nice. He's doing a 1-for-1 substitution.
Trump officials seek to bring first white Afrikaner refugees to U.S. next week. This article is by Zolan Kano-Youngs, Hamid Aliaziz, and John Elegon, and read by an automated voice. The Trump
just the right person to comment on importing Afrikaners to the U.S. from South Africa. How are you, Orthodox?
Doing well. How about you? How are you doing today, Stanley?
So far, so good.
Just hitting some exercises before work, and I saw you live.
Well, yeah, I'm usually up during weekdays. I start around 3:45 or 4. Just basically doing early news stories. So you are always welcome to tune in.
Appreciate you. Were you wanting my take on this?
Well, let me play the story first.
All right.
Trump administration is working to bring the first group of white South Africans it has classified as refugees to the United States early next week, according to officials briefed on the plans and documents obtained by the New York Times. Although the president halted virtually all other refugee admissions shortly after he took office in January, his administration hastily put together a program to allow in white South Africans, who he claims have been the victims of racial persecution in their home country. The administration plans to send government officials to Washington Dulles International Airport in Virginia for an event marking the arrival of the South Africans, who belong to the white minority Afrikaner ethnic group, according to the memo from the Department of Health and Human Services. The administration initially planned to welcome the Afrikaners on Monday, but some officials familiar with the matter cautioned that the plans remained in flux, subject to flight logistics and processing of the group. The arrival of the Afrikaners would cement Mr. Trump's efforts to upend a program that for decades has allowed thousands of people fleeing war, famine, and natural disaster to find safe haven in the United States. While the program remains suspended for refugees across the world, such as Congolese families in refugee camps and Rohingya seeking safety, white South Africans were processed much faster than is normal for these cases. Refugees can often wait years in camps around the world before they are processed and approved to travel to the United States. Before the first Trump administration, refugee resettlement took an average of 18 to 24 months, according to the American Immigration Council, an advocacy group for immigrants. Many refugees must wait years longer. The Afrikaners, however, had to wait no more than 3 months. The arrival of the white South Africans comes after Mr. Trump signed an executive order suspending refugee admissions when he came into office. Then, in February, Mr. Trump created an exception for the resettlement of Afrikaners, while also cutting all U.S. financial assistance to South Africa. Mark Hetfield, The president of HIAS, a Jewish resettlement agency, said his organization was committed to welcoming Afrikaners. But we are profoundly disturbed that the administration has slammed the door in the face of thousands of other refugees approved by DHS months ago, notwithstanding courts ordering the White House to let many of them in, Mr. Hetfield said, referring to the Department of Homeland Security. That's just not right. Many Afrikaners say they are denied jobs, targeted by criminals, and ignored by the government because of their race. Mr. Trump's support of Afrikaners dates back to his first term, but this year he came to their side after South Africa's president enacted a law allowing the government to seize land from private owners without providing compensation in rare instances. Supporters of such measures say they are necessary to undo the vestiges of colonialism and apartheid, when the white minority government brutally repressed black South Africans and drove them off their land. The South African government has sparred with Mr. Trump and his officials, saying that they are spreading misinformation. Within weeks of announcing that Afrikaners would be eligible for refugee status, the administration deployed teams to Pretoria, the South African capital, to screen white South Africans for consideration, according to the documents obtained by The Times. The team studied more than 8,000 requests from people expressing interest in becoming refugees, and the U.S. government identified 100 Afrikaners who potentially could be approved. Trump administration officials have been directed to focus particularly on screening white Afrikaner farmers. The resettlement of refugees is normally funded in large part by the State Department, but Mr. Trump suspended that program when he came into office. So the administration will be relying more on another agency that has traditionally supported refugees, a refugee office in the Department of Health and Human Services. That office has been reaching out to organizations assisting refugees in recent days to prepare them for the arrival of the Afrikaners, according to a department memo obtained by The Times. The administration is preparing to help the Afrikaners find temporary or longer-term housing and basic home furnishings, essential household items, and cleaning supplies, according to the memo. The administration is also planning to help the Afrikaners secure groceries, weather-appropriate clothing, diapers, formula, hygiene products, and prepaid phones that support the day-to-day well-being of households, the memo said. Advocates for refugees said the rapid mobilization to allow the Afrikaners to resettle highlighted the administration's inaction on other refugees, even sometimes in the face of court orders. Thousands of refugees from across the globe remain stranded in limbo despite being fully vetted and approved for travel, including Afghan allies, religious minorities, and other populations facing extreme violence and persecution, said Timothy Young, a spokesman for Global Refuge, a resettlement agency. We hope this development reflects a broader readiness to uphold the promise of protection for all refugees who meet long-standing legal standards, regardless of their country of origin. Earlier this week, a federal judge ordered the Trump administration to lift the ban on refugees who were cleared for travel before Mr. Trump took office, and to give them the opportunity to finally enter the country. The rapid arrival of Afrikaners flies in the face of the government's claims that they aren't able to process already approved refugees, even after multiple courts have ordered them to do so immediately, said Melissa Keeney, senior supervising attorney at the International Refugee Assistance Project, in a statement. Thousands of refugees unlawfully stranded by President Trump's refugee suspension are in limbo and are ready to restart their lives in the United States. There is no more time for excuses.
Well, what do you think, Orthodox?
Sorry. Personally, I'm stuck on two things, right, with this particular situation. Because if you've ever heard Bumpkin or I, and the reason I bring him up is because we are practically the same person. We joke around about it all the time. Typically, I'm stuck because as someone who doesn't want any more refugees or any more immigrants, I'm stuck between recognizing the one actual genocide in my lifetime that I actually know of, or that there's evidence for, and then I'm stuck being called a racial hypocrite if I say it's okay to let them in, because they're white. But that's not it. I don't want immigrants from anywhere, or even refugees specifically in this case, from anywhere, regardless of their skin color. but the whole system was made for these type of people who are literally escaping genocide.
Well,
And
how are
I
they
hate.
escaping a genocide? Is that happening in South Africa?
Oh yes, it's also happening in Rhodesia, or Zimbabwe, as most people know it today. If you've ever decided to do some research on it, Stanley, it's horrid. So I would advise not doing it because it's very very horrid. The inhumanity, and it's not. Here's the thing: it's not just white people. Anybody who is friendly to the Afrikaners are subject to these attacks. So, I mean, I've seen in
Well,
my research in this, I've seen babies boiled alive and people flayed like deer, both black and white. And it's
mhm.
specifically people who support not hurting the Afrikaners. And you see in my evidence, in persuading you not to do research because it's evil, but I'm pretty sure you can handle it, and most other people can. But you're gonna see some vile stuff.
Right.
And I say the biggest evidence, even though I say don't look it up, the biggest evidence that proves my point is the government's land, quote unquote, land reform that you can
Right.
seize
Well,
their land.
I mean, land reform. That's not. I know they did it in Zimbabwe. So, but I mean, land reform isn't the same thing as genocide. But
It
I
is when you're
guess
seizing their land and their businesses in an attempt to curtail or harm their population. If you look up the UN's rules for genocide, it is or not rules, but if you look up in the definition of what is a genocide, you'll see that in there.
I'm sure I will. And so uh, I won't even talk about you know America's history with genocide.
Well,
Um,
we're talking
I
we're talking specifically in the right now, aren't we? Not in the 100 years
more or
ago or
less. Well, no, I'm doing whataboutism, of course.
yeah,
Um,
I didn't want to
what I
say that.
will
Yeah.
what I will say is, and it's something that I said yesterday morning on, a similar but not the same topic, is um the anti-blacks, say in this John Galt be brave kind of universe, we need to be careful that we aren't like our current or former oppressors. Okay, two wrongs don't make a right. And I just think that, what South Africa is doing, you know, there's such a thing as eminent domain. And then, you're just doing the snatching of land. They need to be careful that they don't become like like the Boer government. So
Look,
that's pretty
look at
much my comment.
look at Rhodesia, right? And this isn't this.
Mhm.
It's gonna sound like I'm talking about race, but this is specifically what happens when you remove an entire population where the majority of them may be ethnically different than you, but they have the specialization or the skills for that, and you remove that population, you basically remove that industry of knowledge. Look at
Mhm.
Rhodesia. I refuse to call it Zimbabwe simply because now that they've starved and had these economic downturns since they got what they wanted and they ran off their Boer, because it's pretty much the same ethnic group in Rhodesia and South Africa.
Mhm.
Since they've taken the land from the farmer, they've had several famines, they've had several economic downturns, and now they're literally inviting them back and promising everything but to give them the land back. They've promised them 999-year lease, tax-free leases to come back.
Right. Well, all I have to say is, you know, given Cecil Rhodes's reputation, you wanting to call it Rhodesia, speaks volumes. So,
Remember,
uh,
Rhodesians never die.
well, all I have to say is what I said. We need to be careful we don't become. And when I say we, I'm not African, but I think that the oppressed should not become the master, because you run the same, not only the moral risks, but you don't want to be what you hated. And Africa's, rife with that sort of stuff. And here locally, I hear so much, uh, well, outright black racism, anti-black racism from blacks that sometimes it takes my breath away at at
A-
the uh,
anyone who
the
anyone who
irony.
hates anyone who hates themselves or their own group, I have disdain for, because that's what I see in a lot of whites today. Is they hate their own group, and when you're filled with that hate, you can't do anything. Like, and I understand where you're coming from about not being the. When you say we, I think we as humans in that
Well,
aspect.
yeah. It's not just black people in America. It's just about any oppressed or formerly oppressed group. Um, the urge for vengeance is great. I do understand that, but you kind of have to, to you almost have to turn the other cheek.
You do, because if you don't, you run the risk of creating a perpetual cycle of violence until someone breaks the
Right,
chain, and that
right.
is more devastating for both parties involved. And if they look at in our individual lives, the worst I've ever done in life is when I was angry and I pursued vengeance at all costs, or I pursued my quote
Hmm.
unquote get back. It's always blown back on me as an individual more than it has the people who hurt me or the people who wronged me. And I feel like the old anecdote, "the best revenge is a healthy life or a long life," is something that should be applied here, because what people don't understand, and the way I look at it, are nation states, organizations, or whatever, they are just a bigger version of an individual. They are the mentality that we as individuals adopt and we promote while working together is what our organizations or nations they embody as a whole.
Right. Well, on a related note, federal judge orders Trump administration to immediately resettle 12,000 immigrants. These are the refugees that basically are kind of left where they are, while the Afrikaners, or I guess they're here by now. Or maybe it's next. Was it next Tuesday? I forget. But these are the people that basically are not fast tracked, and apparently, a federal judge orders Trump administration to immediately resettle 12,000 migrants. Um, a federal judge on Monday ordered the Trump administration to immediately resettle some 12,000 refugees into the U.S. under a court order that partially blocks President Donald Trump's executive order aimed at halting the refugee admissions program. U.S. District Judge Jamal Whitehead, a 2023 appointee of former President Joe Biden, issued the order despite the Trump administration saying during a hearing last week that it should only have to process 160 refugees into the country, and they would likely appeal any order requiring thousands to be admitted. I guess those 160 are the Afrikaners. Or do they still call them Boers? Um,
So the Afrikaners themselves do, because when I was a white nationalist, I spoke to many of them. The
mhm.
Afrikaners themselves refer to themselves as Boer, but the international community and all the agencies that handle data statistics and population statistics refer to their ethnic group as the Afrikaan, the Afrikaner, or the Afrikaans.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to dig up an video I watched about 2 or 3 years ago. Um, it was a believe this or not, it was a like one of these cooking slash travel food type deals. Might have been Anthony Bourdain. Visited like a Boer city in South Africa. And visited like a market or something like that. And it was just beautiful. I There is nothing that thrills me more to walk into like some boutique grocery store market or something like that that's just like spotless, and the produce and the meats and all that stuff are just like almost works of art. um I have to see if I can figure out, because I want to see it again now.
I can't pronounce the name, but you might be talking about Orasan or Orsani, or I can't. I can't think about it. It is a landlocked region where the
Hmm.
Boer, instead of like trying to fight a civil war or like combat it with physical force, they sold all their most. A lot of Boer did it. I don't think it was every one of them, but a large percentage of them sold all their property and their farms to buy up this massive piece of real estate, and they're trying to be semi-autonomous to cut
Hmm.
down on the farm attacks. And
Hmm.
even then, when they did that, and they specifically went about selling a lot of their land to black owners so they
Hmm.
could appease the government. And even with that, the South African government is attacking Orasan, and they're trying to break it up, and they're coming under fire. So again, that just leads me to more and more genocide, and that's why I fight Ryan whenever I'm on Be Brave's panel when he says like just move away. Is because when people hate you and they want to destroy you, just moving away will not stop the issue.
Well, sometimes they revoke like travel visas and stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if you've heard me say this on my panel because everybody where I'm at in my
Mhm.
circles are always talking about race war. I'm like, that's for one, that's never going to happen, and if it does, you can sit here and posture on both sides and say and beat your chest, say, well, the white man will win or us blacks will win. It's like, no, what you're going to do is you're going to hurt a bunch of innocent people, and it's going to be more trouble than it's worth. Well, what you don't understand is when you have these wars, white men and black men and whoever's involved still die. You
Well,
know,
I actually kind of wonder whether, let's face it, I was in the military. Most civilians, when Jack Nicholson says, and I forget the movie's name, you can't handle the truth. Uh, most non-war fighters can't really handle the truth. I agree with you. We're too comfortable, even to go as far as a be brave, where we live like kings. I don't know that we really want to fight the kind of war that's gonna, you know, break a fingernail or something.
oh no, it'll it'll look like gang violence if it does pop off, and at best, it'll just do damage to already. Because let's be real, it won't be the rich blacks and the rich whites who fight this quote unquote race war. It will be the broke motherfuckers. Excuse me, I'm cursing a little bit too much. It'll
No,
be the
hey,
broke.
I do it all the time.
Well, it'll be the broke people. It'll be the people who have nothing to lose. It'll be the people who are so miserable in their day-to-day life, or it'll be the psychopaths. It will
Well,
be it'll be this
well,
dregs
you
of
know what?
society.
People don't really realize that the American Revolution, in and of itself, was um, a war where the reason it happened was because the rich people felt they weren't being treated with respect. And
Exactly.
the Civil War, again, on the southern side, you know what, the plantation class, you could literally pay, if you were rich enough to have someone go in your stead.
Mhm.
So I mean, I think, you and I both know that, generally wars are, the term cannon fodder is real.
Yeah.
Um, um,
That's why I'm not
they're
looking forward to a war with China if we are to have one, because, I'm young enough to be drafted, and I don't want that, and if we go to war with someone like China, a near peer competitor that has the population and manufacturing draft, that's the only time in America that you'll see a draft, because by and large,
what?
the American population is too stupid and too unhealthy to be drafted.
Mm, I think that I doubt, at least in my lifetime, and let's face it, I'm on the downward slope here, but I don't think it's even in China's best interest, to have like a shooting war. So,
I I don't think war is really in any of the nation states ever throughout history best interest. I do typically agree with the quote unquote conspiracy theorists that it is the banks that benefit and the corporations that benefit. I do agree with
the
that.
Halliburtons of the world.
Yeah, but I think that because there is, and 'cause I don't agree with Be Brave. I've talked about this. There is competition between nations and their banks and their corporations. I do think that's why we will see a war with China in my lifetime. It may not be yours, but I do believe that, and I honestly do think it'll be yours. It'll happen within the next 3 to 5 years if it's going to happen. is my best guess. I think it's going to happen sooner than later, actually, because China. Let's. I'm gonna be honest. Other than the propaganda victory to keep themselves from falling apart from the inside, the only benefit they have outside of that aforementioned is the Taiwanese semiconductor and chip manufacturers. That's the only benefit that they have to actually taking them, is that they would secure the high tech chip manufacturers, or at least deny them to the U.S. Once in about 3 or 4 years, if the Trump half-assery, as I call it, does take effect, and the subsidies for those chip manufacturers go through, and they begin to build their factories in the Western United States, like I believe Arizona, California, and Washington is where they were talking about.
Mhm.
If they do that, that eliminates the need for Russia to, or not Russia, but China to actually invade Taiwan for anything other than a propaganda victory, and the amount of dead Chinese it's going to take the beaches in Taiwan is not going to is going to be far worse than them not unifying, quote unquote, all of China. Because I don't know if you've actually looked into it, but every beach, even the ones that are not logistically suitable for supplying an invasion, once you already have a beachhead, are fortresses. Like they literally constructed pipes to pump crude oil into the oceans and onto the beaches so they can set them on fire as a last line of defense. Like Taiwan is like, no, we're gonna hunker down and we're going to either die or survive. Like,
Well, this judge is basically telling. Let's see. Let me read this right quick. The judge says, and this phrase actually kind of made me laugh. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
to tie my obfuscations about warfare back to the main topic you're discussing, I theorize that this potential conflict we see, this worldwide conflict we see, is the reason that Trump and a lot of, because even the Biden administration kind of picked up where Trump left off on most things. But I think they're trying to bring some type of unity to the nation because there's some hard times ahead. I think that's why you see a big push for this, and you see certain institutions that may not be suited for conflict on a global scale kind of being pushed to the wayside because the quote unquote woke institutions are losing ground even under the Biden administration, and those institutions would not be good for a nation who was having to fight a existential struggle.
Well, I don't. Of course, our worldviews are totally different. I, I think, to be honest with you, I don't. I think woke is literally a conspiracy theory. If we want to talk about conspiracy theories, it's basically something much like CRT. If you remember Christopher Rufo saying that, he's just going to lump everything he doesn't like into and call it CRT.
Hmm.
Um, people always accuse me of splitting hairs, and my response is always the devil is in the details. I tend not to buy into. Um, I think that woke in and of itself is just like a bunch of different things that the far right doesn't like, and the pendulum currently is swinging the other way. And unfortunately, in American history, the pendulum never seems to settle, between the two extremes.
Yeah,
It's
it's
always
one way or
it's
the other.
always swinging to one extreme or the other. And I think if Trump keeps this up, he's going to pretty much single-handedly. The Democrats aren't going to have to reorganize. It's just going to happen because people don't want Trump's successor.
Well,
And I also predict that MAGA eventually will go the way of the Tea Party. I don't see it surviving without Donald Trump in power. And, we
I
already
agree.
know. We already know that, when he's not in power, that just because he supports a candidate does not guarantee that candidate gets elected. So,
I
uh,
think the cultural significance of MAGA will be not having anything to do with MAGA itself, but a reignition of the nationalist spirit in the West and of specifically America. I think that Trump and the MAGA party are ultimately market liberals who are playing with nationalism, but it's letting people see how powerful of a tool nationalism can be. And I
okay,
think
and
that
you and I definitely disagree on that. MAGA is basically oligarchs dressed in in um, in normal people's clothing, in the working man's clothing. They literally, as a populist movement, it was oligarchs riding the backs of some sort of working populist sort of thing into office. This government currently is for the rich, of the rich, and by the rich. And if people can't see that, most of the cabinet is billionaire class. Elon Musk had way too much power, that the world's richest man. And I talked yesterday about, one of the bargaining chips in these negotiations, these trade negotiations, is adopting an American like internet satellite system, as part of the trade talks. And I think Bezos is trying to be a rival of Elon's Starlink. Uh, I find this. I find people basically accepting an Elon Musk basically putting his thumb in the government pie. I find that just disturbing. And it's
most nationalists would
hyperbolized.
agree with you. Most nationalists would agree with you, like myself.
Okay, well, Elon, I mean, I know there's an Elon versus Steve Bannon fight, but Steve Bannon, in my opinion, is somewhat of a grifter. That little deal he did that landed him in jail, uh, where they were, they're building the wall, but they're taking the money that people are donating to them for a wall and getting rich off of it. That was not impressive. And people, I don't know why people have such short memories. That always fascinates me too. These people are not. Donald Trump is not a populist.
Well,
Now he may have affections for the little people, but he is not one of them.
well, you're seeing the more nationalistic elements of MAGA. You're seeing them pull away from MAGA for that exact reason, because nationalists are not oligarchs, nor are they supporters of oligarchs. And the vast majority of MAGA are nationalists, and they're beginning to
Oh,
see
I
Trump for what
disagree
it is.
that the vast majority are. They're mostly, look, MAGA. M- MAGA. Number one, MAGA is a cult of
Oh,
personality. Okay,
I,
they're
I
not
agree, but I have
nationalists.
to. I have to go. I have to get ready for work.
Okay,
I've overstayed. You have a wonderful day. It was great talking to you. Hopefully, we
yeah,
can
you
pick this
too.
up. I
Come back anytime.
100% agree. I will say that I will leave you with this: the left is a cult of ideology, or an ideological cult. The right is a cult of personality, and that's typically how it always is. You have a good one. I
Well,
didn't mean to interrupt.
Was a personality. So yeah, come back anytime. I enjoyed talking to you. All right. Well, time marches on. So, where are we? All right. Well, basically, this refugee program, the Boers are put at the head of the line, and the other 12,000 migrants who are part of this refugee program. Apparently, this is something that Congress set up, and um, it's not going to be easily executive ordered away. Now, the thing is that how Congress gets its laws enacted, the process is up to the executive department. I actually think that Trump wins this one. So let's see, what else do we have here? More immigration stuff. Trump administration asks Supreme Court to let it end humanitarian parole for 500,000 migrants from 4 countries. So let's see here. It says here, the Trump administration asked the Supreme Court on Thursday to clear the way for it to end a program that allowed more than 500,000 Cubans, Nicaraguans, Haitians, and Venezuelans to temporarily live and work in the United States. It's going to be interesting. Especially the Haitians, the folks that I'm thinking of are Haitians who are working at that Toyota plant up in Springfield, Ohio. This is going to be interesting. The request for emergency relief arose from a case challenging Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's decision to revoke a grant of parole that had been extended by the Biden administration to migrants from 4 countries through a special parole program. The 532,000 people who were temporarily protected from deportation through the program, known as CHNV, were set to lose their legal status on April 24. Federal District Court judge halted the Secretary's March notice, finding that the Immigration and Nationality Act did not give Noem the discretion to terminate parole en masse for the 532,000. Instead, U.S. District Judge Indira Tawani ruled that there had to be individualized decisions to end parole. A federal appeals court declined to allow Noem to move forward with the termination of the CHNV program, and the Trump administration has now filed an emergency appeal to the Supreme Court. I have to ask Juan or somebody, how does the Trump administration get to go directly to the Supreme Court? Is that actually a thing, or is Trump trying to think if I've ever noticed another president do it. But trying to hop, skip, and jump over the judicial process. Is that normal? Can somebody answer that for me? So basically, this is something that, I know there are Venezuelans in Florida who kind of got the idea that Trump was on their side. And all of a sudden, these Venezuelans who actually are here temporarily, legally, they're going to have some issues if Trump gets his way. So let's move on here. Now we're into some good news. Cardinal Robert Prevost elected as Pope Leo XIV, first American pontiff. This is kind of big news. An American Pope. Cardinal Francis Prevost was elected Pope Leo XIV on Thursday at the Vatican, becoming the 267th pontiff and first American Pope. Pope Leo XIV's election followed Pope Francis's death on April 21 and had a 2-day conclave requiring 133 cardinals to reach a 2/3 majority. Wow, only 2 days. Prevost, a Chicago native, born in 1955, has held key leadership positions in both Peru and the Vatican and earned academic qualifications in mathematical sciences, theological studies, and church law. U.S. President Donald Trump called the election a great honor for our country, like wow, Secretary of State Marco Rubio called it of profound significance. Pope Leo XIV's election marks a new chapter for the Catholic Church, suggesting continuity with Francis's reforms and deepening ties with the U.S. and global Catholics. So, I have a story here. New Pope has Creole roots in New Orleans. And I'll just play the story.
New Pope has Creole roots in New Orleans. This article is by Richard Fawcett and Robert Chiarito and read by an automated voice. Robert Francis Prevost, the Chicago-born cardinal selected on Thursday as the new pope, is descended from Creole people of color from New Orleans. The pope's maternal grandparents, both of whom are described as black or mulatto in various historical records, lived in the city's 7th Ward, an area that is traditionally Catholic and a melting pot of people with African, Caribbean, and European roots. The grandparents, Joseph Martinez and Louise Bacquier, eventually moved to Chicago in the early 20th century and had a daughter, Mildred Martinez, the Pope's mother. The discovery means that Leo XIV, as the Pope will be known, is not only breaking ground as the first U.S.-born pontiff. He also comes from a family that reflects the many threads that make up the complicated and rich fabric of the American story. The Pope's background was unearthed Thursday by a New Orleans genealogist, Yari C. Honora, and confirmed to the New York Times by the Pope's older brother, John Prevost, 71, who lives in the Chicago suburbs. This discovery is just an additional reminder of how interwoven we are as Americans, Mr. Honora said in a text message late Thursday. I hope that it will highlight the long history of Black Catholics, both free and enslaved in this country, which includes the Holy Father's family. It's unclear whether the new pope has ever addressed his Creole ancestry in public, and his brother said that the family did not identify as Black. The announcement of his election in Rome focused on his early life in Chicago and decades of service in Peru. Mr. Honora, who works at the Historic New Orleans Collection, a museum in the French Quarter, began investigating the Pope's background because of his French-sounding name, Prevost, but quickly found connections to the South instead. His trail of evidence linking Leo to New Orleans includes the grandparents' marriage certificate from their 7th Ward wedding in 1887, a photo of the Martinez family grave marker in Chicago, and an electronic birth record of Mildred Martinez that shows she was born in Chicago in 1912. The birth record lists Joseph Martinez and Louis Bacquier as Mildred's parents. The father's birthplace is listed as the Dominican Republic, the mother's New Orleans. Mr. Honora also found records from the 1900 census that list Mr. Martinez as Black, his place of birth as Haiti, and his occupation as cigar maker. Mr. Martinez's details appear on the 6th line of a page of the census that Mr. Honora shared with the Times. Both Joseph Norval Martinez and Louise Bacquier were people of color, no doubt about it, Mr. Honora said. Joseph Martinez's exact place of birth remains a bit of a mystery. Mr. Honora also found an 1870 census record that says the Pope's maternal grandfather was born in Louisiana, but he said it was not uncommon for people to change their responses on officials' records. Joseph Martinez and Louise Bacquier married at Our Lady of the Sacred Heart in New Orleans. Until it was destroyed by a hurricane in 1915, the church building was on Annette Street in the city's 7th Ward, a historic center of Afro-Creole culture. Creoles, also known as Creole people of color, have a history almost as old as Louisiana. While the word Creole can refer to people of European descent who were born in the Americas, it commonly describes mixed-race people of color. Many Louisiana Creoles were known in the 18th and 19th centuries as gens de couleur libre, or free people of color. Many were well-educated, French-speaking, and Roman Catholic. Over the decades, they established a foothold in business, the building trades, and the arts, particularly music, with significant contributions to the development of jazz. They continue to be an important strand in the city's famously heterogeneous culture. The revelation of the new pope's heritage is a tremendous moment for the history of Louisiana Creoles, said Lolita Villavaso Cherry, a co-founder with Mr. Honora of the Creole Genealogical and Historical Association. I hate to say it, but we feel, many of us, that our history was hidden from us, said Ms. Villavaso Cherry, 79, a retired teacher. In part, she said, that's because many Creoles have been able to pass as white over the years. It was only with the advent of the internet, she said, that many people began to research their family history and became aware of their Creole roots. She noted that a significant number of Louisiana Creoles migrated to the Chicago area in the 20th century. John Prevost, the Pope's brother, said that their paternal grandparents were from France, and that his father had been born in the United States. He said he and his brothers didn't discuss their Creole roots. It was never an issue, John Prevost said. What all of this means, when it comes to the Pope's racial identity, touches on some of the thorniest questions in U.S. society, but also reflects the rich diversity of the American experience. We are all just a few degrees, or less than a few degrees, removed from each other, said Mr. Honora, the genealogist. Julie Bozeman contributed reporting from Chicago. Susan C. Beachy contributed research.
Well, I don't know. I think that people just kind of look at me or make comments when I say America is basically founded on race. Now, who the hell would ever think the Pope's American, and the first thing we do is go and research his, his background. uh, I'm glad that he has some roots in the South. As a Black Catholic myself, and I think St. Benedict in Savannah, if not the oldest Black parish in America, is one of them. So, I have a deep, Black Catholic background, if we have to racialize it, in the South. So it's good to know that, there's some identification with the Pope, but it doesn't change much. But I am impressed that he was elected so fast. So he must have I don't know if must be popular would be the right term, but I thought it would take a week or so. They did it in 2 days, so that's a good thing. So moving on, Republican Georgia Representative Buddy Carter launched his Senate bid. If you remember from the other day, Governor Kemp has decided not to challenge John Ossoff in 2026. So looks like Representative Buddy Carter, U.S. Representative Buddy Carter, announced his Senate bid on Thursday, becoming the first Republican to challenge Democratic U.S. Senator John Ossoff in 2026. Carter described himself as a MAGA warrior in his campaign launch video, declaring his support for President Donald Trump. Carter stated, "Georgians will have a very simple choice in 2026. Do you want a MAGA warrior for you, or do you want a trans warrior for they, them?" I'm with you. Ossoff is a trans warrior. Interesting. Eric Johnson, a former top Republican in the Georgia Senate, expressed his support for a trans warrior. Someone has a sense of humor. Let's see. It says here Carter has nearly $3.5 million cash on hand. Plans to spend $2.3 million on his opening ad, emphasizing his connection to Trump. Ossoff has raised over $11 million and is campaigning against Trump's policies, stating he will work with Republicans for effective governance. So Ossoff already has $11 million. At least 6 other Georgia Republicans, including U.S. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, are considering candidacies. I want Marjorie Taylor Greene. Please, Marjorie, please run. I want it. I want her humiliation. Oddly enough, Kemp is popular in Georgia, and he and Donald Trump have never been, they've got a lukewarm relationship at best. So I don't know. MAGA warrior might be, something that attracts voters. However, um, it might not. So he needs to be careful there. Let's see what's on the right analysis. Declaring Ossoff to be out of touch with Georgia voters who supported Trump by more than 2%. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Trump apparently won Georgia in the last election by just a couple percentage points. We're not that Trumpy as a state, even though I don't consider us a purple state. I consider us a red state, but we're not that Trumpy. Let's see. Kemp decided not to run. Ossoff aims to retain his seat in 2026 and is criticized for opposing Trump on legislative moves. So I look forward to this. This is going to be fun. Georgia's really good for people who like politics. Whitewashing and demographic iconography in the church has removed many affected by the papal bulls from the responsibility of history. No idea what that means. Um, uh, yeah, I'm not quite sure where you're going with that. Very complicated statement. I'll give you that. So this was interesting. FEMA head ousted one day after saying eliminating agency not in public's interest. The long and swift punishment that Donald Trump will deal you if you are in his administration and you even slightly disagree or go against his agenda. Oh my goodness, one day. Cameron Hamilton, the acting FEMA administrator and former Navy SEAL, was fired on Thursday after holding the position for several months. Hamilton opposed President Trump's and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's efforts to eliminate FEMA, testifying against dismantling the agency the day before his removal. During the testimony, Hamilton acknowledged FEMA's bureaucratic issues and its overextended role, but emphasized its importance in natural disaster planning and aid distribution. Hamilton expressed that removing FEMA would not serve the needs of the American public, while Representative Rosa DeLauro condemned his dismissal and called for the Trump administration to clarify the reasons behind it. David Richardson, who has a military background with service in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Africa, but lacks disaster management experience, is set to succeed Hamilton as acting head of FEMA amid ongoing questions about the agency's direction. I know, I bet Virgo's probably happy that FEMA's going away. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I think FEMA should stay, but I also think that it just needs to be. It's had problems since the Bush administration. It needs some work, and if Donald Trump is not interested in keeping it, I would be interested to know what he's replacing it with, who would take up the responsibilities, etc. I'm not against it going necessarily, but as long as there's a suitable fallback position. So next is, and we're getting down to the non-news part. And like I said, this isn't going to be a long show. I was on longer than I intended on John's show last night, and I'm a little bushed. So the $200 billion gamble, Bill Gates planned to wind down his foundation. Today, the Gates Foundation celebrates its 25th anniversary by announcing its plans to close up shop. Established in 2000, when Melinda French Gates was just 35 and Bill Gates was 44 and the world's richest man, the foundation quickly became one of the most consequential philanthropies the world has ever seen, utterly reshaping the landscape of global public health, pouring more than 100 billion into causes starved for resources and helping save tens of millions of lives. For all its pragmatic public health spade work, the foundation has also served as a kind of valorous abstraction, the seeming embodiment of the golden rule, in a phrase that Bill Gates likes to use in the face of an increasingly anachronistic idea. An increasingly anachronistic era of elite optimism. you could say you could say this announcement is not very timely, Gates says, but the timeline isn't short. He's committing the foundation to 20 more years of generous aid, more than 200 billion in total, targeting health and human development, and it comes laced with familiar humanitarian confidence as Gates and his team now believe that their central goals can be achieved in a much shorter time. But it is also disconcertingly definitive. The foundation will close its doors permanently on December 31, 2045, at least several decades before originally intended. In the meantime, it will be spending down its endowment as well as almost all of Gates's remaining personal fortune. The news comes at a time when it will seem where it will seem as many as a perilous one, given the Trump administration's recent assault on foreign aid. This is actually interesting. I recall vaguely Bill Gates basically saying that he wasn't leaving, a lot of money to his kids or anything like that. I'm sure they'll be well taken care of. But I kind of admire Bill Gates that, hey, you can't take it with you. Might as well spend it on good causes. And whether you agree with his agenda or not, he um, one of the other things people may or may not know is that Bill Gates, I think, has replaced Ted Turner as the largest landowner in the United States. He owns a lot of farmland, if I recall. So Bill Gates is actually fairly interesting character. Let's see. This is an interview. Let's see. This is interesting. He's basically surprised at the reductions in U.S. aid, USAID. I thought there'd be like a 20% cut. Instead, right now, it's like an 80% cut. So I wonder where this is taken from. Let's see here. This sounds like it's a podcast or something. Let's see. This is Gates Notes, where he's announcing. All right. Well, I'll be on the lookout to see if there's an interview. This is like a like a newspaper interview, but I wonder if it's caught on audio somewhere. I'll find out. All right, let's move on. Curtis Yarvin. I've talked about him a few times. He is kind of like one of the ideological godfathers. Richard Hanania. These people have been trying to put kind of like an intellectual framework. Excuse me. Excuse me. An intellectual underpinning to the MAGA movement. And Yarvin, this dude is definitely special. And I'm going to play this. It's a longish interview and a longish article. And while I'm doing that, I read something the other day that kind of, describes Richard Yarvin as just kind of a weirdo. And he's not as bright as he thinks he is. He was a software developer or something by trade. And, he kind of fancies himself some sort of philosopher. And it doesn't work well. Silicon Valley's monarchist muse compares the Trump administration's bureaucracy slashers to an orchestra of chimpanzees, and this kind of goes back to now. This guy literally comes from the tech world, Silicon Valley, but he's kind of echoing something that Orthodox guy said just a few minutes ago. So I wish, hopefully, next time Orthodox comes, we can remember. I'd like to get his thoughts on Curtis Yarvin. I think he's just like a, I don't know, just kind of like a curmudgeon of sorts, except he's younger than I am. But let's listen to this.
This news story was written by Peter Jameson and Elizabeth Dwoskin. Curtis Yarvin helped inspire Doge. Now he scorns it. Silicon Valley's neo-monarchist muse compares the Trump administration's bureaucracy slashers to an orchestra of chimpanzees. Before gutting the federal workforce became Elon Musk's job, it was Curtis Yarvin's dream. Yarvin, a Silicon Valley blogger and software developer who argues for replacing American democracy with a dictatorship, spent years outlining an assault on what he calls the cathedral of elite power and consensus. Long before the U.S. Doge service launched in January, Yarvin coined his own four-letter acronym for bureaucracy slashing, RAGE, or retire all government employees. Although he says he has never met Musk, Yarvin is a powerful influence among those carrying out Doge's radical cost-cutting agenda, two advisors to the effort said. One, who spoke on the condition of anonymity because he was not authorized to describe the group's work, said Yarvin had offered the most crisp articulation of what Doge, which stands for Department of Government Efficiency, is trying to achieve. There's this alliance of the media, of universities, of government, the Doge advisor said. These people are capturing the government and using it for their own ends and for their own power. And that's very scary to us. You want to lessen the power of the cathedral. It's not every day a neo-monarchist's Substack helps shape disruptive federal policies. But Yarvin, 51, isn't celebrating. In fact, in several recent interviews with the Washington Post, he offered a surprisingly harsh assessment of Doge, comparing it to an orchestra of chimpanzees trying to perform Wagner. He also said the group's attitude toward federal workers resembles that of a brash but insecure man who repels potential sexual partners. In the worst aspects of Doge, there's this aspect of the incel who gets mad at the girl who won't sleep with him, Yarvin said, using the term for so-called involuntary celibates. That's not a powerful attitude. The mixing of high and low analogies is characteristic of Yarvin, whose wildly discursive blog posts, which on a given day might analyze American politics with reference to Shakespeare, Stalin, and the adventures of Buckaroo Banzai across the eighth dimension, have become required reading for the extremely online right. Among the better-known members of his audience are Vice President J.D. Vance and pro-Trump Silicon Valley investors Mark Andreessen and Peter Thiel. Even in a political culture habituated to extremes, Yarvin plants his flag on the fringe. He has written that the late South African anti-apartheid leader, Nelson Mandela, was a terrorist comparable to the Norwegian mass murderer, Anders Breivik, admiringly described President Franklin D. Roosevelt as a more effective autocrat than Hitler, and argued for replacing the existing global order with thousands of sovereign and independent mini-countries, each governed by its own joint stock corporation without regard to the residents' opinions. That such a provocative figure should deem the early activity of the second Trump administration too, well, provocative is among the many unpredictable developments since the president assumed office less than 4 months ago. Despite his informal role as secular prophet to Doge and some Trump administration policymakers, Yarvin now asserts that Musk and President Donald Trump are needlessly harming and antagonizing government experts whose support they should be seeking. It's very short-sighted behavior from the standpoint of building capital or building power, Yarvin said. They're really acting on a seat-of-the-pants basis. Yarvin's Doge disillusionment is somewhat surreal, almost as if Marx had lived long enough to troll the Bolsheviks for misreading Das Kapital. It is also, perhaps, an object lesson in the dangers of translating the often outlandish digital discourse that has shaped the American far right into real-world policies that have scaled back scientific research, jeopardized some life-saving foreign aid programs, and risked hobbling government services with mass firings. The White House declined to comment. Musk didn't respond to a request for comment. Joshua Tate, a historian of conservatism who has written about Yarvin, said it was surprising but not necessarily out of character that Silicon Valley's neo-monarchist muse has mixed feelings about the implementation of his ideas. Despite his jarringly bleak view of democracy, Yarvin has always had an unexpectedly optimistic vision of what government could achieve, Tate said. I wonder if he has that utopian mindset that makes him clash with the just own the libs ethos of some of Doge, which is not to say that he didn't spend a lot of time owning the libs, Tate said. Still, Yarvin's ambivalence doesn't always feel intellectually coherent, Tate said. And as Doge winds down its work, leaving behind a mangled but still defiant federal workforce and savings far short of the $2 trillion promised, Yarvin bears at least some responsibility, Tate argued. I think he does own Doge, regardless of what he says, Tate said. It would have been created probably regardless, but he spent a good chunk of time creating a justifying framework for it. Inside the cathedral, as Yarvin tells it, his childhood almost eerily reflected the left-leaning elite circles he now condemns. His father, who he says was raised by communists, retired as a senior official in the U.S. Foreign Service. The young Yarvin spent years living abroad, eventually transferring from a British-run academy in Cyprus to a high school in Maryland. A math prodigy, he skipped 3 grades and graduated from Brown University at age 18 in 1992. Yarvin briefly enrolled in a doctoral program in computer science at the University of California at Berkeley, before dropping out to join a tech company. He created a computing platform, Urbit, in 2002, but did not find the vocation that would earn him a devoted following until 2007, when he launched the blog Unqualified Reservations. Writing under the pseudonym Mencius Moldbug, a play on Goldbug and a Confucian philosopher of the Zhou dynasty, Yarvin gradually constructed a radical critique of liberal democracy. Drawing on the scientist Richard Dawkins's concept of memes, ideas that compete and replicate themselves through natural selection, just as genes do, without regard to their underlying truth, Yarvin argued that the egalitarian rhetoric of the left masked self-serving ideals whose true function was to expand elites' power. The network that nurtures these concepts, the news media, universities, and similar sources of supposed expertise, make up Yarvin's cathedral. American leaders had become dangerously reliant on such institutions, he argued, diluting responsibility for the government's diminishing performance. The antidote, in his view, was a system that would not leak power, but concentrate it as much as possible, ideally in a single person. The problem of choosing the benevolent dictator, making sure he or she stays benevolent, and replacing her or him with an equally benevolent successor, is not an impossible and unimaginable paradox, Yarvin wrote. It is an engineering problem. Interspersed with these musings were inflammatory attacks on cathedral orthodoxy, notably on the subject of race. Yarvin wrote recurrently about crime committed by racial minorities, and he objected to government and business programs intended to elevate the status of African Americans, when, applied to populations with recent hunter-gatherer ancestry and no great reputation for sturdy moral fiber, he wrote in 2009, such initiatives were a recipe for the production of absolute human garbage. Yarvin told the Post that he still believes tremendous inborn differences exist between people and between groups of people, and that progressive policies have not helped most Black Americans thrive. However, he said he would choose his words on racial dynamics more carefully today, and that his 2009 remark about minorities' moral fiber was intended to have an intentionally archaic and self-parodic tone. I would definitely phrase it differently, because there's a kind of tongue-in-cheek there that gets lost, said Yarvin, who today writes under his own name on a blog called Grey Mirror of the Nihilist Prince. Outcry over Yarvin's writings on race and politics got him booted from a tech conference where he was slated to appear in 2015 and led some speakers and sponsors to pull out of another conference the following year. Scholars have also criticized his arguments, saying he misrepresents the historical record to celebrate forms of government that were considered deeply oppressive by those who lived under them. But his ideas have simultaneously found favor with powerful people. In emails to the right-wing provocateur Milo Yiannopoulos that were published by BuzzFeed News, Yarvin said he watched the 2016 election at the home of Thiel, one of the few figures in the tech world to back Trump's first presidential campaign. Yarvin wrote that he had been coaching Thiel, whom he described as fully enlightened. Thiel's venture capital firm invested $250,000 in Tlon, a startup Yarvin created to build out his computing platform, Yarvin said. A representative for the firm, Founders Fund, declined to comment. Thiel did not respond to requests for comment. Other early investors included the founding engineer of Skype, John Tallon, and the venture capital firm controlled by Andreessen, who has described Yarvin as a friend and has cited his ideas, according to the investment database PitchBook. Long a political moderate, Andreessen has become a Trump donor and informal advisor over the past year, and he helped recruit staff for Doge, according to two people familiar with the group's formation, who spoke on the condition of anonymity in order to describe it. Two of Thiel's politically ambitious protégés also embraced Yarvin's thinking. Yarvin said he met Vance and Blake Masters, who ran unsuccessfully for the U.S. Senate in Arizona at the same time Vance ran and won in Ohio, before they entered politics, at social gatherings when they were Thiel's employees. Both men cited Yarvin during their campaigns, specifically referring to Rage, his proposal for dismantling the federal bureaucracy. "There's this guy, Curtis Yarvin, who's written about some of these things," Vance said on a right-wing podcast in 2021. He went on to offer his advice to a then-hypothetical President Trump in his second term. Fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state, and replace them with our people. And when the courts, because you will get taken to court, and when the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say, the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it. Yarvin is the brain. Yarvin has often seemed ambivalent about the spread of his ideas, expressing skepticism that a remaking of American government was feasible under Washington's political constraints. The first Trump administration, he has written, took only small performative steps to restore a sufficiently powerful chief executive. Even after Trump won a second term, Yarvin initially sounded dour notes, saying shortly before Trump was sworn in that he would probably not attend the inauguration. By January 20th, he had apparently changed his mind. Over inauguration weekend, Yarvin swapped out his Hallmark leather jacket and cowboy boots for a tux, attending several exclusive parties in Washington and holding court at Butterworth's, a Capitol Hill bar that has become the favorite haunt of young MAGA climbers. One night he was spotted in the bar's basement with Grimes, the pop musician who is the mother of 3 of Musk's children. Yarvin said he briefly spoke to Vance at another party at Thiel's mansion in Northwest Washington. He told Politico that he also had lunch with Michael Anton, a senior State Department official. Shortly after returning to California, he wrote approvingly of the administration's first days, characterized by pardons for the January 6th rioters and a flurry of provocative executive orders, in a Substack post titled, "The Pleasure of Error." After a week, I think it's clear that Donald Trump was not engaging in hyperbole when he told the libs, "We will do things to you that have never been done before," Yarvin wrote. Musk had at this point embarked on his own mission, sending loyalists to tear through government agencies, hoover up citizens' data, slash programs, and force thousands from their jobs. The billionaire has taken such a forceful approach, according to people who know him, because he believes the government is deeply broken. Musk installed himself in the Eisenhower Executive Office building adjacent to the White House, his 4-year-old son and his video gaming computer in tow, exhibiting a vision of executive power that looked to be straight out of Yarvin's playbook. The resemblance was no accident, according to the two people who have advised Doge and are familiar with its leader's thinking. "It's an open secret that everyone in policymaking roles has read Yarvin," one of them said. They were able to take the Curtis theory and use it to empower people on the ground to actually do stuff, even if they can't admit it publicly. Yarvin is not directly advising Doge, but he is an intellectual beacon for the effort, and his writings have encouraged some of Musk's lieutenants to view their efforts to slash billions from the federal budget as part of a grander ideological project, the people said. It's not like Mark Andreessen and tech mogul and Trump cryptocurrency czar David Sachs and Elon and JD and Trump are all sitting at the dinner table at Mar-a-Lago planning Doge, and in a lightbulb moment they were like, "Let's just instantiate the ideas of Curtis Yarvin," one person added. "It's more like Yarvin is the brain." Emerson T. Brooking, an expert in online extremism at the Digital Forensic Research Lab of the Atlantic Council, said Yarvin's popularity among Doge lieutenants shows the extent to which far-right Silicon Valley ideology has escaped the digital spaces in which it was incubated. Yarvin escaped the fringe blogosphere because he wrapped deeply anti-American totalitarian ideas in the language of U.S. startup culture, Brooking said. And his writing is popular with Doge employees today because they prefer to tell themselves that they are running a startup, not dismantling a country. Yet as Yarvin watched Doge try to implement some of his theories, he increasingly sought to reject either praise or blame for the results. He said Musk's efforts, which he described as simultaneously too aggressive and not aggressive enough, had strayed from his vision, hamstringing government agencies and alienating many federal employees, as well as the broader public, without delivering true transformation. It's big enough to be disruptive, Yarvin said, but there isn't really this sort of sense of a deep constructive purpose behind it. He pointed to the administration's handling of the National Science Foundation and National Institutes of Health, where funding freezes, widespread firings, and alleged censorship of researchers has led to the departure of top scientists. While Yarvin is sharply critical of some parts of the federal government's scientific agenda, he said it would be a better strategy to win the loyalty of skilled researchers by giving them more funding under a less onerous grant writing process. There's nothing that's gained by alienating scientists, Yarvin said. Instead of fighting against these people because they're an enemy class who votes for the Democrats, you should be saying, "Ooh, we have cookies for you." The neo-reactionary dream. Musk has said he will soon step back from Doge, which may not retain the spotlight or the power it has held in recent months. But Yarvin extends a similar critique to the broader Trump administration. In a recent blog post, he criticized the surprise detentions and deportations of foreign graduate students who expressed anti-Israel political views, saying that, as a matter of objective, Machiavellian political science, without the slightest reference to whether it is good and or evil, the tactic would backfire. The narrative has no flavor unless some kind of right-wing villain shows up, Yarvin wrote. And because we never learn, we always do. Danielle Allen, a professor of political philosophy at Harvard University and democracy advocate, said it is hard to know what to make of Yarvin's disavowals of Trump administration actions, in part because he is prone to inconsistent or contradictory statements. It's unclear to me that he's a reliable witness to his own views, Allen said in an interview. She believes there is no question that Yarvin's work offers a blueprint for Doge, and that any resulting problems should be chalked up to shortcomings in Yarvin's theories, not their distortion in practice. One of the weaknesses of the autocratic style of government Yarvin has long advocated is that ultimately it doesn't function in the best interest of the people, Allen said. That's what we're watching, she said. And so if he's complaining about that, that's odd. On a recent weeknight, Allen appeared alongside Yarvin at the Harvard Faculty Club in Cambridge, Massachusetts, for a debate on the merits of democracy. The event was organized not by the university, but by Passage Press, a boutique publishing house that publishes Yarvin's books as well as works by other reactionary authors. The mood on the platform was tense, but civil. Though a half-dozen police officers milled inside and outside the club's Georgian Revival brick facade, only a few of the expected anti-Yarvin protesters showed up, and none disrupted the standing room-only talk. Allen, while strongly denouncing Yarvin's vision, acknowledged that America's imperfect democracy needs renovating. Yarvin, for his part, allowed that there were real kernels of corn worth saving in what he described as the cathedral's dung heap. After Allen left, Yarvin took up a position in the corner of the club's warmly lit lounge to joust with a few left-wing critics as a small crowd gathered to watch. His challengers pressed him on Doge, saying the initiative was clearly inspired by the neo-reactionary movement Yarvin founded. "I don't see him thinking like me," Yarvin said of Musk. "He's fulfilling the neo-reactionary dream," a young man in the front line of Yarvin's critics said. "No, he's not," Yarvin said, a trace of exasperation in his voice. "My answer," Yarvin added, "is, in a way, I wish."
Oh, wow. I'm going to see if I can't find that video. I had no idea that Danielle Allen has a couple books that, if you're into the Constitution, and she has a really good book on the Declaration of Independence, kind of like the meaning of it. But she's kind of a heavyweight as a political philosopher, believe it or not. So let's listen to this Harvard Magazine article, and I'll see if I can't find that a video of this debate.
You're listening to an audio recording from Harvard Magazine. This is a synthetically generated AI narration. There may be some inconsistencies in pronunciation, sentiment, and tone.
Danielle Allen debates far-right blogger Curtis Yarvin. On Monday, controversial far-right blogger Curtis Yarvin came to Cambridge to debate Harvard political scientist Danielle Allen. It was an unlikely pairing. Allen is a scholar of and advocate for democracy. Yarvin wants to replace the U.S. government with a monarchy. Allen is one of Harvard's 25 university professors, the institution's highest faculty honor. Yarvin publishes a Substack with 60,000 subscribers. Nonetheless, the pair took the stage together in front of 110 students, alumni, and locals. The event, held at the Harvard Faculty Club, was not organized or sanctioned by the university. Instead, it was coordinated by Yarvin's publisher, Passage Press, with support from Harvard's John Adams Society, an undergraduate conservative group. Passage, which bills itself as an alternative to the increasingly closed-minded worldview of modern mainstream publishing, publishes out-of-print titles by historical fascists and reactionaries as well as contemporary far-right thinkers such as Steve Saylor, a proponent of modern-day race science. Allen says she would not invite Yarvin to any academic forum for which I was responsible. In an email to Harvard Magazine, she wrote, "His work is not of a caliber that passes an academic bar. It is too full of historical error and sophistical argument." She notes that there are plenty of other conservative intellectuals who work to a far higher standard and whom I would be glad to invite, but she was willing to appear alongside Yarvin at this outside event when asked by her students. Yarvin's ideas, though fringe and attention-seeking, have found an intellectual home in the New Right movement, and in the White House. Vice President Vance has referenced Yarvin while discussing the need to purge the government bureaucracy. State Department official Michael Anton has talked to Yarvin about empowering an American Caesar. And Trump donor Peter Thiel, who co-founded PayPal and Palantir Technologies, has called Yarvin a powerful historian. Allen is surprised by the degree of influence Mr. Yarvin has had, even among Harvard College students, noting that a Harvard undergraduate was one of Doge's first employees. Allen continued, "I think people do need to understand Yarvin's argument, both what people experience as its attractions, and its errors, which are profound." Despite taking place on Harvard's campus, the event felt like Yarvin's home turf. Some attendees held copies of Yarvin's book, which was sold at the event. Before the event, Allen conferred with a handful of students and advisors on the side of the room. Yarvin held court after, surrounded by 24 curious interlocutors. Allen remained relatively stoic. Yarvin prodded the audience for laughs and playfully toyed with his hair. There were far more men than women, and Allen was one of few people of color. The conversation, moderated by John Adams Society alum David Vega 24, focused on two questions, which Allen told Harvard Magazine were crafted by Yarvin's camp and changed from the initially agreed-upon topics just a few hours before the event. The first was resolved: the long-term stability and flourishing of our society is better secured by concentrated executive authority than by democratic institutions. Both speakers agreed there are deep problems with American democracy. But each envisioned the road to repair very differently. Allen described democracy as a matter of family inheritance, noting that she is descended from activists who promoted female and African American rights. They believe that empowerment is the bedrock for human thriving and well-being, she said. While Allen and her siblings thrived, some of her cousins suffered from gun violence, substance abuse, and incarceration. Around 2009, she began to worry that American democracy was not living up to its promise. So, she started pursuing reform, initially in criminal justice and now in the political party system. A former candidate for Massachusetts governor, she wants to end the party-based primary system, which she says shrinks the population base and empowers political parties instead of the general public. Allen thinks that the only system of government capable of protecting individual freedom is democracy. Yarvin, she said, believes that in order to have a society that's going to deliver for people, you must have absolute monarchs who operate in the context of belief in racial hierarchy. But she refuted the history that undergirded Yarvin's theories. It is not the case that autocracies, over the course of history, have delivered good for human beings. They have consistently violated freedom. In his rebuttal, Yarvin described his childhood as one inside what's called the deep state. His father, mother, and stepfather all worked in or around the government. He said, "When I observed the underbelly of this system from inside, it did not seem to have very much to do with the kind of abstractions that Professor Allen talks about." He rebuffed Allen's 2023 book, Justice by Means of Democracy, as a work of Islamic history that was written by a Muslim. This is someone who believes entirely in the system that she's describing. Yarvin often dismissed Allen's arguments as abstractions. Yarvin said that Allen's definition of democracy encompasses a series of intangible traits and values that go far beyond the mere holding of elections. He added that the American government does not resemble democracy, noting that incumbent members of the House of Representatives win re-election 98% of the time. He described that body as a buffer against democracy. Allen agreed that congressional incumbency is a significant problem, but disagreed that abandoning democracy was a proper response. Mr. Yarvin here is really asking questions about engineering. And, yes, we have a heck of a lot of engineering improvements to bring to our democracy, Allen said. The divergence between the two speakers, she said, is whether the answer is regime change to unaccountable CEO monarchs, Trump and Musk, or renovating our democracy. As the conversation developed, Yarvin shared extended tangential anecdotes and name-dropped philosophers and historians. He twice discussed chimpanzees and early humans, first as evidence of the inherent human desire to dominate others and then as a rebuttal to innate human equality. Allen rarely engaged with Yarvin's specific stories, but did question his reading of Aristotle. In the second half of the evening, the speakers debated resolved, Harvard's model of elite formation, grounded in a contested balance between merit and equality, undermines the democratic legitimacy of the political and cultural systems its graduates go on to shape. Yarvin has written and spoken about the need to destroy Harvard. Allen recognizes that Harvard has flaws but considers the institution as central to American democracy and worthy of reform. Yarvin argued that the process of knowledge gathering has strayed from the pursuit of truth. Rather than a Darwinian survival of the fittest marketplace of ideas, science is dominated by a culture of grantsmanship, he said, where researchers pursue whatever studies will lead to continued lab funding. He specifically criticized the field of virology, which he claimed had created and then covered up the COVID-19 virus. He argued that in response to the 1896 election of William McKinley, professors put themselves in charge of government functions and pursued unaccountable public policy that did not serve the country well. Allen denied that professors run the country, because obviously, she joked. She challenged Yarvin's notion that pluralism and veritas cannot coexist. In general, she said, professors are not in charge, but expertise and ordinary knowledge can work well together when we build the right structures for pulling them together. To close, Yarvin said he wants to see Harvard renew itself, and the field of science no longer be filtered for power or for empire building rather than for veritas. In her final statement, Allen refuted Yarvin's historical analysis, this time in reference to comments about Hitler and Stalin. She said that absolute monarchy is not a path to the protection of freedom. Frustration with the current system, she argued, does not justify tearing it down. We need renovation in our universities. We need renovation in our democracy. But in both cases, we should absolutely preserve the anchors for human freedom. For an hour and a half after the debate's conclusion, attendees lingered and mingled with each other in Yarvin. Although some people, including a writer for The Guardian, feared that such a debate would aid the mainstreaming of Yarvin's ideas, the students in attendance felt that Yarvin's ideas are already prominent. In agreeing to talk, said Aidan Fitzsimons 25, Allen showcased her commitment to genuine diversity of opinion and liberal discourse. Bringing Yarvin to campus provided a chance to engage with a type of conservatism that is popular in the United States and in its government, but is generally not present on campus. There is a reason that his kind of ideas are not popular on campus, or not written up by or originated among Harvard professors, said moderator David Vega 24. He very much stands opposed to this institution. Some students were disappointed that the speakers did not refute each other's ideas more directly and said that the event felt more like parallel talks than a debate. A graduate student whose desire to pursue government work made him hesitant to publicize his interest in an anti-democracy dissonant described Yarvin as the most sincere intellectualization of what's currently happening in government and was hoping that Allen would tear his premises to shreds. He continued, "Tell me that my belief in individual rights is actually a good thing that produces good results. I did not get that, unfortunately." Similarly, Yarvin's approach of criticizing democracy rather than extolling authoritarianism left some students unfulfilled. Fitzsimons, who is enrolled in Allen's seminar Justice by Means of Democracy, was hoping to hear that maybe authoritarianism has some virtues, he said. "I didn't learn any virtues about authoritarianism. All I heard was critiques about COVID and Harvard, which Danielle agreed with and anyone can make. That felt cowardly to me. It felt like he wasn't dealing with the core premise, whereas she did." Throughout the past few years, Harvard has institutionally focused on intellectual vitality, with the stated aim of creating an environment where a wide range of beliefs can be examined. In some sense, Monday's debate was an example of that principle, placing two very different ideas against each other, but at the same time, the event was secretive, hosted in a small space, and guarded by a dozen campus police officers. What does the future of discourse look like at Harvard?
Well, I am actually kind of excited that and sorry that I missed this debate. Pretty big fan of Danielle Allen. I know I've actually read, as a matter of fact, I subscribe to Yarvin's Substack, and he is definitely interesting. If often coherent, he's often just kind of incoherent, to be honest. Uh, you know, he. Let's see here. Let's have a look because this is a diversion. I was going to actually watch a Lanny Guinier video that she did at Google years ago on meritocracy, but now that I've gone down this rabbit hole, let's see where it leads. So this is Danielle Allen. Basically explains how she went from conservative Republican to progressive Democrat. So she did the opposite trip.
Is it fair to say you were once a conservative Republican, pro-life, opposed to affirmative action? Is that fair to say?
I grew up, yes, in a conservative family. My dad ran for Senate in California as a Reagan conservative, served in the Reagan administration, and I went to college with those characteristics that you just described. Yes.
So the question then becomes, how did you go from one end to become a progressive Democrat?
Well, I'll tell you, the truth is the turning point came the summer of my junior year in college. So I was, yes, so conservative, in fact, that I interned for National Review magazine. And that was my turning point summer. That was the summer of '92. And in that summer, we were all just first starting to get data about income inequality. And I remember sitting in editorial meetings and people were, hashing through the data. And there was just a huge effort in the first instance to first sort of try to make the data go away, sort of say this isn't happening. And then when people accepted that indeed this was happening, that there was a rise of income inequality, then the argument that was emerging was, that this is okay. Mm-hmm. As long as in future generations, people can sort of rise up, they'll be all right. That just seemed really wrong to me, in all honesty. It just seemed to me that we are actually responsible for the experiences people have in the present. It's not enough to say, oh, maybe their grandkids will be okay. We actually need to make sure that things are fair, that life is empowering, that economic opportunities are empowering for everybody in the present. And that was just this real moment of kind of opening up of fissures for me in what I understood about conservatism. And I began my journey in the direction of the political positions that I hold now on the progressive side of the question.
Well, as you probably know, we have a lot of political junkies that like to watch this show, and they may not know that much about you yet. So tell us a little more about yourself personally, your family, for example. And for example, how did you survive the pandemic, and what's your overall mission as far as your family is concerned?
Oh, thank you so much. So we survived the pandemic like those who are in the knowledge sector were so lucky to be able to do, rolling up the drawbridge and telecommuting and riding it out. And it was really a painful thing to watch and recognize the fact that we could be so safe and secure while the bottom was falling out for so many other people. That just felt deeply wrong. Nonetheless, there we were. That's what we were doing. So my kids were in remote school. That was hard for sure. There was a definite mental health impact of that. I worked very hard with a lot of colleagues, scientists and parents as well, in the context of the Cambridge School Committee to try to develop the resources to support safe in-person learning. We were able to get our schools open through grade 5 by March 1st, and I'm very proud of that, to do that safely with support from educators, with pooled testing available for students. And indeed, I was also able to take that work and lift it up into broader policy materials, working with the Biden administration, coronavirus task force, and the like. So the kids had a tough time, no question about it. And I am so grateful to all those educators who worked so hard through remote schooling and now in the in-person context to make a year possible for these kids, to give them the chance to learn.
So I'm just curious, because of your situation, you're a parent, you have school-age children. We're reporting that schools are not going to have remote learning next year. It's going to go back to full in-person, and we're going to go 5 days a week. So is that the right step, the wrong step, too quick a step? What do you think?
I think that's the right step, provided that we do also take this as a moment to reimagine schooling. we have learned a lot. For some kids, there were some benefits that came from remote schooling, and we need to dig in and understand that and make sure that that remains something that's possible for them. And we also have to think about the families who at this point still don't want to come back. What are those reasons that they have that mean that schools don't feel like safe and healthy places for them? Sometimes that's not even about the pandemic. It's about pre-existing concerns with school discipline and the like. So let the return to full in-person learning not be a falling asleep moment. Let us actually nonetheless take this moment to dig in and reimagine schools so that they support successful learning for all students.
Our thanks to Danielle Allen for joining us this morning. Have a great Memorial Day weekend. Thank you for your time.
Unfortunately, I can't find the debate between her, Danielle Allen, and Curtis Yarvin anywhere, unfortunately. So I knew that this had happened. Curtis Yarvin on Tucker Carlson today. So let's watch him. And again, I'm down a rabbit hole. Oh well.
This has put a lot of blood on my hands.
Outgunned, the Fast and Furious scandal, only on Fox Nation.
It's had an entire class of people known roughly as public intellectuals, philosophers. Now, a lot of them even then were buffoons, but not all. There were some serious people. That whole class is gone. Those who took their place study and talk about mostly themselves, their identity. It's narcissism, not philosophy. One of the very few left operating in the shadows of the internet, needless to say, is a man called Curtis Yarvin. For years, he blogged under the name Mencius Moldbug. Now, we should say that Curtis Yarvin has a job. He's a software developer. But purely because he had something to say, he wrote about 1 million words for free on the internet about his life philosophy. Now, personally, I would be lying if I said I understood all of it, don't have the necessary IQ to claim that. But I can say, having read a lot of it, it's interesting as hell, provocative, gets you thinking, and more than anything, adds needed perspective on the moment we're in now. For the crime of saying interesting things, Curtis Yarvin has been hounded nonstop by the people who write Wikipedia, by the banks, by the people who maintain the status quo at all costs. We think, particularly because we have a full hour, that it would be worth talking to Curtis Yarvin about what he makes of the moment we're living in right now. By the way, if you're interested in reading more, he writes on Substack. It's called Gray Mirror, is his feed, I guess, on Substack. Anyway, Curtis Yarvin, a genuinely interesting person. We're honored to have him with us.
By the way, this is from 3 years ago.
Tucker, I'm
I don't know. This is one of those conversations.
Does that sound too fake? Was that too fake?
No, I mean, I'm not even, I just have wanted to have you on because I think you're really interesting. I don't understand everything that you're arguing. I don't know if I agree with it or not, but I do know that you're considered highly controversial by people, which is almost always a sign that you are saying things that are worth thinking about. I don't think, I've read a lot of your stuff. I don't think you're a hater in any sense. You're not calling for anyone to be heard. I don't think you're crazy. I think you're pretty far out in a way that is worth thinking about. Anyway, thank you for coming.
I appreciate this. I think actually, just to put the I think the best slur out there is that if you read my Wikipedia biography, it basically has me saying that Black people should be enslaved because they're congenitally stupid. That's which is a remarkable thing to say. Actually, I think that's what my bank canceled me for. And it's, if you actually read the place that it's coming from, it's this sort of beautiful conjuncture of two sort of completely separate things, neither of which says that. But if you sort of read it straight out, kind of stereotypically, you read that. And I'm just like, this is beautiful. I'm like, this is a beautiful work of propaganda directed at me.
But it's such a slur. I mean,
oh, I know.
Children and
yeah. I think.
Notice he doesn't categorically deny it. This dude should be the patron saint of the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, which everyone should hit the like button for, and please subscribe if you're new to the channel. Also support your host. It is coming up on the weekend, so we must have our Bud Light this weekend, and make sure you support our executive producer, Portia J. She came up with the bright idea of inflicting me, excuse me, inflicting me upon you people. So I enjoy doing it. So let's get back to these two weirdos.
I think recently my son actually got canceled from his soccer team for that. I'm not sure, but there was something like that. It worked out well in the end. But you know, it's a remarkable experience, sort of.
Imagine raising a
In a
son with that
way,
hair.
like when I look at the things that, you know, sort of out of this million words that you get sort of noticed or canceled for, you basically learn how to not do these things and how to not create the opportunities for these kinds of strange constructions.
But it's just so interesting that they want, and I can't overstate this, since for our audience that reads, you know, take an hour and read Curtis Yarvin, and it bears no resemblance to the way that it's characterized, but it's interesting that they focused on you to shut you down. You're clearly saying things that threaten them. So let's just give our viewers a taste of what you actually think. So our withdrawal from Afghanistan devolved immediately into a profound humiliation for the United States and the American empire, such as it is. Take 3 steps back as a philosopher and assess what this tells us about our
He's
current
not
system
a
of-
philosopher.
Whenever you're humiliated,
He's a software developer.
It should be always be a learning experience.
Yes.
You're being, as a person, you're being humiliated because you learned something that was painful to you, that you didn't want to know or didn't want to be reminded of.
Yes.
And that's
a beautiful thing.
I have to comment. Do you notice that he sounds a lot like Denizen? That delivery where he draws out the consonants at the end of the sentence. Very interesting. He's somewhere between Bumpkin and Denizen. Interesting. So
it's a beautiful thing, having been humiliated, and it's a beautiful and necessary
victim
and wonderful
complex.
thing. And there are two kinds of people who respond to humiliation in two different ways. Either basically they take that in and they're like, okay, what was it that I learned that was so painful? And how do I avoid making the same mistake again and getting humiliated again in the same way? Or, you know, they're sort of more the narcissistic type, and they go into this kind of narcissistic rage where they're just like, I never want to hear it. They blame the messenger, essentially. and they blame the messenger. And so, you know, with sort of the fall of Afghanistan, I think that there are a lot of people who still think of the US government as having the competence that it had 50 years ago, 70 years ago, even in the fall of Saigon, which was basically a masterpiece compared to this.
Yeah.
And so they look at this, you know, these are Americans out there, and they have a kind of, you know, deeply ritual association with the real Washington. And both of us have a family background in the real Washington.
Yes.
And so, you know, what they think of.
And pause there and just tell our viewers what your background is.
You know, my dad was a foreign service officer, which is, so I went around living in embassies and consulates around the world. I was kind of an international Jew, you might say. Actually, I always wanted like a lifetime subscription to International Jew magazine. Can't you see it? You know, but I'm a rootless cosmopolitan. So you know, so I grew up really in the belly of this beast, right? And the thing is, it's like, for example, I was recently out. I drove across the country in both directions with my kids. An incredible experience, and beautiful, amazing country. We were driving through Iowa, you know, on July 4th, and all around, all the little towns start setting up their fireworks, you know, boom, boom, whatever. We went to the July 4th rodeo in Livingston, Montana.
Yeah.
You know, and they even dared to like the announcer even like talk trash about the liberal media, so they basically they know that something's up, in a way, and yet you have sort of all of the paraphernalia of patriotism that you sort of feel so deeply out there. And this patriotism is this kind of ritual sort of religious allegiance. It's like if you're a Catholic, it isn't necessarily because you love the personal habits of the Pope. Right. And or you're down on like Vatican politics or whatever. So, the sort of the difference that kind of I think needs to be exploded for a lot of people is what is the difference between sort of my ritual respect for this thing and what it actually is. Because when I actually look at, what the Vatican is, or in this case, the swamp, the deep state, as the cathedral, as I've sometimes called it, the sort of the oligarchic power structure of America, which is completely decentralized. There is no center to it anywhere. There's no there's no one you can point to. There's no race or class or little meeting of like protocols of elders of Zion that's happening.
Right.
There's no conspiracy. It's completely decentralized. That's what makes it so hard to kill. And so when you look at the way this ruling class works and governs, it's a very different thing from these sort of abstractions that you learn in 11th grade civics class. And, and when you grow up in it, you feel it, extremely intensely. And so, for example, people will go and they'll vote for president, and they'll, they sort of vote as if who was sitting in the White House, was who was in power. And they'll use these terms like, Trump is in power, Biden is in power, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, guys, Americans, when you're inside the belly of this beast and you look at the White House as an organization, and the White House is not even really properly controlled by the president. The White House's whole budget and organization is set by Congress. It's full of permanent employees. It's not even, but if you look at the White House as a whole and measure its kind of relevance to the normal process of the executive branch, of the actual government that people like our parents lived and worked in, you're like, it has almost no relevance at all. In the deep state, as Americans, it's a Turkish word that Americans have learned to use. It's a great word. In the deep state, the way you regard this election, this stupid, really ceremony that happens over there, that's like there's a clown show for the clowns. It's like a storm on the surface above a coral reef. You're a fish in the reef. You're going about your fishy business. You're eating algae or whatever. There's a big
This
storm.
dude is
You're kind of sucked back and forth a
interesting.
little bit. You feel it. It makes it a little harder to nibble algae, but like waves are not breaking on you.
Yeah.
And so waves are not breaking on you down there. And so when people look at this thing, they sort of make this.
So he
couple of
wants to break
mistakes.
up
They're like,
coral
okay,
reefs?
we elected Trump, so Trump's in power. I'm like, well, if you took that phrase literally and you said Trump is in power, for example, Trump is the chief executive of the executive branch. One way philosophically to think about this question is, how much power does Donald Trump personally have over this executive branch?
Oh,
That's a
God.
hard thing to measure, but one way to measure this is to know that it has two endpoints. So he could have no power, or he could have complete power.
Oh,
He
really?
could have 0 or 1. So where is he in his power over the executive branch, which constitutionally is under his complete control? Where is he in terms of his power over this organization? Is he closer to 0 or closer to 1? So one way to ask that question is to say, well, could we increase his power by 10 times? Could we make
That's
the White
not a
House
question.
10 times as
This
powerful over the
motherfucker is
executive branch?
really
Very easy.
bad at this.
Could we imagine, at that point, we're reaching the powers of, say, LBJ? Could we make the White House 100 times as powerful over the executive branch? At this point, we're up to the powers of FDR. So, people think when they vote for Donald Trump that they're voting for the same job that FDR had. They're actually voting for like 0.01% of that job.
Okay.
Which is a really serious, like.
You know what? People don't think they're voting for the same president that FDR was. This dude is like, I don't know what to think, but I guess what I'm going to say is, for the people who are Trump voters in the space, this dude is one of the quote philosophers that are trying to do an underpinning to give MAGA as a movement some sort of intellectual underpinning. This is literally kindergarten level. All I have to say is when I say that I actually understand conservatism better than most on this channel, y'all think Trump is like the pinnacle. It's dudes like Curtis Yarvin and Richard Hanania. Oddly enough, both of them are kind of anti-Trump now. I don't know whether Trump hasn't gone far enough or whether Trump has gone too far. All I'm saying is that y'all think you were electing Trump. To use his analogy, you're not really electing an FDR, you're electing Richard Yarvin. So, all I can say is I told you so.
That is a really serious misinterpretation of reality. And foisting that level of a misinterpretation of reality on people is actually, it's a really serious offense. It's really not good. And so
why is it not good?
It's not good because you're gaslighting people. They're basically looking at this simulated world. One way to think about this question, I will get back to Afghanistan.
Yeah.
One way to think about this question is and this is a very fundamental question of political science. This is, I'm a member or a votary of what some call the Italian school of political science, or the Machiavellian school. I want to just pimp the best intro to this school that is available, which is The Machiavellians by James Burnham, written in 1940. It's actually his best book. Most people say The Managerial Revolution, which is really not as good in my opinion. It's good, but this is amazing. And Burnham is basically like, look, you have to assume that you're living in the Truman Show. You have to assume that
Burnham talked about the
nature of
Truman
political
Show
reality may not be as you conceive it at all.
What the fuck?
And so, you're electing Trump or you're electing Biden, and you're thinking, you're sort of changing the course of the nation. You're actually kind of moving these fish in the coral reef, back and forth a few inches with, the big waves you think you're generating. And you're making a misinterpretation of reality, which is like someone who thought that Queen Elizabeth II was actually in charge of the UK. And so everybody knows when they look at the Queen of England that the Queen of England does not actually run the government and cannot say off with his head and all of the things that a queen could do. They know she's not a queen. They know she's basically just a very classy Kardashian.
Yeah.
Sorry, royal family. As a monarchist, I'm never going to live this one down. But they know that she's just a very classy Kardashian. And the thing is that legally, you know what Queen Elizabeth II can do? She can veto an act of parliament. She actually has the right to veto, just like the president does. Do you know when that power was last used? It's last used, I believe, in something like 1707 by Queen Anne. And what the British did was, this is a very old thing. What the British did was they basically had all of this conflict in the 17th century between, the Stuart monarchy and the rising middle classes. And the eventual solution was that they replaced the real monarchy with a fake monarchy.
Right.
Which, had no actual sort of real power. And this was this transition was like through William of Orange and Queen Anne. And a lot of people hoped that Queen Anne, who was actually a Stuart, would restore the Stuarts. And of course she didn't. And so at that time, this myth that here you have the king or the queen and they're actually in charge, but they're actually fake. This is an active weapon of deception. Right up to World War II, people are like charging who would die for the queen now, like for this, classy Kardashian, right? In World War I, guys are going, over the top across the trenches for, the king. And they actually, this legend is sort of more and more believed. And at the equivalent of the rodeo, whatever they do in England in 1910, people are they stand up for this royal whatever. This is a country that ceased to be a monarchy in any kind of real functioning way in 1688. So people can really very much misunderstand the system of government that they live in, and feel, if you're very simple way to sort of think about the question of democracy is you can ask two questions. Do we live in a democracy, and should we? You will find very, very few people who answer no to both of those questions. And so if you look at the question of basically...
But you will find many who will answer no to the first question.
Yes, you will find many who will answer no to the first question, but their ways of giving that answer are sort of biased by their feeling that living in a democracy is the way this should work. And so when they look at, why they often, so people, let's say, how do you hack an election? So, people will be like, oh, you go into the voting machines, or you print up, spare ballots in China or whatever. No, these are rookie numbers. Like, this is not how you hack an election. The way you hack an election is by changing the meaning of the election. And the way you hack an election is not by eliminating your ability to vote for a certain candidate, but by simply taking away the power from the politicians you elect. In other words, turning them from Elizabeth I, who actually could say off of your head, to Elizabeth II. And so when you look at the legal positions that Elizabeth I and Elizabeth II occupied, they're exactly the same position. She's the queen. Like, she has, technically in the English constitutional system, it's called reserve powers. She could declare martial law tomorrow. Like, and actually I think it would work. And that's a separate conversation. And she has all of these powers on paper, and in practice, she's a classy Kardashian. And so the question, of how do you hack an election is very, very simple. Instead of turning the queen into a classy Kardashian, turn the electorate into a classy Kardashian. So if you basically say you're electing these politicians and you're behaving in this election as though these politicians you elected were actually in control of the government, when they're actually about 0.001% in control of the government, and the government is just this permanent deep state thing that just sits there and kind of rots and gets worse every decade, then, and you can't...
Need to stop this right here. This dude, he's 51 now. So he was basically 48 when he did this interview. This dude is like credited with kind of being the intellectual underpinning of Doge, literally. This is insane. Again, when he's right in a way, though, when you elect a president, you're actually also electing, that president's advisors, et cetera, et cetera. So you're not electing, a president who's trying to be like FDR, some powerful president. You are electing Stephen Miller. So Stephen Miller is the deep state now.
Can't change this with elections at all. Sorry, haha. It's actually pretty funny that you tried when it's not scary. It's like scary funny.
This
like
dude
movies.
has
This
kids.
is the attitude of the lib, right? And look at these, it sort of goes from like, look at these yokels with pitchforks to like, they're gonna pitchfork us, to like, look at these funny yokels with pitchforks, right? You grew up with this mentality. So did I. That's how you felt toward the people that you ruled over. You're like, these people
Even
are funny
Tucker Carlson is confused.
This is the attitude of Brooklyn toward, the Midwestern conservative. You're giving me your famous Tucker look. Is that because you're confused?
No, I'm not confused at all.
Do you not recognize this attitude?
I recognize it, but all of a sudden the synapses are firing. And I'm thinking about what you're saying.
Right. So the thing.
And by the way, can I say one thing? These conversations, whatever people watching this think of what you're saying. When was the last time you heard anybody say anything like that? I think the thing I object to most about modern America is how boring and repetitive it is. No one with interesting thoughts is ever in public saying anything. Everyone is just like reading the same stupid, stultifying slogans. And it's just like the fact that you're crushed for saying something that's interesting, it just tells you everything.
See,
about how leaden these people are.
Let me actually correct you there. Let's go back to the subject of cancellation that I started this episode with in such a fun way, which is actually, I don't think that's true. I actually don't think, one of the things one of the ways, as a somewhat canceled person, not that I'm not doing fine, is even though I'm certainly no longer a software developer, one of the things about sort of this conflict that I think is a mistake. I don't know how many libs will be watching your show, but certainly a lot of cons will be out there, and there's a lot of kind of typical mistakes that people make that I want to caution people against. And one of the biggest ones is that when you look at the libs, you see an enemy. That's true in a certain sense. That's true kind of spiritually. Spiritually, they see you as an enemy. They have the friend-enemy distinction, and that you may not know it's a civil war, conservatives, but they know it. It's a cold civil war, but
that's how they feel.
That's how they feel. That's absolutely how they feel, and that is not a new thing. That is how I grew up feeling. And I was born in the freaking Nixon administration. Will you bleep me on the show if I swear, or is the internet?
No,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the that's how. Yes, I mean, my grandparents were American communists. That's how they felt. That was the sort of the standard feeling about the yokels with the pitchforks, when they were either funny or dangerous.
Yeah.
And you look down, you're flying from New York to LA. You've got a thing to go to. You look down, you see all that flat, and you think funny, and then you think dangerous, and those are the two neurons you have.
Yeah.
And that is your basically tolerance, right? And that's what you learned at Brown. That's how you learn to think, right? Which is just a remarkable way to see the world, right? And so spiritually,
in charge of it,
especially if you're in charge of it, as they are, and as we, this is me, this is my people. Of course, we're in charge of it, and this way of seeing the world, results in, I was just, talking to your makeup professional, and she was like, when, she's not even from a lib world, she's from a leftist kind of, but a small town American world, and she goes to work for someone associated with Fox, and she gets all of this flack. It's basically she's betrayed her world. Okay, so there is that enemy, psychology there. Right? But in terms of how they act, they're predators and not enemies. And so if you don't give them anything, they don't have anything, and they'll basically move on. It's an asymmetric. Now, as of course you increase in prominence, it's harder to avoid this effect. But I think for most ordinary people out there, it's really important to remember this. It's an asymmetric conflict. It's not like a lion against a tiger. It's like a lion against a buffalo. As a buffalo, your goal is not to be eaten by lions.
Right.
You should not make any mistake that allows you to be eaten by lions. Your interest in hurting lions, killing lions, harming lions, doing any damage to this or any other lion, if it's a way to stop them from hurting you, which in this case it's not, go ahead. Otherwise, you don't care. And that's basically the attitude of a prey species. What I'm saying is that basically cancellation attacks tend to be opportunistic. If you were a dissident in, say, Hungary in 1963, there would be an intelligence agency that was basically looking after you and basically finding ways to attack you. We don't quite have anything like that yet. It's kind of, they're working on it. I will say they're working on it. I will say it's more like that than it used to be. I think you've had some experiences.
I have, yeah.
But it's not that impressive compared to Hungary in 1970. And it's certainly not something that's going to affect most people's lives in a centralized way. And so what you're really looking at as someone who is a dissident in any way is the thing to avoid is sort of playing into their game where you're this scary person. And so whenever you try to scare them, whenever you express hostility toward them, whenever you basically, sort of express any kind of sort of aggression, you're basically behaving in a way that that buffalo would not behave. And you're certainly behaving also in a way that Mao Zedong would not advise you to behave. And so, that distinction for me, is really, really important. No, I
This
don't think
is
I
a
get canceled for
quote
saying
MAGA
intrusive.
philosopher.
I think I get basically, get canceled for saying things that people who hate me can easily misconstrue. And that's
But they hate you because why? They hate you because you are.
They hate me because I sympathize with their enemies. And so, you know, they hate me for the exact same reason they hate your makeup professional. And when you sympathize, when you have this friend-enemy distinction, when you have this sort of, you know, kind of idea of we're at war with these people, I mean, I can't tell you how when Walter Mondale lost the election in 1984, I was living in Cyprus, you know, off the coast of Turkey, little island there.
Yeah.
And I was getting my news 2 or 3 days late because we can only read the International Herald Tribune. And I was 11 years old. I was just utterly devastated that this like foul creature Reagan had won an election over this like fundamentally good and decent and wise man, Walter Mondale. You might have had the same, well, you know.
I did not have the same
You
reaction.
did not have the same reaction, right? You know,
This
but that was
dude
absolutely
is
my
10
reaction.
years
and
younger
you
than
have this
I am.
reaction when you're part of, and this is true, by the way, of
He
any
wasn't
aristocracy
11.
and any sort of ruling class, especially in an oligarchy where there's sort of no kind of center of power to balance aristocratic power. In an oligarchy like ours, in a world that's ruled by the deep state or the swamp or the cathedral or whatever you want to call it, this world of permanent influential people inside and outside the government. And it's very important that many of these power centers are outside the government proper. And you might have noticed that. And
they're beyond the control of the population.
Yeah, that makes them completely unaccountable. You know, to sort of digress a little bit, if you took the New York Times or all the prestigious mainstream media, just shut down the rest, it's all dying anyway, you know, like the 2 or 3 most prestigious outlets, and instead of calling them private companies, you called them the Department of Information, nothing about their lives would change. They would still be the official purveyors of official information.
Yeah.
What you have is actually these sort of government agencies that, due to our wonderful Constitution, have grown up, you know, sovereign, beyond the reach of any accountability whatsoever. In fact, you know, you can make a pretty strong case that the most powerful organ of government in the government today is not even in the government. I would say it is probably the New York Times. It's at least a reasonable thought. And, you know, the interesting question is, okay, is the New York Times a democracy? Is it?
Why is
the New York
that
Times
a
governed?
reasonable
And then you think
thought?
about it and you're like, oh, I see. It's a 5th generation hereditary absolute monarchy.
Oh my Lord! It is a
try as
it
you
is a
may, you cannot
company.
eliminate this form of government.
Why is he against a
and that's what
business?
gives it its weight and its prestige. The very font that the New York Times is written in is saying, respect this 5th generation. It's 5th? Is it 5th?
At least.
At least generation absolute monarchy. And in fact, I think one of the reasons that we've had this sort of, you know, woke explosion since, you know, I try to not use that word because if you've noticed, they've stopped using it.
Yeah.
But you know, it's so easy to say. One of the reasons we've had this latest woke explosion since 2013, actually, I think one of the problems the Times has now, for any like Times people who are listening, I know it's not likely, but any Times people out there, I think your problem is that you have a weak king. I think the latest Sulzberger is letting his office be run by the office slack.
Yeah.
And I think that basically that is doing what an oligarchy does, which is to reward increasingly unbalanced perspectives.
That's a very interesting observation. Why do
That is
oligarchies
the dumbest shit.
reward increasingly unbalanced? I mean, that would seem like not a great self-preservation strategy.
Well, yeah, there's no strategy here. It's a decentralized oligarchy. Right. And so, you know,
A
you basically have to sort
decentralized
of look within this
oligarchy.
mindset of the American
fuck
governing
is a
class, the people
decentralized?
who
All
went to-
oligarchies
you
are
went to a good school, right,
decentralized.
Hunter?
I went to a bad school.
Well,
but
really?
Yeah.
I
I went to Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut.
wish I didn't. Never mind.
Trust.
Well, you know,
I was
I'm-
unimpressed to be there. I was unimpressive while I was there, and I'm ashamed that I wasted 4 years.
Well, I'm a legacy Brown admit, and I'm not sure I needed the legacy admissions, but the fact is I got it. And
Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island.
Yes, and Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island. And you know, all I can say about these people who believe the woke explosion started in 2013 or whatever is, you know, they should have been at Brown with me in 1991 because it's exactly the same doctrine.
Yeah.
And you know, so that just means that its roots cannot be later. It's like if you found like a bat coronavirus from 1991, right? You know, you can't say, well, this was created in 2013.
Right.
Right. And so it's a very deep problem, and you know, it doesn't date to 1991 either. This is sort of a deep strain of thinking in the American aristocracy, in the American upper class. It's the way these people who sort of were my people think. And you know,
where does it?
You know, in a weird way, this whole MAGA versus woke thing is really just warring elites. The elites on the right are mad that the elites on the left are kind of ruling some institutions and have outsized influence. Yarvin is not a workaday guy. These oligarchs, it's warring oligarchs. Okay, why he's talking oligarchy? It's just, you know, the billionaire class, you know, the right-leaning billionaires want more influence, and they have it right now over the left-leaning billionaires. This dude is literally just a charlatan.
It come from?
Oh my gosh, where does it come from? I think that, you know, there's a couple of ways that you can answer that question. One fun way is to answer it genealogically. And so you can kind of work backward in time and say, who are the people, take the way the average American college student thinks in 2021. Now let's find the people in 1921 who think like this person. Where are these people? Do they exist? Were these attitudes invented? And if you go back in 1921 and you look for people who think like Americans today, you will find these people.
Who gives a
They'll
fuck
be in
what a
Greenwich Village, they'll be in
21-year-old college
Provincetown,
student?
They'll be,
Thanks.
contain many like super rich trust fund people. They're the people that John Reed went.
But you know what you won't find in 1921 at Harvard? A lot of Jews. This dude is just ridiculously, he's twee. You know, cute little, you know, theories and all this stuff. This motherfucker is not to be taken seriously. And the problem is people take him seriously in this MAGA funhouse.
Went to Harvard with.
Right.
One of the things I say is, you know, the most accurate historical movie that I know of is Reds with John Reed, because all you have to do is take these people, put them in funny clothes, give them funny accents, and tell them to act naturally. And you basically, you're like, yeah, well, the Hollywood stars of the 1980s, they have the same sexual habits.
Give them accents,
as
but tell them to
the,
act naturally.
ruling class of the 1920s.
This dude is just
They hang
off
out in the same
kilter.
places. They're the same people. Right? You know, this is something, once you establish that this sort of way of thinking and this way of being modern is older than anyone alive, it's actually a really helpful observation, because it makes you sort of stop blaming people and start to think more about structures.
The system.
And it's like, what rewards
Structures
you know,
or
these kinds of
institutions?
ideas?
That's what he
It's
really
very, very
means. Not
simple.
structures,
It's like if you read
institutions.
anyone's college application essay, what is the most common thing that these people who are applying to college, because they're applying literally on your college application, you are ranked as as a member of the American aristocracy as surely as Peter the Great's table of ranks. Okay, you are applying, when you apply to college, you were applying for a rank. The fact that it's not official, there isn't like some like badge you get or anything like that.
So is he
Okay, sure, but you're applying for a
anti-meritocracy?
rank. And what do you say when you're applying for a rank? Very simple. You want to change the world. You want to make an impact. Everyone basically who aspires to matter in this country, in this world today, is someone who wants to make an impact. What you're saying when you say, I want to make an impact, is literally you are saying, I want power. And because you are literally saying, I want power, and feeling powerful, even though there's no possible world in which millions of people can actually literally hold power, which means affect government decisions or affect government authority. They're saying, I want to be powerful. And so if you want to be powerful, and there's basically all of this essentially pornography of power out there saying you can, feel powerful by supporting this. You can feel powerful by putting this sign in your yard. Putting this sign in your yard reminds you that you matter, that you're trying to make a difference, that you realize how bad things are. Often you'll think of the powers that be as completely imaginary.
Do you think
corporate
some form of
conspiracies or
democracy
something like
is?
that. And you'll basically be like, I'm making a difference, which your sign actually says. This sort of goes back to the kind of Machiavellian approach of seeing, the difference between sort of the objective and the subjective reality. What all of those signs really say, I'm cribbing from a famous dissident essay from Václav Havel here. What they really all say is, I support power. I support the government. I support the parties in charge.
Exactly.
I
think this every day.
Fuck is this moron
and
talking
it's just
about?
it's like the glasses and they live.
This
When I
is
drive
like
by and I see a Black
logical
Lives
leap
Matter sign
university.
in someone's driveway, what they're saying is, I'm obedient to the regime.
Yeah, or I love power. And so there's a sort of
How about you
duality
support
between
the
loyalty
regime?
and ambition, because what you're saying is, I am loyal to the regime, and I am happy for the feeling of the feeling of power that being part of the party is giving me.
Exactly.
And so it's the most common thing in the world. And you look at this regime, and what's so funny is that Americans are exposed to all of this starting in childhood. They're exposed to all of this dystopian fiction. Like, you're constantly reading about
now
dystopias.
tell us whether
in your,
this is right or
YA
wrong.
books, and you're it's
This
nonstop.
motherfucker's just doing
And
a
yet, you
narrative, but
have these
not
sort of basic
rendering,
dystopian
applying
things like
any sort of
the government. These
thinking
signs
to it.
actually say, "I love power,"
He's
which is
spitting out
exactly what
facts,
Václav
but
Havel
not
said
interpreting the
in
facts
Czechoslovakia
and
in
what they mean.
1876. I wonder if there's any way in which our system of government is anything like Czechoslovakia's in 1876.
Well, I think
This motherfucker's
in
just
some
out.
ways, it's the difference.
This is what
it had a center.
you know. What this dude is
It
doing.
had a center, and ours does not.
Back in the day when I was in high school or college, when you really hadn't applied yourself in a class, you would cram at the last minute. You would do a data dump. We used to call it a data dump on the test. And then as soon as the test was over, whether you got an A or an F, the shit just evaporated from between your ears. This motherfucker's literally doing a data dump without any sort of, connection or ligature between the facts. This is embarrassing. And that people like Stephen Miller or JD Vance is kind of a big fan of this dude. This is embarrassing, quite frankly. This is literally what the Trump administration is doing. They're just fucking spitting out, trying to go fast, trying to sound impressive. And it's just a fucking data dump. It's not knowledge. It's not wisdom. It's just a data dump. Ugh. And the problem is there's some smart people who are into this MAGA bullshit. This is embarrassing. And I'm glad I went down this rabbit hole. We may have to do more on Yarvin because, like I said, I subscribe to his Substack and I usually get about halfway through. Is lots of words, but none of the words actually are coherent enough when you put them together to convey a theme or a thought. At least Richard Hanania is a better writer.
Not have a center. And there was a
computer scientists, software developers, they're good at a certain way of thinking. They should not be like philosophers. It's a totally different thing. And I actually know someone or know of someone who's actually a computer guy, did philosophy and then got a law degree and he teaches law. And he is way He's way fucking more. I still don't know what to do about other than it's up about towards white male oppression, how horrible white males are treated. But it is totally like, it's like if you took a whole box of paper clips and dumped them on a table, it's just a whole mess of paper clips. It was organized until you dump it out, and then it's just a mess.
There was a Politburo in Czechoslovakia in 1976. There was a Central Intelligence Agency. This was, this was a classic totalitarian
Czechoslovakia
structure.
was
And the thing
under
is, what
communist
happens
rule
to
in
Americans
76,
is they
I
sort of
think.
look for this center and they don't find it. And they don't understand how the system can basically evolve to this point without having some kind of central control, because they see one of the various concepts that people find in this million words that they really like is my idea of the cathedral.
Yes.
And the point that I keep making,
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Okay. Centralized government, it's really how centralized the government is that matters. Literally, the Constitution was the result of the desire to centralize government. So there's a core of power, a core of coherency. This dude, I gotta find this debate he did with Danielle Allen, because, for better or for worse, this dude knows nothing. It's like he read a bunch of books, and there are the loosest of connections, and if he can't find a connection, he just makes one up. I wish I'm actually kind of hoping he's high as a kite right now, because if he's not high, this is scary that a 50 some or 40 some year old could actually be like a teenage girl.
is,
And I'll add, this is one of the intellectual underpinnings of the Trump regime right now. This dude, JD Vance, is a fan of this guy.
it's a Socratic point. It's simply a question. What is your theory of why the Washington Post and the New York Times and every other prestigious, and the Guardian and every other prestigious voice in society and every prestigious university in society is always on the same page?
Yes.
It looks as though there was why do Yale and Harvard always agree on everything? Couldn't Yale go libertarian?
Probably
while,
because
Harvard is going woke. Like,
good
why wouldn't that
sense
happen? And you
is
look
something
at
everyone
reality
can
and you're
agree
like,
on.
there's no way that could happen. That could never happen. And if it could never happen, it means that these organizations are essentially branches,
of the same thing.
Of the same thing. But when you look at their organizational structure, you don't find any evidence of that. And you're like, where are the wires? Like, I'm looking at this and I'm not seeing the wires. When I saw, when you look at, say, the history of any authoritarian regime, whether it's
I got to ask my producer, are you following this?
When you look at, sort of the power structure of Eastern Europe, Nazi Germany or whatever, it's a classic dictatorship, classic dystopia. You see the Fuhrer. The Fuhrer has a minister of information.
Right.
He's like, print this.
There's an
don't
org
print
chart.
This, that. There's an org chart. There's an org chart. And when you look at Harvard and Yale and, the whole rest of the system, okay, there are these accredited.
Okay, I have to just make this quick interjection. This is a Brown graduate criticizing Harvard and Yale. This is like an elite infight. Trump, graduate of the University of Pennsylvania. JD Vance, Ohio State and Yale Law. This is just elite infighting for control of who gets to be the executive or managing elite structure. These people do not really care, and I'm going to say neither side actually really cares about the cashier at Walmart. These motherfuckers, this is Brown University criticizing Yale and Harvard. This is these people and these people get votes. It's okay if the voter is okay with hey, I guess what I'm saying is if you're going to vote, at least know who or what, at least kind of intellectually, what you're voting for, who you're voting for, and who you're voting for might bring in as advisors. This is embarrassing. Brown University criticizing Harvard and Yale. It's an elite infight.
Bodies, there are
Yeah.
various funding things, but there's no org chart. And the thing is, you can sort of basically work very hard to kind of see an org chart that isn't really there. Or you can think very hard about why this happens. And I can tell you it's not a hard concept to explain. I think it's a hard concept to evangelize, or it's a pretty subtle concept, unfortunately. When you think about the way these oligarchies work, the model of the people who believe in these things, that put the sun.
Okay, so this motherfucker wants to call Harvard and Yale oligarchies while he is a Peter Thiel, like he's a Silicon Valley figure. So this motherfucker thinks Harvard and Yale are running the country and not Elon Musk or Peter Thiel or Bill Gates, or pick your billionaire. This motherfucker he is the one who's gaslighting, and he's smoking his own gas.
Signs on their lawns is actually very reasonable. They're like, why should we delegate these decisions to Harvard? And the answer is Harvard and Yale and the
This
whole
motherfucker
other,
is talking about
collective of this world. Why do we
oligarchy.
delegate this decisions to these people?
I could actually get on board that Harvard and Yale are training oligarchs. They may be training the training ground, but even that's kind of arguable. Most of graduates from elite schools don't become oligarchs. They actually just kind of become, kind of high-end managerial class. This dude is a problem, and I'm glad that I'm watching him now because I've read his work. I've never actually seen, this kind of interview, but this is problematic. And y'all voted for a motherfucker who actually listens to this drivel. It's incoherent, and there's going to be an argument that, hey, we need people like Curtis Yarvin. He's out on the frontier, kind of blazing a trail for MAGA. MAGA's going to fail because of this sort of dude.
These people. There are very, very clear pragmatic reasons for doing that. One is we know that these institutions select the smartest people around. They're incredibly competitive. They're incredibly hard to get into. They're incredibly hard to rise in. And they create these incredible concentrations of expertise. And maybe the way I think about COVID is a good example of the way these things go wrong. So basically, that view of the world says, when the public has to make decisions about virology, who are we going to call?
Listen to this dumb motherfucker. The public has to make decisions about virology. The public doesn't know that much about virology. What the fuck is he talking about? This is awesome.
Call. And the oligarchic answer is, obviously, we are going to call the virologists.
Well, who else would you
call
call?
Your aunt in Iowa? What? Right. Excuse me, the one I saw from the plane at 30,000 feet? Are we going to call the people at the rodeo? No, we'll call the virologists, right? I got it. I'm brilliant, right? So, this was their answer, and this is a 20th century answer. This is, the idea of.
Okay, so you have a problem with calling an expert instead of a rodeo clown. I have a virology question, and this is what the MAGA folk do. They will literally equate the rodeo clown with the virologist. I have a virology question. I would get as good an answer from the rodeo clown as I would from the virologist. And people like Curtis Yarvin and, and Tucker Carlson are going, well, why didn't you call the rodeo clown?
Basically, just delegating without any accountability, responsibility for important decisions to academics basically kind of dates mostly to the Woodrow Wilson era.
Yes.
So, the progressive era with a capital P,
Right.
It's about, and this is when basically America's, so if you see like description of the Gilded Age, like, go to an old American city, see all those like brick buildings and like, beautiful old stuff, all of like DC, all of that is built in what we call the Gilded Age, which is a period when America was governed very much the way China is now. It was very corrupt. Politics was this incredibly sordid, screwed up business. Shit got done.
Yeah.
Shit got done in a corrupt way with people stealing a bunch.
Yep.
But did shit get done at enormous velocity, really fast, all the time in the physical world, not just building some goddamn software? Absolutely. Right. Look at the way they built the Empire State Building. Right. This is the world that built the Empire State Building. So, and at this time, America, like China, is a third world country. It's culturally insecure. It does not have, before World War
Yeah,
I, it's
this
like,
was a
it's a
time before the third world
Anglo-American
as a
culture. The
term
center
was
is in
thought up,
London. It has always
moron.
been in London. The center of finance is in London. America is the periphery. American intellectuals look at this and they're like, we should be the future. Look at a map. And what we actually need is essentially, and you'll see this written very, very explicitly, for example, in Walter Lippmann, who I'm sure you've read.
Yeah.
Right. And what America needs is basically a new class of Platonic guardians, a new class of basically people who are sort of just are not these like sordid stealing politicians. Like, so this comes out of people like Henry Adams, for example,
yes,
who's like this like fourth generation super, he's like, from this amazing political dynasty. He's like the intellectual leader of America, as the editor of the North American Review, which was like the New Yorker of its day, but better. And he's basically like that whole world of old money and old wealth is like, no, actually, this isn't working. And the new world will be a world of science, and it needs to be guided by science, and it needs to be guided by expertise. What comes out of that is the invention of sort of all these social sciences, which are really sciences of government, or probably in most cases pseudosciences of government, because they don't actually seem to work out very well when you try them, which is a thing that normally
sociology, psychology.
Yeah. And so all of these things.
So we
you
should
get sort of
all
of
become
these
computer
sciences that are
scientists
basically
like
sciences
Yarvin.
of government and sciences of how the government should do something. And once sort of any kind of governing power, whether it's the people or a king or anything other than an oligarchy, decides that the oligarchy has the last vote, and it's the oligarchy's opinion that counts, and basically delegates it to the experts, the scientists, the mandarins, the priests, whatever you call them, you've ceded power to these people.
And then
and the consequence,
democracy's done at that point.
Oh yeah, democracy. Yeah, remember my remember my two no's, right? It isn't and it shouldn't be, and it can't be. And the American people just simply don't have the power to do that. They don't have the energy. They don't have the knowledge. They don't have the energy. It's not a question of even whether they would do it well or badly. They would just do it weakly, and power would be instantly ripped from their hands. It would be like having an absolute monarch who's like 6 years old. There's no way this kid, even if he's the rightful king of France, is actually the king of France.
Right.
So, his best choice is to use whatever power he has to make sure some guy who's not molesting him is the king of France. That's basically where we are, right? Sorry,
Hey
that
Dave,
was,
hey
that was
Brian,
a little coarser than
this
my usual
motherfucker
analogy.
is just out there.
Let her rip.
Yeah, let her rip, right? And so the problem is what this does to the experts. So it's like you basically have this pool of expertise. You have this network of expertise. And if you have a network of expertise in something that has no possible effect on power at all, like astronomers, you look at American astronomy and you say, has this been corrupted by power? You know, have astronomers, is there a woke astronomy, not just woke staff practices in astronomy, but like seeing like constellations that aren't there, making up like new kinds of astronomical objects, just like totally out of nowhere, like for like, you know, for headlines, you know, no, I don't think we see that. Is there a woke math? No, I don't think we see that. When we look at the Soviet Union, again, centralized, you know, system, but still with many oligarchic, you know, had a party, right? You know, but it also had a leader. And you look at the Soviet Union, the math is fine. The math is perfectly fine. The astronomy is fine. Soviet astronomy, no, they're studying the same skies that we're studying. Soviet sociology, Soviet psychology, Marx
I hope
Lenin
this
studies.
dude is on drugs.
It's all just trash. You know, and so when you look at American expertise, you tend to notice that the fields that are funny, that get weird and kind of screwed up, are ones that involve telling the government what decisions to make.
Right.
And it seems that when you have a field, a way of people thinking that involves telling the government what decisions to make, suddenly you have this marketplace of ideas. And as a believer in oligarchy, you're like, okay, not only do we not have just one expert, we have a whole network of experts, and they're convincing each other. They're always arguing, and they're participating in this adversarial discourse. Yeah, in math, that's what's going on. In astronomy, that's what's going on. In chemistry, that's what's going on. There's no politicized chemistry in the Soviet Union, right?
Hold on, but in the
To
United States there
sociology,
is.
or like anything that involves
Is
advising
that
the
your
government,
point?
if you're advising the government to do more, by definition, you're making more of an impact. You matter more. And so what happens in an oligarchy is sort of this kind of currency of the trade becomes impact. It becomes mattering. And so, you know, let's say that you're studying Earth's climate. Back in like 1970, you were just studying Earth's climate. You were just like a weather nerd who was like, oh yeah, let's study the weather in a long term. Suddenly you're
This motherfucker, and by the way, this is Curtis Yarvin, one of I subscribe to his Substack. And he writes better than he talks. I can give him that much credit, but it's not that much more coherent. Instead of answering a goddamn question, he wants to answer questions with parables and take as much time. I swear this is a Gish Gallop. He wants people to forget what they asked. Same thing that happens in the John Galt Be Brave universe. They don't answer yes no questions. They answer in Jesus like parables. That's why John Galt is a holy man, because he answers in parables. This is such babble. It's amazing. And I want to go back to a point that he made earlier. You don't just vote for a president, you vote for his administration. And what we got right now is Curtis Yarvin is one of like the godfathers. Like he's credited with the concept of Doge. So, and now all of a sudden, you know, he's disappointed in Doge and wants to distance himself from it. Motherfuckers, y'all were crazy to begin with. You don't take the time to think through it. You literally go to Tucker Carlson and spew paper clips all over, all over the desk. And it's obvious you are incoherent and not doing any sort of wisdom dispensing. You're just talking off your ass. You know, I want to see beers on the table and I could just go, well, hey, these motherfuckers are drunk off their mind, out of their mind. But these guys are actual, like, thinking they're having an intellectual conversation about something. We go from fucking Soviet astronomy to to experts telling the government to do something. This is revealing. And again, this motherfucker is like one of the intellectual he's I googled somewhere on Google, he's called a MAGA philosopher. And listen to this motherfucker. He's incoherent.
You're sort of forced into the position where there is this global effect. Doesn't matter, is it scary, what's going on here? And I'm what's called a lukewarmist, where yes, this effect is real, but I don't think it's all that important. And if you're, and there are plenty of very pedigreed climate scientists who are lukewarmists, and let's say Judith Curry, for example. And if you're someone like Judith Curry, you have would be a great person to have on, by the way. If you're someone like Judith Curry, she ran like the whole huge climatology lab for many, many years. If you're someone like Judith Curry and you basically write a paper that says this isn't very important, this is like happening, but there's probably Afghanistan is something we should worry about more. And you're attacking yourself. You're attacking all of your peers. You're saying your work is not very important. You should not be getting a lot of money. You do not matter very much at all. And you're not being a team player. And so in the landscape of the marketplace of ideas, things that say this whole marketplace is unimportant and shouldn't grow its budget next year are vastly disfavored, because basically they're really, really antisocial. And and so that sort of craving, when you're inside the deep state and you have that craving for impact, it has a much more definite form. You're basically looking for funds. There's this whole world of things that write grants, that apply for funds. And so this whole world basically has this enormous incentive to emphasize its importance and to matter and to make an impact. Well, guess who wanted to make an impact? Some virologists. And these virologists were like, going along, doing virology, just being virology nerds. And then SARS happened. SARS happened, and this virus jumped out of a bat into a civet cat, into human beings, and killed a lot of people.
It jumped out of a bat?
Wasn't well enough adapted to humans to start a pandemic. So naturally, if something bad happens, and you're writing a grant, a good way to write that grant is to say, well, this something bad could happen again. Let's study this thing to understand it, to make sure we're better equipped to something if it happens again. We can predict it. We can learn more
This
about this phenomenon.
motherfucker is
This is
insane.
important science.
He's
because
raising
this is
kids,
something
by
real
the
that has
way.
affected the real world. Good grant proposal. So basically, you write that grant proposal, and you're like, I know what? Let's go into like bat caves in China and find all the bat viruses and see if these bat viruses
Good
could
morning,
emerge
Speak Radio.
into humans. And how will we see if they could emerge into humans? Well, we'll screw around with them and try to make them into human viruses. What could go wrong, right? And the ostensible goal, and this was not a Chinese research project. This was an American research project started by a Chinese grad student here who went back to Wuhan and was doing that there. The infamous Batwoman, Xi Jinping, right? But this was American science. I think Americans probably maintain their virology labs a little more carefully. If you've ever been to China, there's this word in Chinese.
By the way, he
my
was
daughter speaks Chinese, so
48
she's going to
at
yell
the
at me
time
for
he
screwing
did this
up on there.
interview.
Shall we
This
roll?
is a
Which means,
48-year-old
good
man.
enough. And so you're basically saying, okay, we're going to have this, and that was one of the two things that happened in China. The other thing is, I don't know if you're familiar with the phenomenon of the Chinese paper mill. So in science, of course, which has been subjected to these kind of bureaucratic goals, your goal is to publish as many papers as possible. And so you do everything as you can do to publish high impact papers, as many as you can. That's how you succeed in science today. In China, it's even much more rigorous than that. It's like, you've got to get 5 high impact papers in this journal to be the head of your lab. It's like totally quantitative. And so you get a lot of production of basically low quality papers from China in a lot of different fields, including my field of computer science. And so what you had was basically people going out, virologists going out, finding all the bat viruses they could, screwing around with them, in labs in countries that everyone involved in this research had an incentive to exaggerate the danger of the research because they had to exaggerate the importance of the research.
Of course.
The more dangerous your virus is, the more important it is. So basically what you've done with virology by saying the virologists should run the show because decisions about what virology to study should be taken by virologists, naturally you're going to get gain of function research because these virologists are basically in this like Darwinian cycle of exaggerating their own importance, and the more dangerous these viruses are, the more important they are.
So it's inevitable they will wind up creating viruses.
Yeah, they will actually wind up creating the virus that they are then.
This motherfucker is insane. So build a more dangerous virus so you have a purpose. Does he understand how dangerous it is working with viruses? I mean, the precautions that they take in those types of labs, you know what? They could catch whatever it is they're building. It is not a natural outcome that virologists want to build or manufacture more dangerous viruses. That is paranoia taken to a point to where it's unrecognizable as like not in the. That is so crazy. And look at insane insane rich boy clown laughing at this. It's got to be a comedy routine. It is not a natural like progression for virologists to build more dangerous viruses just so they have something to do at 8 o'clock in the morning. That's interesting.
Literally hired to solve.
Okay, so
this is the case of Dr. Fauci, right? You know, and so, you know, you basically created this system of incentives, you know, to sort of step back a second and talk about how these oligarchies work. You know,
but this is not a sustainable system that you're
describing. Not a sustainable system, but it degrades slowly.
It's
and
not a real system.
This system was initially populated by these really wise and capable people, the Americans of the first half of the century. Can we say they were diverse? No, we cannot say that. But it was, you know, they were amazing people. They got shit done. They conquered the world. They were a big deal. They were the best and the brightest. They built the bomb, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Biggest engineering, you know, hey, libertarians out there, biggest and best engineering project of the world, Manhattan Project.
Yeah.
Government project, run like a startup.
Oh my God. This dude
and
thinks
the government project, run like a startup. How can you can't do that anywhere today, right? And so, you know, you're looking at the system of like, we're going to delegate these decisions to these
this
oligarchs,
dumb motherfucker.
these experts, these
Okay. The biggest engineering project or the best engineering project was the Manhattan Project. Does he understand how much that has happened since then? Number one, we have hydrogen bombs. So, you know, maybe you could make the outgrowth of that, you know, the science to in the engineering to get that first atomic bomb to which was plutonium, maybe. I can't even remember now. Bottom line is that you don't judge an engineering product by how complicated it is. You actually judge it by the impact it has. And I would argue that, and maybe I'm a little biased, but I would think material science, but computer science, computers run the world, and that they did an atomic bomb with slide rules is impressive. But I would beg to differ about the engineering project, engineering, you know, how well, or the impact. I think computers have had much more impact. I actually think there's some medical science, and you could call that engineering too, that has had bigger impacts than the invention of the atomic bomb.
Institutions, these prestigious things with the nice fonts and the black letter names that are super competitive and hard to get into.
What's up,
and
Lou?
What's happening is that you're feeding. There's this great Latin phrase: "Who will watch the watchdogs?" I'd try Latin, but I don't really. I'd screw it up.
Lou, do you know who Curtis
then people would tell
Yarvin
me,
is?
And who should watch the Watchmen? Right? And our answer is, oh, we're going to have this decentralized collective network of watchmen that we're going to funnel all of this toxic. We know that power corrupts. And so we're going to basically act like the early Americans sucked at some things. And one of those things was environmentalism. And so we're going to basically say, you know what we're going to do with all our power pollution? We're basically going to just pipe it into this really big lake. And for a while that worked. For a while, basically you have this field of experts and you say, oh, we're going to take these like intellectuals at these universities. The ideas of like universities telling what the government what to do, like in 1900, is ridiculous. It's like a weird. They do that in Germany, right? And now it's like assumed, like, my God, no. How would you, like, the government would decide on its own on it? Maybe the intelligence.
This
community does that
motherfucker's
sometimes.
making it up as
They
he
don't seem to do a very
goes.
good job of that. No, of course you ask Harvard. And what you're doing is you're basically, when you say, of course you ask Harvard, you're pumping power into these institutions. And what you don't realize is you're polluting them with power. And after a while, instead of getting this answer which people have disagreed on and fought over intellectually and been all philosophical about, like the way you're imagining these things, working, no, you're actually just being told what you wanted to hear. And so you have this whole
motherfucker
system of
is
who
making
actually
it up
makes
as he
decisions,
goes.
who actually makes calls. So before our hour ends here, let's get back to Afghanistan. So what a lot of the people out there in America don't really understand is they think they still have a World War II army out there. Just as they still think they have a World War II bureaucracy, World War II agencies. I mean, if you look at trust in these agencies, like public trust in these
We
agencies,
think we have
do
a
I trust the
World
government
War
to do the
II
right
army?
thing?
What the
Like
fuck is he talking
85%
about?
of Americans in like 1950 will say yes, of course. And the ones who don't are like communists, and this was the level of trust under which the world was conquered, and like all of these interstates were built. This is a lost and forgotten era. And today, of course, people look at they look at the Congress, like one thing that I like to observe that breaks people's brains, but no one can disagree with. If you look at the executive branch, it's really the legislative branch. It's managed by Congress, not by the White House. This is why when you elect a president, the wires of power basically go nowhere. He can't reorganize these agencies. He can't tell them what to do. There are no Congress never goes and testifies. Agencies never go and testify at the White House. Congress micromanages them completely through what are called laws. And so you're looking at this crazy thing in reality, and there is no accountability. There are sort of no incentives. It's like if you ran like a car factory.
Okay, so his complaint is that the Constitution is followed. Literally, the cabinet, it's in the Constitution with the advice and consent of the Senate. His complaint is that there's a Constitution, there is a process, there are rules. He's basically advocating for a unitary executive where the other two branches of government are, at least in practice, subordinate to the executive. Yes. When the president proposes a budget, it's just a proposal. It's not a mandate. It's not any sort of like decree. He proposes a budget and then he has to get it passed through Congress. And I will remind you that Article 1 is the legislature, Article 2 is the presidency. If the president is basically kind of hamstrung by the legislature, it is how the framers of the Constitution intended it. Get over it. or figure out how to amend the Constitution. Clowns like Curtis Yarvin have they are novelties, they are rodeo clowns. Like Tucker Carlson says, they are interesting to listen to, but it's not like I'm looking for solutions, but the dude is just totally incoherent. And you know what? He is a math prodigy. He's like a junior, maybe a funny, a more socialized Ted Kaczynski. This motherfucker is weird.
Factory for like 50 years, and you ran it in Soviet style, and it had weird production quotas and things, and it didn't matter what people thought of the cars. So, what most people don't know is that this has affected DOD as well. This is not just a civilian thing. This has affected both sides of Washington, red Washington as well as blue Washington.
Well, I think we've all discovered that. So I just got to ask you, you're describing a system that destroys itself.
Yes. It degrades over time.
That's right.
Yeah.
But that degradation seems to be accelerating.
That's a hard thing to say. It's a really hard thing to assess.
Well, how long does this last, and what is it replaced by?
I think it can go, completely indefinitely. I mean, it basically just gets worse and worse. People always ask me, there's this sort of trope in conservatism to always think you're at a turning point.
Right.
I think there's an organization called that or something. And there's this constant, if you go back and read like, the National Review from like 1982 or something, it's always a turning point. It's always, do we go this way or that way and send money now? Right. And sorry, you should send money to
Not going to be doing that.
Televangelism. I mean, it works. All right, send it to me. Subscribe to my newsletter, which you can find at Gray Mirror with an A at Substack.com. And so, there's this when you ask what comes now, there's this sort of the reason I take issue, the reason I'm busting your balls over this, Tucker, is that when you ask what comes now, there's this sense of helpless automatism there, and you're like, okay, well, history has these big cycles and moves in these big waves, and what's coming along sort of next for us. And this is what's called the Whig theory of history.
Yes.
Which is, the Whig theory of history, that's Whig with an H, is that there's a sort of relentless progress of history. And then things keep always getting better and better. And I'm like, that's funny. When I look at pictures of this place from like 50 years ago and now, it actually like doesn't seem to be getting better. Like it seems to actually be getting worse.
Much worse.
And there are all these people in Silicon Valley who are like studying like, progress. I'm like, well, progress is great. Let's worry about like not regressing first, shall we?
Yeah.
And you just see all of the evidence of decline that you see when you look for it, just the physical evidence, like driving through America.
I'm obsessed with it. Yeah.
Driving through America. It's like how much time do we have left? Do we have?
How much time are we in? I think we're about an hour in.
I was, okay, decline everywhere, et cetera.
You're the only person I've ever interviewed on this show where I said, no, we only have an hour.
So the automatism of
this is
this
MAGA
system
on drugs
is just is bound to collapse or something. No, there's no way in which it's bound to collapse. And it's very easy to look at what the future is. It's called the third world. You can go there. You can see pictures of it. Everything is just going to continue to get more and more third world indefinitely until in like 100 years or so, you're basically at Venezuela, or maybe 50 years. I don't know. But that's that's sort of the default future that you're on. Let me give you the other future that, because I know we're out of time, that I think we're on, which is one of the things. It's interesting. I was recently called out by the. Can I say this word on the air? The one that starts with a C? I was recently called out by the people at the Bulwark or something for being friends with Mike Anton, the Flight 93 guy. And
I like Mike Anton.
Yeah, I love Mike Anton. He's awesome. Did you have him on here?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Mike Anton is amazing, right? And
we want to keep the discourse alive.
And they're like, my God, you're friends with this Curtis Yarvin person, right? And Curtis Yarvin has this strange, theory, and then they went through sort of caricatures, not actually terribly inaccurate caricatures of my perspective. And one of the things that they mentioned, which I happen to believe is true, if you look at American history the way people read French history, which is they number the republics. So I think they're officially on their 5th republic. I might call it the 6th, at present. This is also the way America works. So actually, we're on about our 4th republic here in America, because first of all, you have a complete change of constitutional document in 1789 with the Constitution, which is really basically a right-wing monarchical coup that results in what is essentially the Hamilton administration.
Yeah.
And so,
Okay, this motherfucker's nuts. This is like the 1619 project, except it is gray mirror history. A right wing, yeah, I would accept oligarchical or elite, but right wing, tisk tisk. They didn't call it a right wing thing back then. And as a matter of fact, there were no parties. The Constitution, or at least the framers, did not want parties. So there really was no right wing. It was just one wing.
So what you have at the start of, American history, the USG, this thing in Washington.
What's up, Richard?
Is Alexander Hamilton.
What's up, Dan?
Basically being the CEO of the United States government.
Dan,
and even though he's nominally just the
Solid
Secretary
Snake
of the
is already
Treasury,
fallen
he's
asleep.
basically
It's so
running
boring.
everything, and Washington is running.
Learning is boring, Dan.
So you have this system, which is actually, it works a lot like a monarchy, which is like a company, like a startup. It's like, do you drive a car? Your car was made by a monarchy. Do you go to a restaurant? Your restaurant is a monarchy. Every functional, institution in the world has this, very simple pyramid structure. So at the beginning of this era.
So this dumb fuck basically and I know where he's going to go with this. Every company has a pyramid with someone at the top. He wants the American government to run with a unitary executive or a monarch or whatever he wants to call them at the top. He wants one person, a CEO of the country, calling the shots. And that is antithetical to the way the Constitution was designed to work. For better or for worse, the Constitution was structured to neuter people like Curtis Yarvin.
Kind of the second American Republic, the first being the Congress of the Convention, which is just a complete shit show and has actually been really airbrushed out of history. Like, you don't even know the names of the politicians involved in that shit show. There's always this, like, who was the first president question that, is the president of the Congress. And I think people even disagree on that. It's this complete mess. And out of this mess, basically, Hamilton is like, I'm going to create a government. I'm going to create what is essentially a sovereign company that is in charge of all of these states, that acts like a government, that does government like financial things and foreign relation things. And he wanted to do a lot of trade restriction, which unfortunately he didn't get to, but later that became adopted in the so-called American system. And, he created this monarchy. Right. But of course, he goes out in this stupid duel. And the system degrades. It basically falls apart and it becomes more and more oligarchic. There's a lot of ways of doing oligarchy. You can have oligarchies of wealth. You can have oligarchies of violence. The sort of institutional test-based oligarchy that we have now, which is so freaking strange, is sort of only one of many ways to do this. You sort of get this kind of benign ossification of the U.S. government right up to the Civil War. And then, in the Civil War, you have this very small kind of out-of-touch government. And again, it becomes completely revolutionized by America's Third Republic, in which basically the Constitution has a different meaning, or rather resolves an ambiguity in the original meaning. And once again, you find one individual completely in charge of the government.
Yes.
Abraham Lincoln, and Abraham Lincoln is mainly kind of an intuitive, politician. And look who's actually in charge of the government: John Hay, and God, what's his first name? Hay and Nicolay. And they're startup kids. They are kids just like all the founders you'll find running around San Francisco. Here's this couple of incredibly smart, kids with patrician backgrounds who are in their 20s, and they're just like, we're going to create a government. We're going to do it. We're going to found this thing. It's like starting Uber. And that was basically the Third American Republic, was a kind of new generation of sort of monarchically organized civil service that starts with these people. Then again, you have another revolution in the form of FDR. So FDR comes in, and this thing has become tremendously ossified and full of these old corrupt politicians and hidebound and bureaucratic and small, and just has not adapted to this itself, to this new way of government by intellectual. And FDR is fine. That's fine. We're just going to come in. FDR could, he had some trouble with some of the older line agencies. He liked to create new agencies. He could create agencies. He could destroy agencies. No one can do that shit in Washington now. No one has that kind of power. And so, are there limits? He has basically a rubber stamp Congress. He makes this incredible, I do this, there's no time for this here, but I do this great rendition of FDR's first inaugural.
I've heard it.
You've heard it. In which basically, if I change a couple of names, people think it's Hitler. Because basically what he's doing is he's bullying Congress. And he's like, Congress, you must give me absolute power or I will just take it. And you don't want that to happen. That was basically FDR's message to Congress, right? So the thing is, again, you see this sort of legitimate American monarchy where you...
Okay, I love the stretches he's making. The problem is, at this point in time, we are not in any sort of existential crisis. What Trump is doing is manufacturing crises. Okay, FDR, you know what? People did not want another FDR, therefore they passed the 22nd Amendment. So this dude is doing a data dump, but as he dumps the data, it is just a cursory analysis. And in the meantime, for someone like a Tucker Carlson who just likes crazy shit, for someone like Tucker Carlson, this is cool. It's good content. It's a show. For someone who actually cares about how things are run, this dude is great as kind of a gadfly. The problem is that he literally is one of the people who gave and is trying to give MAGA an intellectual underpinning. And Doge, he's kind of credited with being, kind of the godfather of Doge. It's a fail. And he is just trying, and this is 3 years old, by the way. So, but the whole reason I'm even watching this is essentially Curtis Yarvin is trying to disavow any connection to Doge. And much like Trump, if you make a decision, people, because of social media, tend to remember who did it, at least for a bit of time. So the dude's not quite batshit crazy, but he is batty. And again, this is a 48-year-old with this fucking, Prince Valiant haircut who's raising kids. This is your MAGA uncle, folks.
You see the presidency, which was originally designed as a monarchy, sort of as, just not in the sense of a hereditary monarchy, but just in the sense of one manager, like, again, all other functional institutions in the universe. And, and you see it sort of reassert that form and recreate and redefine what government is, and just kind of wrote around this whole old mess. So it's like when you look at Afghanistan and you're like, how would I fix DoD so it wouldn't do this shit? It's impossible. Just like lay the whole thing off, keep the equipment, keep, you know, some of the engineers basically at the contractors developing the equipment, keep special ops, like the rest of it, like who is invading us anyway, right? Oh, we have some theoretical quarrel over Taiwan, like what? And you start to look at these whole systems, which all date to FDR's world, which are all sort of built on the assumptions that were made in FDR's world. And those assumptions sort of keep getting rationalized over and over again. And those rationalizations are incredibly deeply embedded at this kind of fundamental level in government. So for example, you've probably heard the term national security. When does that term date to? That term is an FDR era term. And it was sort of...
Lou, do you know who this is? This is Curtis Yarvin. He and I've, you know, talked about and played, you know, essays by Richard Hanania. This is one of the like MAGA philosophers. Curtis Yarvin, you don't know who he is? You should know this. If you're a Trump voter, you should know who this guy is. And when I say I actually understand MAGA, you know, maybe not at a deep level, but I know who Curtis Yarvin is. I read Curtis Yarvin. I literally subscribe to his Gray Mirror Substack letter. When I say that I know some stuff about the right wing and MAGA politics, I literally mean it. I read these people. Y'all don't know the whirlwind y'all have reaped. I can't believe you don't know who Curtis Yarvin is. That's amazing. Vance, JD Vance, Vice President Vance. This is one of his like intellectual philosophical heroes. You don't know this shit? Son.
Originally invented with most of the language of DoD, which used to be, of course, the War Department, basically to tell Americans that
if you voted for
their own
Trump,
country,
you're MAGA.
the nation, required providing global leadership to the entire world. If you ever have a real State Department believer on, and you want them to like, you know, spin around very quickly in their seat, ask them what the difference is between global leadership and world domination. And so, you know, you have this whole bureaucracy.
Do you see
of world
how he
domination,
ran his
there's
fingers
no
through his
World
hair?
Domination Council. There's no, you know,
He's a
like,
MAGA
which
Barbie
is under,
doll.
you know, operating wholly under the theory that the only way to secure America is to secure the world, which is not a ridiculous theory. It's a theory worth considering. It is definitely not a theory worth assuming. And so, you know, the capacity to sort of question a theory like this at a very deep level does not exist in the regime. And so you don't have institutions. And so, you know, just to finish my spiel, when we had this amazing terrorism thing, which has given just such this amazing post-Cold War like burst of life to DoD, which now seems to be ending. So I guess, you know, probably we'll get some more terrorism at some point, and they'll get back on that. But it gave this, you know, it created people's careers at DoD. They were fighting in the global war on terror. You know, I saw this funny tweet. Congratulations to terror for winning the war on terror. You know, I guess.
And to drugs for winning the war on drugs.
And drugs have also won the war on drugs. Poverty has obviously just kicked our asses all around in the war on poverty, right? You know, maybe it's time to realize that you're not as good at war as you think, you know, and this is a systemic problem across the regime. You just can't imagine like fixing DoD to be able to do something as simple and basic as occupying.
2-minute answer. How long are we in?
We're pretty far in.
We're pretty far in.
All right.
So
you got to cut me. You got to cut me off. You got to cut me off. Well,
but I want to know what the next regime is. So you're describing.
It's very simple. I'll give you. You know.
Like there's no leadership is basically what you keep saying.
Yeah. Essentially, you know, the next regime, and I think, you know, one of the differences I have with Mike Anton is that, we talk about Caesarism a lot, and you're clearly, from my perspective, looking very much at a fall of the Roman Republic event here in a best case scenario. Worst case scenario is more like the fall of the Roman Empire.
Right.
Let's go for the best case scenario.
But we're clearly at a transition between one form of government and another.
Yes, and the thing that to observe, and the reason why the fall of the Roman Republic is a best case scenario is that it got a couple of very good CEOs in a row. It got Caesar, who was an excellent CEO, but could have worked a little harder on his personal security. And then it got Augustus, who was merely a very good CEO, who continued Caesar's regime for like 30 years or whatever. And by the time, Augustus had reinvented the Roman state, it was a pretty effective organization. And that's why it ruled the known world for the next 400 years, despite, fucking some shit up.
Yeah.
And so one of the sort of critical points of that transition, and I think that's sort of one of the most important things, is sort of, am I really seeing this or am I not really seeing this? One of the important things about am I seeing this is that Caesar, although, Rome has this like red versus blue thing that's been going on for like 400 years, the conflict of the orders, the patricians against the plebeians,
right.
And then it turns into the populares versus the optimates. And Caesar is a red state guy. He's a populist. He comes out of the party of the populares. He's set against the old Senate. And the old Senate basically is very oligarchical. And one of the reasons why they always lose their wars against Caesar is they basically can't actually delegate their power to a single leader. Caesar comes, he's a red state guy, but he comes out, and that's where he comes out of. But his mission in ruling Rome is to rule all of Rome and to unify Rome. And so, the way he does that doesn't involve giving any power back to the Senate. But, for example, one of the things Caesar doesn't do, which is a normal thing to do in a Roman regime change, is basically kill his enemies and take their money. Because he's basically like, no, actually, you're not my enemies anymore because the struggle is over. So, the most important thing that you need to look for in kind of the next sort of regime change in this country, assuming it follows the pattern of the past, which is basically under the same constitution, the regime reinvents itself every 75 or 80 years. Kind of like an earthquake, like the San Andreas Fault is about due to go.
So equality, and I can guess what you're going to say, is does the next leader bring the professional class with him?
Yes, and the thing is, basically, does he have a message to those people? Is his message to those people, if his message is, to those people is, I'm just going to kill you where you stand, like Rwanda, and like throw your body in the stream, that's not going to work out very well.
Right.
But the thing is that the message of like, this is a really, we're both from this class, we can say this. These are, in many ways, the best people in America. And just as human beings, their ideas are terrible. But as human beings, they're wonderful. They have the best taste. They eat the best food. These are not insignificant things. This is an aristocracy. And so, the thing is that basically populism has to kind of get beyond this aristophobia and basically say, just as these are wonderful people, they've been corrupted by power. They're like a beautiful lake into which like 80 years of dioxin has been flowing. And, they don't think about anything besides making an impact and getting more status and getting, their name in lights at the New Yorker or whatever. And they know that these institutions have rotted and are actually horrible in a way. It's like, wherever they've been corrupted by power. You know what the best thing in the New Yorker is? You know what the best thing in the New Yorker is?
Shouts and murmurs?
No, the
cartoons.
Yeah, of course. They're the only subversive thing.
They're the only subversive thing. And why is that? Because basically there isn't like a new breed of like, they're just above being woke. They just don't matter enough to get woke. Right. And so they're like math. They've sort of been incorrupted. And so the thing is that basically if you want to, first of all, there's just no world in which you can do this without electing a president who says, I am the chief executive of the executive branch. I am going to reinvent the executive branch. And the way I'm going to do it is simply by working around the one we have and creating a new one which has all the power. As for the people we have, with very few exceptions, they'll be retired. and we're just going to create a new government next to the old one, and we're going to shut the old one down in a very nice and peaceful way that does not involve dragging any bodies through the street, that involves probably your retirement benefits are going to be increased. You're going to get an awesome severance if you work for this old thing, because we're actually buying you out. We're saying you have power. Okay, so here's what the American people are going to do to you. We're going to print a whole bunch of money, because that's really one of the things that we're still good at. We're going to print a whole bunch of money, and we're going to buy you out. And you're just done. And it's like the day after, you know what? There's a funny fact about regime change. The Federal Republic of Germany is still paying pensions, not only to retired Stasi officers, but also to retired Wehrmacht officers. It is accepted that both of those regimes were Germany. If you serve those regimes and you weren't like some kind of major criminal who's been prosecuted, yeah, you're entitled to your pension. And the way that shut.
And you know what? He is making a backdoor argument justifying reparations. So the slaves should get back pay, or their relatives should. Motherfucker, you are that dumb.
Down worked is that the day the doors of the Stasi building were closed and these people were sent home, you couldn't reboot that system.
So what you don't do is disband the Iraqi army and declare them all.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, no, you can disband the Iraqi army. You can't like declare them persona non grata
Right,
and send them fleeing. And you have to put in your own government as well.
Curtis Yarvin. Now, I think we've gone like maybe an hour and 20. And I think anyone who's, how long?
Yeah, but Lou, the point is he brings this up as an example of what the U.S. should do in retiring the deep state or the old government or whatever. He brings up Germany and what they're doing with the Stasi and all that stuff, except the motherfucker doesn't think completely through what he says. This is a MAGA philosopher. In SKC, do you know who this guy is? I don't know, but he knows. You know what, SKC? I'm not surprised that you would eat his pudding. That's Curtis Yarvin, a quote MAGA philosopher. So of course you think he knows how history relates to modern times, and you don't know how history relates to modern times. You and I disagree on that all the time. Curtis Yarvin's a fucking moron. He is interesting. He is what Ted Kaczynski would be if Ted Kaczynski was a little bit more socialized. You need to do some. When I say that I know MAGA and conservative stuff better than most conservatives or MAGA people, this is a good example. You come up here and you don't know who your MAGA philosopher is. This is sad. This is why I love shitting on people. Y'all don't know shit. And I mean that with all due respect. So, the MAGA you thought you knew, and when was this? This is May 5th, 2025. And unfortunately, there is no auto reader, and I do have one in the browser. Luckily, this isn't very long, so I think I'll be able to read it. And Dave or SKC, feel free to hit the link. I'm not going to go on much longer because I'm kind of tired. I'm not conservative or MAGA. Motherfucker, you're just disavowing. See, I'm not MAGA. You basically are the you are the doubting Thomas. Or, Trump is in the garden of MAGA Gethsemane. Y'all love Trump. dude, this is I'm not conservative or MAGA. Why should I know him? Motherfucker, you're right of center. You should know him. And even if you were left of center, dude, if you are into politics or history or any of this stuff, and again, now SKC, I'm going to give you grace on this. You do have kids and a family. I'm less burdened. Um, maybe my whole life because I've been doing this since I was like in 8th grade, and unfortunately, Bible references from Stanley. Hey, I pull it out when I have to. And by the way, there's a new pope, so I'm feeling kind of biblical today there, SKC. And you know how Catholics in the Bible, our relationship. But anyway, let me read this right quick. This all seems to fit in with what Patrick Wood has been warning about for many years now. And I don't know who Patrick Wood is. I guess I'll have to look him up. Many people are wondering what on earth is going on with Trump and this new administration. It seems like they're oh my God, this is a horrible misspelling. There is a new reason to say WTF. And to many, it is hardly recognizable from what they voted for. It feels almost as if Trump lost his identity along the way and seems completely different from the Trump we saw in 2016 and even 2020. This is horribly. It's because Trump and a lot of his inner circle, namely Elon Musk, VP, JD Vance, Howard Lutnick, and Peter Thiel, are wrapped up in a specific ideology called the Dark Enlightenment. This is also where the term Dark MAGA comes from. Dark Enlightenment, also known as the Neo-Reactionary Movement, NRX. It is described as an anti-democratic and anti-egalitarian philosophical and political movement. It rejects the idea of progress towards greater liberty and enlightenment, instead advocating for a return to traditional forms of government such as absolute monarchism. And traditional indeed. Let's see, what else have we got here? This ideology is often associated with techno authoritarianism, where societies are governed like corporations, oligarchy, with a hierarchical structure. It is essentially Marxism/socialism from a right-wing perspective minus DEI and based around a corporate authoritarian technocracy, otherwise known as a techno-monarchy run by billionaire oligarchs. Yes, it is as horrific and terrifying as it sounds. Dark Enlightenment doesn't believe in the idea of democracy or even equality as we are used to it, but it sees all citizens as shareholders. Literally, Yarvin used that term, or workers of the corporation, America. Yarvin literally covered this in that interview with Tucker. Let's see. The ideology was originally created by Nick Land and made popular by Curtis Yarvin, a philosopher. He's not a philosopher. That J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel greatly admire. I'm not sure when it exactly happened, but Trump and by proxy MAGA at large has been completely subverted by this sinister ideology. Read the entire string of posts on the subject here. And I'll do that at some point in time. All I have to say is if you heard this Yarvin interview, that's exactly. Y'all voted for Curtis Yarvin. Y'all voted for Peter Thiel. And Trump isn't Trump is, a front man and the personality. So it is what it is. And the whole reason, just to catch everybody up, like Dave and SKC, somehow or another, I ran into a debate between Danielle Allen and Curtis Yarvin that happened at some Harvard non-sponsored forum where, you know, she is strictly a very a liberal with a capital L. Yarvin is whatever Yarvin is, and they had a debate. Don't know why she even deigned to have a debate, but you know, I guess the video will come out at some point, but I haven't been able to find it. But from what I've heard, it's basically say me and you know, because I'm kind of into the Constitution and that sort of stuff, and someone to the right, but the maniac right of SKC. SKC is a maniac, but he's not that far gone, far removed from history. I don't care about Biden SKC. You're doing whataboutism. I did a whole show. Should I replay it? Don't do that Biden bullshit. I'm not talking about Biden. Let's see. My link hitting office hours are for when you go off the rails before. Oh, that's funny, Deacon Dave. Sorry, I'll have to go. Shit, I'm not off the rails now. So that is funny. Feels like a Bill Withers morning. Is it raining there, Solid Snake? Is that what you're trying to say? Biden wasn't a front, though. Whataboutism? No. The minute you say Biden, you win the whataboutism contest, SKC. So let's play the antidote to Curtis Yarvin, please.
Welcome. My name is John Haskell, Director of the Kluge Center at the Library of Congress. On Monday, June 22nd, the Librarian of Congress,
Let me
Hayden,
pause this so
announced
you can get your licks in.
No, I don't have any licks, man. I'm just I haven't even had my coffee yet. I had a hard, late business night, so
Really?
yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
I had a hard late night, you know, on John Galt's show. It's
Really?
like, oh yeah, you know what? I think John Galt does it for content. He
of
gets
course.
mad when I kind of come up and look. I didn't tell him to poke the bear, but if you're gonna fuck with me, I don't know what these folks think. And yeah, I'm kind of predictable that way. But no, if you want to fuck with me, I can fuck with you back, but better. So it doesn't matter who your little idiot friends are in the chat or who comes onto the panel. I love 8-on-1 contests because someone says, what is it? Main character theory or central character theory? I think that's what they called it. Yeah, I think I'm the main character. Especially if you poke me, I'd be just fine. Listening to the bullshit and making a pithy comment every now and again. But if you're going to ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. And you may not like how I answer it.
It sounds like you enjoy being in the gladiatorial games.
Dude, I'm a trained warrior, of course. I am the hero of my own story. Aren't you the hero of your story?
I don't know.
No, seriously. Now I'm all joking aside. You better be the hero in your story. You're leading a family. Who else is going to be the hero to your kids? So it may be a psychopathy or whatever you want to call it, but no, I am it. I am perfectly happy. But if you start like, hey, Stanley, I'm gonna poke you. I'm gonna call you this. I'm gonna ask you this leading question, motherfucker. You remember me quoting, and I can't remember the whole thing now, but singing me muse. Tell me the story of a man skilled in all ways of contending. Motherfucker, I am Odysseus.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I will fucking fight a war if I have to. Don't fuck with me. I will fuck with you back 2 times harder every time.
That's these are the points that I just don't get about you sometimes. And you will probably be able to get your licks in today because I am I will say that I'm a little mentally exhausted, but I can't
But
sleep.
why does it surprise you?
It surprises me because here you are quoting from ancient Greece in their mythologies, and obviously certain parts of Roman history, but then
Well,
you'll
dude, I
disagree with
literally my first class of high school was Latin. Of course, I've forgotten I've forgotten more Latin and Roman history than some people even know.
correct. But I guess why it's interesting to me, fascinating to me, is that when we talk about law and things that have to do with the Constitution and um, points about ancient Greece or Rome are brought up, and that they have definite influence on how the country was formed, the
Oh,
Constitution,
absolutely. But the only
the
one
founders,
who
the
was
framers, all of those people.
okay. When did I say there was no influence? But they formed something new from that. And the only person, just so you know, that was really into, classical Greek and that way of life was Jefferson. Everyone else was classical Rome, Cicero, Cincinnatus. Um, Jefferson was the only one who was really into like Greek philosophy and that sort of stuff.
And that's fine. That's fine. But what I find interesting in that is this. Just to kind of piggyback off of our conversation the other day, someone could write something like the 1619 Project
Mhm.
and never make any mention of anything Rome, Greek, or anything, and talk
Right.
about its founding. That sounds asinine.
Well, it sounds like a newspaper article. Now here is my thinking on that because I heard you say it and I really didn't follow up on it. Um, it is Nicole Hannah Jones didn't write a history book. It was something it was something provocative in the New York Times magazine. There are references. Okay, there are footnotes. If you want to get deeper into it, explore the footnotes. That's, if you read a secondary source, academics and even popular histories will have footnotes. You choose to go deeper if you want. Okay, the author only has so many pages, she can get everything or he can get everything into. Footnotes. That's where you do the deeper research. You didn't know this?
No, that's obvious. But
Okay,
typically,
if you find that she didn't mention Rome or Greek or classical stuff any deeper, or you're unsatisfied, go and look at her sources. And then they will probably have footnotes too. You can go down as deep into the rabbit hole as you choose to go. That everything should be on the printed page. That's not how it works, and you know this.
nah, that's not my argument. My argument
Okay,
is
well, your argument is why didn't she bring it up in her story of the founding? First off, she kind of dismisses the 1776 founding and goes back to 1619. So you kind of weirded me out with that premise to begin with. And I'm going to reemphasize, if you are reading something like a 1619 project and you're wondering about, you know, Rome or Greek or, you know, the true founding, she has footnotes. And by the way, there's nothing that was Roman or Greek about the Virginia Company or any of, you know, the way they monetized exploration.
That's debatable.
Okay, well, I'm not up for that debate this morning because I don't know enough.
Neither am
But
I.
I do know enough to know that the Virginia Company, there's nothing Roman about it.
Well, the only thing that I'm stating is that, like, take for instance in our conversations about the Constitution, a person can read the Constitution, but you can't deeply understand it without knowing the world of antiquity.
I'm gonna beg to differ because you can get introduced to that world of antiquity in a slow motion crawl into the rabbit hole. There's Akil Amar. There are constitutional scholars who actually write books. I've got Akil Amar, Amar. He's a Yale professor. This dude is like seriously, possibly the most respected constitutional scholar in the country. This motherfucker has had his amicus briefs actually talked about on the bench during Supreme Court sessions. So I've got a couple of his books, and there's a third I'm going to buy. You can get into that ancient Greek or Rome stuff indirectly reading books about, because there are constitutional scholars who write books about the Constitution. You'll get there in a slow, methodical process. Okay, I don't read Cicero, and believe it or not, I have in the Latin. You don't know about the Constitution reading Cicero.
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm
Oh,
saying
no,
is,
no. I know what you're saying. I'm basically making a joke about what you said. You can get there if you take the time, is my point.
yeah, the thought process is when people start talking about that, in particular, what the founders were trying to emulate, what they feared, how they wanted to build a
They
government.
weren't trying to emulate, they were trying to create.
Oh man, I don't know.
I
I
do
don't
know.
know.
I
Heck,
do know.
you arguments
Read
against
Madison, read Madison's notes.
you yourself have made arguments against that.
Against what?
That they were trying to emulate certain characters
Yeah,
from
I'm making an argument against it now. Dude, look, I've also said, not to cut you off, and you will get your time because you know I respect you. I'm just saying that you can run the risk of quoting everything out of a book and kind of, taking everything verbatim out of a book. After 60 years of, triumph and failures, I think books are simply a window to how other people think. They are kind of a pavement to form your own thoughts. You can take one book on, I don't know, gardening and, apply it to a book on government. Now, here's the deal. You have to connect those dots, and that's what you do. That's the original thinking part. I read a book on gardening, I read a book on government, but I have an idea that might be original. My book is going to be about connecting those dots. Books are simply a window on the world, or they're probably better analogies.
I listen. So I'm going to use your own example that you brought up
Against me.
Mhm. What was
I
it?
would expect nothing less.
Was it not one Stanley in the gladiatorial games, which he wasn't speaking to me, but he was speaking to some other people when he was schooling them on who George Washington was and how he was compared to Cincinnatus, and he even shaped his life
Well,
around
he
him,
compared
even
himself to
stepping,
Cincinnatus.
even stepping down after 2 terms in
Mhm.
the exact symbolism of Cincinnatus. Huh? Was it
I
not?
don't get
Was it not the
your
great?
point.
Was it not the great Stanley who stated that John Adams and John Madison were deeply influenced by Cicero
James
and
Madison,
Livy?
not John Madison.
James Madison were they were influenced by Cicero and uh,
Well, they were.
Polybius and Livy.
Okay, but what's your point? To what end? They were influenced. We all agree on that.
That
What
they
was my point? Because I don't remember.
wasn't it Thomas Jefferson who was copying the Athenian experiment in democracy? He doing his little
No,
Epicurious
I
and
don't think he was.
Aristotle.
As a matter of fact, Jefferson was a little bit more leaning towards democracy than, say, someone like an Adams or even a Washington would be. It was the American founding was literally an elite enterprise. And, it had to be put to the people because there are more people out there than, than the elites. And it still happens today. If every city came out left and right and protested, you know what? Um, Trump's gonna pay attention. So I don't get your point.
My
Yeah,
my
they
my
were
point is,
influenced by classical myths.
oh, they imbibed on classical literature. These
Okay, and your
people were
point would be
classically
what? We both
educated.
agree. See, this is
They
where
not only
you're what the you
they not only
we
they
but
not
hold
only
on. We both agree to this. What's your point?
my point is that they copied much
I don't
of
think
what
they
they were. Heck,
copied. I
even
think they were influenced.
in DC, the columns, the domes, the temples, that's modeled on
That's
Greco
motherfucking
style.
architecture. It's not, dude. Of course, it is easy to copy physical stuff. It is that's not
The idea
one.
of a
Okay, dude.
tripartite
See,
government,
I get
that's
where you're going now.
Polybius.
So they did a column on a building. That means the ideas were copied.
The very
You lose
concept of
that one
the
with me.
very
You
concept of a
lose that one with me.
tripartite
A column
government.
is not an idea.
Okay, well, let me show you an idea. A
Greek
tripartite
revival,
government
Greek revival
is
architecture is
okay.
not Greek
Okay,
revival philosophy.
so let me give you an idea. A tripartite government was Polybius's idea based off the Roman Republic.
Okay,
And
except those were 3 people, right? There weren't
excuse
3
me?
institutions.
No, there wasn't.
Okay, well then enlighten me because I
Because he was
always thought
Polyb
I'm thinking triumvirate.
no, tripartite.
Okay,
Polybius
well
was stating
then
that he
you
wanted to
tell me
balance
what those 3 institutions that influenced government was, because I don't
mon-
remember. I remember triumvirate. I don't remember tripartite.
monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy.
Okay, motherfucker. So all 3 of them were running Rome at the same time?
That was his idea.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were actually talking about something that happened in Rome.
Yes.
Okay, who? I don't recall a monarchy. What were the other 2? An aristocracy? I don't
And
remember that
democracy.
happening in classical Rome.
Really?
No, tell me. I don't. I'm old. You may know more than I've forgotten.
Oh my goodness. Are you
No. I'm begging you to enlighten me,
Are you
SKC.
serious?
No, I'm dead serious. Please enlighten me and the chat.
Oh man, we can't go through a history lesson, man.
Oh no. I beg you, dude. I will clear. I'm at 4 hours. We got what? We got about 8 more hours of your education.
And I told you this morning that I'm in my fog. I haven't even had my
Well,
coffee.
damn, your fog is my clarity. You were telling me about tripartite Roman government. I don't recall that one.
Oh my God. I don't know what to tell you, man.
You know what? What you could do is give me a year. Give me. I know there was a Senate. I know there tended to be, some sort of form of executive. And who were the judges? I thought the judging happened in the Senate. I
The
know who
aristocracy.
Mary Beard is, by the way. So I've read something of the sort. I don't recall anything of a tripartite government that could be a model for the U.S. government. And I'm dead serious here. I don't remember something that was the equivalent.
So you have
No,
no
I'm saying I don't know. I admit my ignorance. I prostrate my ignorant ass before the great SKC, who knows more about tripartite government during classical Roman times. I admit my ignorance. Would you please, sir, please, Professor, enlighten us?
The monarchy would be considered the consuls of the time. They filled like that king-like role. Typically, they had about what?
Wait, hold it. There was more than one consul?
Two
Then
consuls.
therefore, it is not a monarchy. Mono means one. Please continue.
These two consuls, they commanded the military. You brought up the Senate. The Senate represented the aristocracy. They were the wealthy elite individuals that were over foreign policy and fiscal policy. They gave all of the advice about what was essentially binding and all of that stuff. The democracy that I was speaking of, that Polybius was speaking of, not me, those were all of the popular assemblies. Those were the ones that elected the officials, that passed the laws, that decided on war and peace and all of that. An example would be like the plebeian council. You're talking around about 280 something, Lex Hortensia. So it's like, what are we doing here?
Okay, well, what I want to remind you
just
of,
check
because
my work if you don't believe me.
Oh, no. It's not that I don't believe you. I want to tell you there was no direct copying. Influenced was the word I used. I don't deny the influence. I deny that they were copied.
They had they did the whole balance thing. The councils could be blocked by the Senate. The tribunals could veto actions from both. It was the same concept.
Even if it's the same, no, dude,
they did not invent the wheel.
Dude, I said influence. Conceptually influenced, fine. Copied, no.
It's like someone stating the telephone influenced the cell phone. It's like, dude, it's a little
No, it's like two cans attached by a string. The iPhone is not a copy of two cans tied by twine. It was influenced. Don't you know the difference? Not a copy.
I didn't say two cans.
iPhones are not copies of those two cans on attached by twine. They are influenced.
Hey, Free Zone says that I don't know Yarvin, and he says that you don't know ancient Rome, so it sounds about even.
Free Zone, you don't know about either. So and as a matter of fact, I do know enough about ancient Rome. I know enough about ancient Rome. Let's call it classical Rome. I know it enough to know that the American government back in the day when it was formed is not a copy. It is influenced by. I don't need to know detail to detail. I need to know the difference between the word copy and the word influenced, and conceptually they are different. So
If you
heal Free
want
Zone, hit the fucking
triple,
link if you have so much to say.
if you want to claim victory over words, which your
There
statement
is no victory here.
which on
There
one
is no victory.
state are
There
subjective,
is
and
there
you
is only compromise.
and then you'll say on one end that the words are subjective, and then on one end that they
No.
have concrete meaning. Hence,
All I
going
have to
back to my
say-
founding,
all I have to
my
say,
founding word.
do you think copy is the same as influence?
Let me use your words.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to give a direct answer.
No. Let me use your words.
Just tell. Do you think they're the same?
I'm directly answering according to your words and your standards.
All copies are
it depends.
influence. All
It
influence
depends.
is not copy. Is that where you're going with this?
No, not at all.
Okay. Let me give you some time to gather your weary brain to form a thought.
Well, I appreciate that. Showing mercy. That's very godly.
I'm growing. I'm growing.
Maybe that new Pope thing actually helped you a little bit.
Could be.
Oh man. Well, what did you say yesterday concerning founding?
Oh, by the way, I actually found something pretty decent, and I think it's kind of a right wing take on the 3/5 clause. What I didn't know is that the 3/5 clause was 3/5 proposition was actually brought up by the Continental Congress when they were doing the Articles of Confederation. However, that really doesn't disprove anything I said. It had no influence on the Articles of Confederation. It was poo-pooed outright. So one of these days, I don't feel like doing it this morning because I am kind of tired myself. But
Yeah.
there's some good. As a matter of fact, I'll just send you the link. That would be, and then we can talk about it. Not in the blind, but some actual interesting history of the 3/5 clause that I know you'll find interesting.
Yeah. Tell
Like
me.
actually interesting. But nothing about it being merciful to slaves or anything like that.
Oh yeah, I have.
You'll have to form your own theory on that. Hey, Snowman, hit the link. I promise I won't treat you like you treated me, bitch. I'm just
I'll
kidding.
just say. I'll just say if
Here,
you
here's the
if
link.
you get an
SKC.
opportunity. Yeah, if you get an opportunity, I would just say consider Polybius. Consider Polybius
The philosopher?
and how
Sounds Roman.
how
Are you
how
pronouncing
much
it correctly?
how much was taken from him by the founders.
Okay. I know you want to fight for this copy thing. The American government was influenced. It is nowhere near a direct copy. Now they considered, not like a single executive. Yeah, a lot was considered. I'm not going to deny that, but it's not a copy. They kind of they cherry picked what they needed to fit what they thought would be an appropriate government. So, of course, influence, solid influence. Some things they cherry picked and used, others, other parts they didn't. However, it is not a copy.
Like I said, go check out Polybius.
Don't get, you know what? Never even heard of him. So put that link in the back. Gee, I was actually right about something. No, sir, you weren't right. Now, I will give you credit that I thought there was no association between the 3/5 and Articles of Confederation. As it turns out, there wasn't. It was a proposal. So, kind of like my argument, there was no influence or copying of a 3/5 idea into the Articles of Confederation, but it was brought up. So, Angry Snowman, I will give you credit that the two were kind of, in the same room one day, but 3/5 literally enshrined in writing into the U.S. Constitution, way different than the Articles of Confederation. And by the way, let's see, there is something you should read, Angry Snowman. Let me drop this link. And that's a history of the 3/5, and I think it's a right-leaning think tank, but you might enjoy that. I learned some new things reading it. So, and actually, Angry Snowman, do you know who Curtis Yarvin is? I bet you know who he is. Yeah, I've heard the Iroquois Confederacy had some influence on the Constitution as well. I don't know that history, so I can't really talk on it. Hey, hit the link if you want, Snowman. It's pretty chill up here. I do want to give Danielle Allen some time. And
Yeah,
we
go
can
ahead
stop
and
it,
get some
if you
coffee.
get bored. Do you know who Danielle Allen is?
No, you're much more of the political, I guess the guys that are, that are supposed to be the leading thinkers of political
Oh,
theories, various
dude,
skill sets and so forth.
I'm in some small town in Georgia.
Yeah. I'm being, you know, forthright with you. I don't keep up with any of these people. A lot of
Well,
my
you don't
ideas
have time to.
come from myself. I don't. That's why I was telling you earlier this whole thing about being MAGA or conservative. That nah, my ideas are my own ideas. That's it.
I think your own ideas can fit into a rut. That might be MAGA or but I'm kind of like you. I'm not much of a joiner. If too many people think it, it's probably not right. So
Well,
I kind of
I
get
think
you there.
I think where some of our inroads come is that sometimes I'll have agreements with certain things that'll pop up in the news, but
Mhm.
I think what the difference is how I arrived at those ideas have taken a
Mhm.
totally different route from other people. Um,
That's
for a long
interesting.
time, a lot of people thought that John and I were like on the same frame of mind but we have
Mhm.
come to our ideas from two totally different perspectives, and there's some crossroads in them, but then there are some
Mhm.
places where we are diametrically opposed.
Well, let me ask you a question, and I think you might have already answered it, but I'm going to ask it anyway. If you arrive at the same conclusion, in the end, how you got there, is that important? Because I
Oh, yes.
argue, with Trump, how he's getting to, controlling immigration and stuff. So I think you already answered it actually, but I'm going to ask you anyway.
But basically how you arrive at a conclusion. I think
Mhm.
I
Well, a
think
common
that
conclusion.
well, I think one follows the other. Sound method equals sound thinking. So if a process is flawed, if it's based on emotion, poor reasoning, even a correct conclusion can be accidental or unstable. What did they say? A broken clock is right twice a day. So no, I think that the method of how you um, come to a conclusion reveals integrity of
Mhm,
thought. It
mhm,
You can replicate work, and
mhm,
then also you can prevent bad consequences by preventing bad processes. If you
mhm.
used flawed reasoning and it accidentally came to a correct answer, if a person on an old Scantron sheet taking a test said, "I'm going to randomly do AABBCCA," and they got some of the answers right, that process is not a functioning process of sound logic.
Well, it's like your math teacher telling you to show the work.
Correct. So yeah, I think that makes it holds more weight than the actual conclusion.
Oh, look at Free Zone Lou. Heavily influenced, but not a direct copy of MAGA, right, SKC? Oh, Lou,
Oh my
aren't
goodness.
you precious?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, man. But yeah, that's my explanation for that. I think how you
Well,
get
we
there
agree on that.
matters more than
Because
the
the
actual
problem
conclusion.
is, and I know this is going to sound weird, but replication. To put it in in well, excuse me, kind of a lab setting, can you recreate the results? And if one is accidental and one is methodical, you're not going to be able to recreate the results. So yeah, I
Exactly.
get your point.
Yeah. I mean, but I knew you would get it because chemistry.
Right. Yeah, it's funny how these science things kind of help you think, at least linearly. So
Yeah,
um,
it's just linear logic, sound reasoning.
right.
You can apply them
Well,
to
I do want to show
things.
this Danielle Allen thing, um,
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
mainly to get your point of view. Now, she is. I did showed a clip where she talked about how she grew up um, conservative Republican, like in a household, and she migrated over to. She says she's progressive, and I kind of disagree with that. I've read her books. She's anything, she might be solidly liberal, like with a capital L, but I don't see her as progressive because progressives don't like the the Constitution either. So let's see here. And I am interested in your thoughts.
Allen, the winner of the 2020 Kluge Prize for Achievement in the Study of Humanity. This prestigious award is given biennially to a person whose career reflects the notion that ideas matter, that thought must inform policymaking for the nation to thrive and for humankind to advance. No one better exemplifies these principles than Dr. Allen, whose work as a leading scholar and author on democracy, justice, and citizenship has had a profound public impact as the director of the Edmund J. Safra Center for Ethics at Harvard University. She is also Harvard's James Bryant Conant University professor in the government department. Dr. Allen has a PhD in classics from King's College, Cambridge, and a PhD in political philosophy from Harvard. Today, for her first Library of Congress event as the Kluge Prize winner, we thought we'd ask Dr. Allen for her thoughts on some of the difficult questions we all face in this challenging time.
Now, see,
Danielle,
she's your kind of woman.
congratulations.
And I mean that figuratively. PhD in classics and a PhD in political, what is it, philosophy. So that's ancient or classical meets modern.
Thank you so much,
Well,
John.
we'll
It's a
see.
pleasure to be here, and it's been such a thrilling time since the announcement. So thank you.
Yeah, well, we're really happy to have you on board at the Library of Congress. My first question has to do with the pandemic. The Safra Center put out a blueprint on how America should deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. It seems publicly and privately to me that the conversation about it always seems to come around to, once we have a vaccine, we can get back to normal. But it really isn't that easy, is it?
It's not that easy. So first, we should spend a minute talking about that vaccine idea and concept. In the first instance, I think estimates about when we would have a vaccine ready for distribution are spring to summer 21. So in other words, a year from now, or nearly a year from now. There's a heck of a lot of time for a lot of people to get quite sick between now and then. So we have a lot of work to do, just given how much time there's likely to be before there's anything like broad distribution of a vaccine. There's another thing that really matters, though. At this point, we still don't actually know how much immunity a vaccine would confer. Will it be more like the polio vaccine and provide durable, permanent immunity, or more like a flu shot, right, where it actually has kind of uneven success and you need something new every year and there's uneven uptake in terms of the number of people who get the shot? So the odds are, since we've actually never had a vaccine for coronavirus, and given what we know about the kind of immunity that comes from having had coronaviruses, the odds are that this will be more like a flu shot than like a polio vaccine. So we are probably going to be living with this disease in an ongoing way. That means we have to be actually ready. We have to build up our health infrastructure, our infrastructure of community health resilience, to ensure that when there are outbreaks in the future, as there are bound to be, we're ready for them.
Let me make one comment here. And this is something that public intellectuals always do. They start talking about shit they don't know. And I'll look up the year that this happened, but obviously it was 2 or 3 years ago. How about just say, hey, these are my opinions, but I'm not a medical or epidemiologist or anything like that. This is what I think might happen. Don't sound so sure of it. This is the major problem. And I'm a huge Danielle Allen fan, etc. But everyone from Danielle Allen, who I like, to people like Jordan Peterson, who I don't know how people could ever listen to him. They always fucking overstep their expertise. This is the main problem. So annoying.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, slow your roll, Stanley. I mean, you're speaking like a soul brother.
Oh, what? Hey, look, I'm not saying everything Thomas Sowell said was wrong. There's overlap, of course, but it's just pure common sense. Don't talk about shit you don't know.
Oh man, I mean, like, oh my goodness.
And you know what? No. So
Free zone. I surely
Thomas
thought he was gonna say. I surely thought you were gonna say.
Wait, hold it.
The anointed.
Thomas Sowell would know because he overstepped his bounds all the time. What does he know about history or sociology?
That's what I
good
thought.
in economics.
I thought he was quoting directly from Intellectuals in Society.
Hey, you know what? I've not read the book, but all I have to say is that Thomas Sowell is the patron saint of overstepping into areas he's not good at doing. Economists make the most horrible sociologists. Glenn Lowry is a perfect example.
I was like, man, it just seems like he's more of a fan than a critic.
All right, well, I do have a thing for Danielle. You know,
I know.
haircut or not, she's still cute.
Is there, apart from what you just said, what would be one other takeaway from the Safra Center report that you'd like people to hear?
Well, the biggest takeaway is that it is within our power to suppress the disease. This is the part of the conversation people have not focused on. There's really a strategic choice to be made. Do we want to mitigate the disease, which just means slow the spread? Or do we want to suppress it, which means get down to near zero case incidence? Every country that has chosen suppression has their economy open stably and safely. They have people back in school. They have people participating in a full range of ordinary social activity. And I'm talking about democracies here. I'm talking about Taiwan. I'm talking about Australia, New Zealand, Germany, South Korea.
This is painful.
Suppression, the goal of getting down to near zero case incidence. Taiwan had positive GDP growth in the
She
first
has
quarter
no clue what she's
by
talking
virtue
about.
of choosing this strategy.
Oh, yeah.
So the most important takeaway of our report is that this country too should choose as its strategic goal suppression.
Fuck you, Lou.
We should not be satisfied with mitigation. We're seeing right now the consequences of having chosen mitigation as we see cases continuing to rise throughout the country. And we're seeing people deliberate about closing shops and stores again, or we see Texas, for example, deliberating about walking back on openings. This is not necessary. We need to invest in an infrastructure of diagnostic viral testing, contact tracing, and supported isolation at a sufficiently ambitious scale to suppress the disease. This is still within our power.
this
It
is
is a mistake
painful.
not to do it.
Is there something about our
Danielle,
civic culture that
what
makes,
are you
makes
doing?
it more difficult for us?
Would this
as
be an
compared to some of these
argument
other countries, Australia, Taiwan?
in
Well,
the
you know,
House
it's
of
interesting
Stanley?
I
that
have to
there
do
is
this.
a real
Let me take a look at why the fuck is she talking on epidemiology? She's a political philosopher.
Well, this is 4 years ago.
Yeah. And I wouldn't have done it 4 years ago. This is bad, but you know what? I'm just going to have to suck it up to show that intellectuals of all stripes overstep. You know, I'd be comfortable with her talking about, well, if A happens, this is how a liberal society is likely to become very divided.
Yeah,
I don't need. We have. You're not that type of PhD. So I'm disappointed, but she's still cute.
distinction between how the young democracies and the old democracies have handled this. We have to recognize the fact that we are the world's oldest democracy. I fear that there's a certain sclerosis in how we operate, a certain
Sclerosis
in our capacity for governance. So the young democracies, they did it. They have no problem seeing the goal and activating their people based on resources of volunteerism and solidarity to deliver the participation in a program of suppression that was needed. We have not achieved that. The United Kingdom has achieved that. France and Italy struggled mightily in contrast to Germany, which
Lou, thank you so much for supporting the show. I appreciate it. And every now and again, I have a moment of clarity that is Free Zone Lou or SKC approved. I enjoy like actually hanging out. Dude, I'm not all bad. There are points of agreement. And you know, it hurts me when I have to do it, but you know, you got to do the right thing and admit that this young lady, and she is younger than I am, I think, she's off base here. She shouldn't be doing what she's doing, even if it's performance art. Just shorten the interview and they'll just go, hey, we paid you for this interview. We paid you for 60 minutes. But I doubt the Library of Congress would do that. She's probably not being paid.
I think one of
Don't
the
talk about
issues,
shit you don't know.
yeah, I think one of the issues that plagues academia, unfortunately, is modesty.
Yeah, free zone. I don't know. I don't know that I agree with that. Look, what you're implying, free zone, is that people cannot figure out that Danielle Allen is not a medical professional. They the the interviewer literally said that she is a PhD in classics and a PhD in political theory or philosophy. There's nothing in there that would make me trust her on something, about why are they even talking about the virus? Why are they even talking about COVID-19? That's a mystery too. And I guess everybody was talking about it, but I guess I'll just stop being kind of an asshole. But you shouldn't be talking about stuff you don't know. And I'm learning that in my 60th year that mistrusting intellectuals, I don't know if they tell you what their intellectual or what their credentials are. It's on you if you want to listen to her about this COVID stuff.
Did you see Tennessee Ben's comment?
Let's see. What does he say? She said sclerosis, so she. Oh, okay, motherfucker. You got your first show title. That is funny. Dude, that is hilarious. Let me copy this so I don't forget it. Congratulations, Genesee Ben. Damn. I might have damn. That's gonna make me think all day. If people hear music all day, I'm gonna be talking about sclerosis and sclerotics all fucking day. Good one, Tennessee. Welcome to Stanley versus the world. You are now the world.
Has a sort of post World War II
Oh,
political
hold on one
structure in
sec. Let me
L'Oreal.
stop it.
So
No,
No,
what?
I was looking it up, but I think I am gonna read her book, Our Declaration, because from what
Yeah,
I'm
it's
scanning through
now it's not my favorite book on the Declaration, but it's worth a read.
yeah, because
She says she's progressive, but I don't see it. I see her as literally like a capital L liberal.
because it sounds as though she doesn't believe that the Constitution and the Declaration are steeped in white supremacy, and that she says they have
She
universal
doesn't.
concepts that
She does not.
that allow for freedom, which must be mimicked and
I think
upheld.
that she and Frederick Douglass and you would just sit down, have some Swiss Miss with marshmallows, and
Could we
just
have
chuckle.
scones?
And you would just he would just chuckle. Y'all would be black dandies, all twee, drinking your hot chocolate with marshmallows, and just go tut tut at those Stanley people.
Well, I'm not a dandy. I'm not a dandy.
They would
But
you, Danielle, and Frederick Douglass would literally go tut tut.
He said, tut, tut. Oh my God.
Tisk tisk. Stanley, you are so.
He said, tisk, tisk. Let us give a moment of silence in prayer for Stanley.
Yeah, he'll come around one day. He will finally see the light. And they will pronounce that T. Light. Well, let's go back to Dr. Allen here.
Sure.
At any rate, we lacked effective governance through this crisis, and there's a lot that can be said about that.
That is true.
And yes, that has hampered us.
Staying on the idea about our democracy and taking a different tack, given that it's an election year, the U.S. has had regular and frequent elections every 2 years at the federal level for 230 years. No other country has that track record. We're an old democracy, as you just said. What makes us different that we've been able to do that when other places haven't?
I think there are a couple of really important things. One is a recognition that constitutional democracy.
Well, according to Be Brave, we're white. A country was founded by white people, therefore they keep a schedule. they will never be late with their biannual elections. So there we go.
Is actually not at the end of the day about majoritarianism per se. It's not actually about majority vote. Sometimes people equate democracy and majority vote. That's a mistake. A constitutional democracy is about a toolkit, a set of tools that give the people broadly the power of self-government, and that balance and share and distribute power. And to achieve this, you need majority vote in some places, but you also need minority protecting mechanisms. So, for example, in the design of the Constitution, the Electoral College is a minority protecting mechanism. It was designed to make sure that less populous states weren't perpetually in a weak position in relationship to more populous states. And throughout our system and structure, we have both tools that reflect majority vote approach and tools that are minority protecting mechanisms. It's the combination of those things that has given our Constitution flexibility and durability, because at the end of the day, those who lose out in any given political decision need a reason to stay invested in the system as a whole. And so you have to have weights that make sure that there's space for the minority point of view as well as for the majority point of view. So that would be the first key point. The second key point is simply that our Constitution was designed for flexibility. The Declaration of Independence invokes the idea that it's the job of the people to alter its institutions when it sees that they're not securing rights. The designers of the Constitution built in the amendment power. They built in, of course, the electoral system as a way of constantly delivering change. So our frequent elections, the amendment system in the Constitution, and so forth, all those things are tools that have given us adaptability over time. The third thing, of course, we can talk about it
Now
later.
that she's absolutely right on.
Especially the Civil War and Abraham Lincoln and the principles of union that he established as fundamental to the system.
No, I was saying that she's absolutely right on. The document being designed in such a way in order to
She's wrong about everything else?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I think that that's an outstanding point that she brings up, the ability of the document to be able to adapt over time. Sometimes when people, not you, but other people bring up about the quote unquote superiority of the South African version of the Constitution, and it does the exact opposite. It bottlenecks things so much so to where it's very difficult for it to be agile to changing circumstances.
You know what? Actually, one of the more interesting things, I think America is America because we're creative. You kind of want some gray area. And
Yeah, that's the
I
genius of
don't
it to
think
me.
people quite understand The gray area is the fun area. The one thing America does real good, and I have to give Trump and his administration this much. You know what? Their rules, let's see how strong they are. Let's see if we can bend them. And how far can we bend them? Used to do that shit in the Navy all the time. I know what the rules are. Let's see how much I can get away with. That part, I give my hats off to Trump. What? No comment on that?
No, not at all. I mean, I, it, just because the name is invoked doesn't mean I have to say something. I think you take me as like some sort of MAGA dude or something. I'm not. I'm really not, Stanley.
Well, I may be discounting you because and I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I forget you are not a MAGA nut. You are your own phenomenon. So forgive me for that. However, many people think that I don't have my own ideas either. Okay, dude, that nightshade thing, Lou, is just you know what? I keep saying, I'm sorry, Dolomite. I keep saying that some of these anti-blacks here are the N words they keep complaining about and mocking. Using the word nightshade because it just sounds funny as a racial slur, and not knowing that tomatoes and potatoes and
That's
all kinds of
that's what I was wondering. I
vegetables,
was like, isn't a
they're
nightshade a
fucking,
plant?
they're fucking good for you.
Yeah, I thought a
I
nightshade
mean,
was a plant.
nightshade. Now, nightshades can be nutritious, and you serve them to your kids. your
Now,
kids,
now
your
I know
kids,
that.
your kids' French fries are fried nightshade.
No, I know there's some poisonous ones,
Yeah.
but still, I thought that was a plant. Were they?
Well, no,
Has
no, no,
John
no.
has
You know
John
what?
moved
Let me look
into
it up.
botanicals?
Look, there are parts of a potato like you don't want to. There's a reason you don't eat potato greens, but the root, the potato is just fine. So I don't. I know it sounds funny. It sounds pejorative. You know, these nightshades. These nightshades are ruining America, except your fucking apple pie. Have you ever heard of tomato pie?
Oh,
Your
so that's
pie.
so that I think that's what he's trying to make. So Dolomite. So is he talking about the poisonous plant? Because there is a nightshade that is extremely toxic.
Yeah, absolutely. But the problem is, look, and maybe this is so nerdy. If I have to explain the joke, it's not funny. I was shocked when he started calling people nightshade and making it such a pejorative. Every motherfucking body knows that not all nightshades are poisonous. So that's the N word. Like N words don't know shit. N words never think deeply about, the word they want to use. That's ultimate N word to me. You're going to use it as a pejorative when you feed it to your kids. Now, SKC, you know me, I might be overthinking it. I just don't find it that funny.
Oh, well, yeah, I doubt that you would find
Well,
the
no, no, no,
editing
no, no.
deep.
There are perfectly good things, but nightshade, motherfucker, not all nightshades. Which nightshade? Are you calling them a potato, a tomato? I mean, when you say, and I just happen to, and the other thing is John has a degree in biology. You would think he would know this.
I don't know. I don't know. What did he? When did this come out?
He was talking about. I think it might have come up during that kid in, is it Cincinnati, who got shot and killed. He's 18, and his father ran over the deputy sheriff.
Oh, so this is a relatively new correlation.
Yeah, like maybe less than a week old. Maybe it was last Sunday or Monday or Tuesday. You know, it's this week that he came up with it. And I just don't find it particularly funny. Don't y'all N-words know that not all nightshades are poisonous?
To play devil's advocate, Stanley, could he be meaning that that's part of it, that you just don't know?
No, I think he meant it as poisonous.
No, I think you hitting it right on the head, Stanley. John is a holy man. Good morning,
John
everybody.
Dude, your ass is going to go to the back.
I know. I just want to come in and speak to you today.
John is a holy man to your type.
Oh,
what
man.
I'm saying,
Hey,
what
Stanley,
I'm
you
saying,
know I had
what I'm saying is not all black people are like John. Some black people know that nightshade isn't a particularly effective pejorative or racial slur if you know what nightshades are. And if you're depending on other people being dumb and just looking at the word and going he, well, you know, they're your type. Not all
Now,
black people all black people are that stupid.
I'm a little behind here. Did John become a pope?
Yeah, he a holy man.
Oh,
he
no.
a holy man.
No,
I think that's why I think you missed the analogy. That's what I'm saying. Not all
no.
Not
Not only did I get the analogy. Okay, motherfucker, you will not overtalk me.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead, Stan.
I got the analogy, and not only did I get it, I actually know it's not an effective analogy. I also know it's not an analogy, it's a simile.
Oh, yeah, well, okay.
If you're actually going to make a good N-word joke, at least fucking know what you're doing.
Okay. Yeah,
like
man,
a nightshade is literally a simile, not an analogy.
Yeah,
So
man,
anyway,
my bad.
Oh,
yeah, but I was thinking about that Yarvin guy, and it was that same argument that you just posted right there on Tucker Carlson when he was talking about early in that clip. That's why I think we was going to get reparations under Trump, because I say, wow, Trump support this guy. I was like, damn, that was amazing. You know, he actually do support him, and you see how they bought him in on Doge. So that's crazy.
I have no clue what you're talking about. You think
I just had my brain running too fast.
You think Doge is going to lead to reparations?
Yep.
Hey, SKC, it's always a pleasure having you up here. I know you're busy. That you get up here and kibitz a little bit. It's always an honor.
Yeah, Daddy Dude is gonna call.
I kind of miss those days, actually.
Me too. That's why I want my grandson, man. I missed it, man. I wanted to go get a football the other day, so we can sit in the backyard.
Well, I don't need a grandson. I'm not doing that shit again.
Oh, man. I'm telling you, Stan. You going in 9 more months? I get about another year. You're gonna have a little Elon running around. Another Stanley. The third.
Yep. Well, if I do, if I do, then honestly, it's going to be my son's responsibility, and I don't
Yeah, we all say that.
don't mess with a woman like that if you can't marry her. And you know what? I know my son well enough.
That is true. That is so true.
But if he makes a mistake, he will have to live with it. I'm not going to bail him out. I'll help if I can, but I'm not going to bail him out. It's your problem.
I actually think we finna see a full 180 on that whole dating scene right now. I got a feeling we're gonna see a whole 180 swing. I got a feeling.
SKC, that's so nice of you. Thank you for supporting the show. Man, SKC. I'm like, holy shit. SKC, man, sponsoring Stanley versus the world? Really?
Ooh,
well, you know what? He is my peer. Love talking to the dude. So
And everybody that's just dropping through, you don't have to always hit the Cash App. Drop by support by just hitting the like button.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah. You go ahead with that spiel because I always forget.
Yeah, man, you got to put the spiel out there, man. You got to, you got to let the people
All right.
know. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate y'all stopping by. We enjoy y'all company, and we love that you participate in the chat. We love to have new ideas, great ideas that fluctuate because Stanley do get your brain pumping. So, yeah, just support the channel by hitting the like button and share the word, share the message. Let everybody in your neighborhood know it's Stanley versus the world. You know what I'm saying?
And sometimes the world wins.
Yeah, but do they really win, Stanley?
Probably most of the time the world wins. So
Yeah, man,
I want to listen to. I don't know. You know what? I think we get the gist, but I actually like this lady. She is smart, but it concerns me that a political philosopher is talking this way about COVID and what public policy should be. She's not that kind of expert. So that's a cautionary tale, maybe.
Hey, Stanley, I'm finna drop down. I got to get over here and go stock some stuff, man. Shipment just came in. And I got to go load up some stuff for the day. But I'll be back on.
Well, I'm not going to be up that much longer because I'm at the 5-hour mark. I'll go 50 more minutes, and then I got to probably make breakfast or do something productive.
Yeah, I got to do something today. I drunk that coffee. Now I got the energy. Ooh, Lord, jeez, I got too much energy. Yeah. I'll be back up later, though.
All right.
Talk to you later, everybody.
All right. Well, we are left. And I kind of wanted to do this. This is a Library of Congress thing. Let me also, let me do the full housekeeping stuff. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Whichever chat you're in. We tend to be light on likes. So just like it or dislike it for that matter. Just give us your opinion. Please subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. John is so patient with me. Portia's even more patient with me. I piss him off. And I'm sure I piss him off a lot. However, I think there's such a thing as consistency. I try to be either intellectually or philosophically, ethically, try and be consistent. And it is a struggle sometimes for anyone to be consistent. Everyone's looking for a unified field theory, a unified theory of everything, and probably isn't one, but you should always try for it. So support the show, support your host, me. It is going to be a dry Saturday and Sunday if you don't help me out with the beer fund. Absolutely. And more so than me, support Portia J. Don't hold back because she decided to inflict me upon you all. Don't blame her for it. Reward her for uh her bold decision, and don't uh punish her for the mistake she made. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000. I do the occasional video essay, and there's a copy of these live shows that go over there too. But mostly just support me and my channel, and I'll branch out one day and do some more interesting stuff. But right now, it's just mostly kind of socio-political, cultural essays on things that I find, interesting. And that's that. We'll do another 50 minutes, and then I will have to succumb to age. But this is actually something from the Library of Congress. And this channel that I'm using, it is a channel owned by a guy called Real Black One. He's got a ton of archival material, mostly surrounding Black life throughout the history of America. I actually asked him or emailed him, would you mind if I use some of your, material? Because it's hard to find anywhere else. And his response was, yeah, I don't mind you using it, but always mention me, donations to his project. And he doesn't have a YouTube page. He has a YouTube project. He's up at like 1.5 million subscribers. I think because he's got a lot of copyrighted material, he doesn't get he doesn't have the ability to get like super chats and stuff. So his channel is called Real Black One. Let me bring it up. And he was kind enough to not mind if I use his stuff that's up there. Let's see. What on earth? I think I might have hit a link. Oh, there it is. This dude is the real deal. You see here like a Dick Gregory hype reel, that sort of stuff. And I think my computer's wigging out here. Don't know why. So anyway, Real Black One, subscribe to his channel at a minimum. There is a ton of stuff up there. Donate to his channel. He's got like 3,200 videos, 1.5 million subscribers. So I've known about his channel for years now, and he was nice enough to reply, to my request, because there was some pimp stuff that Tough Guy and I still need to watch. And every time he comes up here, it's always in the middle of the night, and I'm in the middle of something else. But if I do something on the weekend, Tough Guy, if you're listening, we can do it on a weekend. However, I've also, kind of come to the conclusion that I'm rarely going to do it on weekends. I'm finding that Monday through Thursday is just about my limit. And the occasional Saturday, if I have loose ends, and it so happens I do have loose ends, stuff I didn't get through to during the week. So anyway, let us, Real Black One, subscribe to the man's channel. It says right here, YouTube has demonetized our channel for posting reused content, and he's got a whole spiel. Dude is amazing. The stuff, the videos he has archived, it's stunning. So support the man. No, it's not a 1086. I don't know why it's doing this, quite frankly. I've actually heard that using StreamYard, because I got like 16 gigs, and I generally hadn't had a whole lot of problems. Now the other thing, Dave, I'm not on FiOS. I'm on my backup internet, which is the T-Mobile 5G internet, which is not as fast as FiOS, and I don't think that I really need to change it right now. So might have something to do with it. What's up, Ignat?
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Can you hear me
How you
clearly?
doing?
I'm blessed and highly favored. How about yourself?
Not too bad. And I'm glad you're up here. This might interest you. This is a documentary from the Library of Congress called American Negro. It's an unreleased documentary from the 1960s.
Really?
So,
Is it from the
yeah,
Congress? Congress made it?
Library of Congress, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's a crock of shit. Then I don't believe anything.
Oh, come on now. It
It's a.
might interest.
I mean, it might
Look,
be good,
it's
but
a
I'm just saying
historical crock of shit.
yeah, it's usually a lie when it comes from those people. But let's check it out and see if it implies some truth to the
Well,
fabrication.
you know what? You are the perfect person to give us the truth.
I'm
Oh, I'm
just gonna
sorry. It's
tell you.
National Archives. National
Oh,
Archives, not
national.
Library of
Okay, see
Congress.
now this makes a difference. National
My name is
means
Charles.
Oh, really?
yes.
I'm an American
Hold on one
Negro,
second. Let me stop this.
one of 20 million.
The reason I'm thinking about Library of Congress is the lady, black lady, PhD librarian from Baltimore. Trump just fired her yesterday. She was the head of the Library of Congress. He's also fired the former head of the National Archives, so he's on a roll. So let's watch this.
I want to show you something of our life here. Everyone knows about the Negro musician.
Have you ever been to a jazz club?
I love jazz. I love jazz. I love poems. I go to poem readings. They're amazing. I've
I can tell
actually
you
done
right
one.
now, first time I went to a jazz club was in Norfolk, Virginia. My boss, because we just done a deployment and we were at Little Creek of all places, Little Creek, Virginia, which isn't the main operations base, but we were there for maybe 2 or 3 months decomming the ship. And my buddy and I were out playing tennis, and we ran into these 2 black nurses, Navy nurses. And I don't know, I was just not, I was being a Stanley. So we go out there and play
What?
tennis, and I just was not I was not feeling these 2 ladies. So my boss, my boss who was married, he's like, "Hey," so we played tennis. I'm kind of like, "Hey, good playing with y'all." I'm just like, "This is the last time I need to see you two." So my boss, unbeknownst to me, they hang out or have lunch or something, and he makes a date for me and him and these 2 girls to go to a jazz club in Norfolk, Virginia. And you know what? I love the jazz club, didn't like the ladies, so I fucking sat there.
Can I
in
ask you a
this
question,
jazz-
Stanley?
Sure.
Was he an African American?
Yeah, he was from New
Oh,
Orleans.
I was just thinking that. I went to Louisiana and there was a street where they said jazz started, and it was just awesome out there.
Well, here's the deal, and I probably should give more context. He was the only black boss I ever had in the Navy. I was an ensign at the time in 01, and he was an 03. So, I mean, he was a lieutenant, and he was wise he was smart as a motherfucker. Forget he went to an HBCU. Can't remember which one. I don't think it was Southern. He might have gone to Grambling. I can't remember, but he was a fucking electrical engineer. And we got a GPS zapped in the Persian Gulf. That's where my deployment was. And this is why this motherfucker was like a great officer. So we get our GPS zapped and we need the GPS. This motherfucker whipped out his soldering iron. He and my chief, who was a sonar tech, so he knew about electronics too. This motherfucker, they took the GPS apart and they fucking took out the fried circuit boards and fucking soldered the motherfucker back for a temporary fix. Now, here is a black 03 in the goddamn US Navy fucking saving the day because he's an electrical engineer and knows how to solder circuit boards. It doesn't get any better than that. These are the black people in my life that I've come across, not these anti-black, these anti-blacks think all blacks are alike. I've motherfucking seen a black lieutenant, a boss, my boss, fucking whip out repair circuit boards with the technical expert, because this motherfucker's an electrical engineer and he knows what he's doing. The motherfucker saved a day. He saved a mission on a goddamn deployment to the Persian Gulf during the Persian Gulf War. These are the black people I know. I know
he's a hero.
Excellence. No, mother, I know it doesn't seem like that much, but I know black excellence. If he had not taken charge, that mission would not have been accomplished. The motherfucker took charge. That is black excellence.
Perception is everything, Stanley. So what some people perceive, they assume it is the whole world. Like they don't know how to discern or to even take evidence or words that are spoken and kind of conduce a conclusion that this person isn't like these people. But they think what they want, I let people live their life, man, It doesn't take any skin off my ass.
You know what? I'm not as laid back as you. Because I've actually seen black excellence. I was raised by black excellence. Dude, now he wasn't my direct boss. I had a black XO when I got to my second ship, and he was only there for a couple months because he was transferring out. Earl, well, I'm not going to give his name, but motherfucker was the XO of a destroyer. And you know what? First time on a destroyer, my first ship was a minesweeper. So, the pace of life, the mission, what we do at sea is way more fast paced than it was on my first ship, which got decommissioned. So, you know what? We're out there and there's something called MoBoard, how you can manually track ships and stuff. You can do it without radars and stuff. You just literally visually sight, angle, range, and then you use the radar for speed. You estimate the speed, and you can actually estimate speed just if you do it visually. Anyway, I was, used to tracking these ships by hand at a slower pace, and I just couldn't keep up. Yeah, it's like a Cartesian graph thing.
Jesus, you're a fucking MacGyver.
Yeah, you can do distance, you can do speed, and basically the reason you do this is you don't like ships getting within a nautical mile of you if you're a Navy ship. You don't want them anywhere closer than a nautical mile, and you need to know, because you might have to maneuver to keep ships that far off in the distance. Anyway, this black XO, hold on one sec. Black XO, Citadel graduate, lieutenant commander, he's an 04. just got promoted to 05. He pulled me into his cabin and he looked at me and he gave me that, hey, son, you know what? You're not going to make it if you don't improve rapidly. This black officer to younger, junior black officer, you're not going to make it. He wasn't like, hey, brother, I'll help you. That motherfucker told me, you better improve or you're not going to make it. And that was that. He didn't say much more. This motherfucker, by implication, he has confidence that I'll take his message. And you know what? God damn it. Sure as shit, I got better. Motherfucker, I made 03 myself and I was a boss. So I've seen black excellence in the Navy in this N-word talk, like Carmelo Anthony is any sort of example of what black culture is. Motherfucker, black culture are the two bosses I had in the fucking Navy who saved the day and probably like gave me good advice. That is the black culture I want to talk about. Carmelo Anthony is not a black problem. He is Carmelo Anthony's problem, his parents' problem, the victim's family's problem, and the local community's problem. But he's not my problem. He's not a black problem. And people who want to be that anti-black and make it a problem, shame on you. But I'm not buying into that bullshit. So sorry, Ignat. I had to go on that diatribe.
No, you good, brother. I completely understand. And I agree with you. I have people that are my relatives that passed that were Black Panthers. I have direct relatives. I don't want to say who they are, but they owned funeral homes for over 40 years. So there's a certain type of thought process that comes with these type of people, and they look down on the people who look down on black people. You understand what I'm saying? Like the people who talk the shit, they look down on those people. And I've always come to the conclusion that I don't want to be like that. I don't see I don't judge you off of what you got. I judge you off of your character and how you present yourself to me in the world. So, these blacks who hate blacks, maybe their mom didn't give them a hug. Maybe she took them off the titty a little too early. It's so many things you got to really take. And like I say, all this is from childhood. This started as a kid.
Interesting.
We see it as an adult, and they just blacks. Let's look into their past. These guys probably got a wedgie in the third grade by a big black guy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
the
my
girl
Lord! Now that's a little
from a tumble.
A little much.
The 6'3" basketball player took their lady. You know what I'm saying? The kid in their school was banging their mom. And he was black. So all of this hate.
Oh man, shit.
Yeah. These guys are
David Souter died. Supreme Court Justice.
Christ, David Souter, is he black or white?
No, he's a Supreme Court Justice.
So he's a white man.
Come on now. He's a Supreme Court Justice. They transcend race.
Shit, that's bullshit. I mean, he returned to hell with his race. Like they just go back home. He's back home. He's where he came from. Hell.
Let me take this from BD Sports. I didn't know you were in Georgia. I'm in Georgia too, BD. In Carroll County, as a matter of fact. I agree with the light red state, definitely not purple. And then the other thing, here is my thing. I would vote for Kemp, believe it or not, depending on who he was running against. I think Kemp is a good governor. I also think he is very aware of how race relations, he might not be pro-black, but he's not anti-black. And the reason I say that, and even if he is in his personal life, I don't know him personally, so I don't care. How he handled the Ahmaud Arbery case made a huge difference in my opinion of him. I would vote for him for president, believe it or not. Probably the only Republican I can think of that I would vote for him. My only thing is, if you've ever heard him talk, I think his accent is just off the charts country. What do you think
Super
about
country.
that? I don't think America's going to vote for someone with that kind of accent.
We had
Do you
Bush.
think? Hmm?
Bush was
Oh, he
country as
make.
fuck.
Oh no, no, no. Camp is dude, let me find I want to finish this and while this video is running cuz I really want to see it. I'll find an example of Kemp speaking and you tell me. I don't think America's going to vote for him because of his accent. Otherwise, and shit, I don't care about his accent, but I'm just not sure that he'd have to work on that. So let's finish this. I'll find an example of his speech, and then you tell me.
Let's go.
Here in an operating room in one of New York's hospitals, a man's life is at stake. The surgeons are all Negroes. For many years now, Negro physicians and surgeons have practiced their professions in hospitals throughout our country. There is great variety in Negro life. We do all kinds of work. We certainly aren't all surgeons. In fact, many of us still do lowly jobs. Let's go out to the part of the country where I come from, the Midwest. Here, many Negroes own their own farms. This farm has been in the family for 3 generations. In this art center here in Manhattan, a well-known dancer teaches a class in modern techniques. Here is a journalist who works for one of the many Negro-owned newspapers. More and more Negroes are becoming salesmen. For instance, this man sells cars. Here's a nursemaid, a bank teller, a draftsman, a machinist, a welder, a diplomat. In a Park Avenue skyscraper, the vice president of a major corporation. To show you how many of us live, I'd like you to meet some friends of mine who live out in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
This is Walter Beltrop. Sometimes on a Saturday night, if they can get a babysitter, Walter and I take our wives bowling. As you can imagine, Walter's a powerful bowler. He practically throws the ball down to the pin. Walter's wife, Wanzer, used to be a secretary. Walter is a top-notch social worker. He works in a community center with young people. Tony's the oldest child. She already attends nursery school. She's 3 years old and has a great personality. This is Saturday morning. This is the morning that Walter always tries to help out around the house. Many American men like to do a little work around the house. Even I like to wash the dishes now and then. On this morning, Walter's going to help with the breakfast. His specialty is pancakes. Wanza thinks that Walter's pancakes are a little too crisp, but she tries to humor him. But Tony finds them very tasty. I'd like you to meet another family here in Brooklyn, the Smiths. Marvin Sr. is a parole officer. This is a very festive day, a very special day. Their two sons, aged 9 and 7, are excited as they await the arrival of the grandparents. Today is Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving dinner is one of the great American customs. It's a day when families get together.
It's a slaughter. It was a
On
slaughter.
this day, it just wouldn't be right without a turkey.
What?
Thanksgiving was a slaughter.
It's been a long day for Mrs. Smith, who was expecting a third child.
Uh-oh.
You see, they had to show you Brooklyn. They had to show you
This is
Brooklyn
the
for
important
black
thing about Thanksgiving.
success.
What?
They had to show you Brooklyn when it comes to black greatness.
Well, I tend to think Georgia is the center of black greatness.
To give thanks for the blessings of the year.
To me, Thanksgiving is a day where you home. It's a home day. So you have a lovely home and then take somebody out to dinner on Thanksgiving Day. No, something missing.
In another part of town, at an old folks center, people of another generation are celebrating Thanksgiving too. This is Harlem. Harlem has always had the reputation of being a place of music, gaiety, and excitement. But to us, it has another meaning. Here, only Negroes live. How did this come about? The Negro was brought from Africa to be sold into slavery. A century ago, slavery was abolished, but a pattern of segregation took its place. Although there have been significant changes, we are still deprived in many instances of full rights and opportunities. For example, there are hospitals in which the surgeons we saw earlier are not allowed to practice. And in some states, we are still restricted by signs like these. Later in this film, we shall see some of the ways in which the situation is changing. But first, let us ask a cross-section of Negroes how segregation affects their lives.
Segregation to the average Negro means being held back.
Pause it, please.
He's looking for progress. He wants to move forward in the America.
See, I was about to say exactly
Oh boy.
what this brother just said. Segregation is a negative to people who are not melanated. Black folks, if you put us together, right, and we can police our own people, we can do whatever we need to do. We're going to take all the seasonings and all the good stuff with us. These bleach demons, they ain't going to have nothing but incest, animal loving, boy loving. Let's just think about their culture for a second here. This is their culture. I'm not making this up. A white man said this, so it got to be right? For all the blacks who hate blacks. Y'all believe what the white man said?
Oh boy.
So you honky Negroes who want to be with the whites need to go over there and enjoy sickle cell, all the diseases that come with them people who don't know how to clean themselves properly. Y'all need to go be with them. That's why I want segregation so bad, because we can wean out the coon niggas. We can put them over there with their white daddy. He can have them. And we can just build and live and keep growing and get bigger, stronger, better. Man, black is beautiful, man. I digress.
Boy, did you digress. I don't know that that's quite what he meant, but I think that
That
there's
was the mic
nothing
drop. That was a mic
wrong.
drop, Stanley. Roll the tape.
Well, all I have to say is I agree in part. Things should not be legally segregated, but forced integration was problematic. But this is me kind of going in. And hindsight is 2020.
Mainstream segregation holds them back.
I think it's something that's ridiculous. You take the white people in the South that, or not only in the South, anywhere, that refuses to allow a Negro man or a Negro woman to sit in a restaurant or to ride next to them in a bus or a train or anything. And then on the other hand, turns around and wants a colored woman to come into their home and cook their food and serve them their dinner after having our hands all in their food. I think somebody's got to be crazy there.
Up to this
present time, it hasn't affected me at all. As far as my work and my social activities, up until this present time, I can say it hasn't affected me.
In order to understand how any Negro feels under segregation, you have to realize that from the time of infancy, he has it pounded into him that he's not as good as other people.
That
There are
part.
things he cannot do. Don't do this, you can't do this, you can't do the other. It builds into a man a feeling of inferiority, a feeling of frustration, a feeling of resentment.
So much bitterness built up in a person and resentment when you know that you're being segregated against simply because you're black and there's nothing that you can do about it. There is something you're trying to do about it.
These students are typical of many throughout the country, both Negro and white, who have been effective in breaking the barriers of segregation. Sense the confidence and dedication of these young people as they discuss their plans.
Talking about was the possibility of spending your Christmas in jail. I think the most beautiful thing we could do would be to stage a mass sit-in or some type of demonstration. And if they did not serve us, to remain until they served us. If arrested, to go in jail and refuse
Pause.
bail.
Pause 1 second,
That I
Stanley.
think
Okay.
will have a much larger impact.
I'm going to make this one 10 seconds. This is how we got infiltrated. With these type of sit downs, and we want to be integrated with them and sit next to them. Now those rooms where he's at are full of white people. There is no. It's probably one black in the room. Those rooms that he's in right now, full of white people, because they've infiltrated. I digress.
Okay.
Impact of just mere arrest. I'd like to hear your comments on it and see exactly what you think and how you feel about it. Tommy?
We've been getting public sympathy, but not enough by just going in and coming out. And if we decide to spend Christmas in jail, then I'll go. That's all.
How many people would actually feel committed enough right now that if it came to this, they would spend their time in jail over Christmas holidays?
Through the years, Negroes have always protested against segregation. But what you see here is an example of a new spirit.
In 1956, Negroes in Montgomery, Alabama had come to the end of their patience with segregation. They refused any longer to sit in the back of buses, and in silent protest chose to walk until all public transportation was desegregated. By this simple act, they seized the imagination of
Man, that is really muffled.
The man who came to symbolize this movement and to give it a philosophy was the Reverend Martin Luther King. He preached nonviolence.
Yeah, that's the first video camera ever built. That's what he's talking about.
Mahatma Gandhi. Nonviolence proved successful.
Yeah, I had to jack up my volume.
One of the most most dramatic applications of the principles of nonviolence came with the Freedom Rise. These were organized by the Congress of Racial Equality.
What is YT culture? Oh, white.
White.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, they can't say the word white, I guess, anymore. So people say YT.
From all over the country, mixed groups.
I don't know.
Whitey culture. Whitey. I get it.
Yeah, I get it. Whitey.
Segregated waiting rooms.
Oh no, you can't say white. You can say whitey.
Well, all I have to say, and to be honest with you, it is, I get confused about it's the anti-black blacks who are the most pro-black. I always get that kind of confused. And they love po-whites. It's like if
I'm
if you
confused
gonna
with
love
this statement, Stanley. I'm confused with what you just said.
I'm like, if you're gonna be anti-black, but love po-whites, if you're gonna be a sycophant to whitey, pick a better whitey. I can't figure out. I can't figure out why.
No, you want to know what I find amusing about them? They think that they're pro-black because they stick their peen inside of a black hole. So just because they sleep with a black woman, that makes them pro-black. That's how they surmise it, as they're pro-black because they have sex with black women. But white people have sex with black women. Spanish people have sex with black women. Everybody has sex with black women. So how the fuck are you pro-black because you're having sex with a black woman? So look at projecting, bro. Oh my God! Here goes this Pokemon ass nigga coming up here.
Let him speak.
Oh man, this guy's from Haiti, man.
I know who King Shenard is. Good morning, King Shenard.
What's wrong with Haiti? Tap dancer.
It's a shithole. Stop passe.
You're a tap dancer.
Stop passe.
Where are your people really from? This dude probably like
you don't even speak Creole.
Making New Yorkers.
You don't even speak Creole. You are an imposter. You're not Haitian if you can't speak the language. Won't? Yeah, you don't know this shit. You don't know it. You don't know patois.
You don't even know what you're saying.
You don't know patois. I'm gonna let you talk shit now.
Yeah, you don't even know what you're saying. Yo, peace everybody, the channel, the chat, the panel. But yo, Stanley, you said you come from Black excellence, right? I heard you say that a little bit earlier. I was tuning in.
Yeah, and I've seen Black excellence too. Did you also hear the two instances of Black excellence I saw in the Navy? Did you hear that part too?
I think I caught like a little bit of it.
Okay, motherfucker, then don't talk to me. If you didn't hear everything in context, you might not want to.
No, but you said you come from.
No, what you need to do, take my recommendation. You need to hear my whole point, not part of my point. You need to hear the whole thing so you have context or a frame of reference to question me about where I came from. Don't make the mistake of pissing me off. If you want to know why I made the point about coming from Black excellence, you need to hear the whole thing in context. And I'll wait. Maybe it won't happen today. Let me warn you now. I'm not going to answer questions about Black excellence until you've heard the whole thing, and I'm not going to replay it. So we can move on to the next topic.
All right, you see these tap dancers on the screen? They want to be near whites. You see that shit?
Tap dancers from the 60s.
Right. And they
Were
want
they?
to
Were they?
do
So
all these things, get
they
it.
are literally 60 years ago. But you're willing to do this sort of hindsight tap dance insulting. They literally kind of live in a different world.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not really insulting. It's really what it is. You know,
So
tap dance is this generational tap dance.
tap dancing is a compliment. It's not a pejorative.
No,
Interesting.
no, it is a pejorative. It is. It's a very.
Okay, so
But
why would you be doing a
all right, you got
pejorative
me. You
for
got me there. You
people
got
from
it. You
60
got it.
years
That's
ago?
not what I'm really talking about. I'm not a tap dancer is a tap dancer. We all know what a tap dancer is.
Define tap
If
dancer,
you take
because
it
I
as
don't
an
know.
insult, then you are most
I
likely a
know that
tap
I've
dancer.
asked you what is a tap
A
dancer.
hit dog hollering, Stanley. I didn't ask you if
Okay,
it was an insult or
so a
not.
hit dog hollering is what you. I don't see any people in this video hollering. They all look pretty happy.
I'm talking about you.
Oh, motherfucker, if I was a hit dog, I wouldn't be talking about it on the internet.
All right. So the video, right?
Mhm.
You know, like back in those days, a lot of black folks wanted to, sit in and go to like white restaurants and hope to be kicked out and arrested. Like why go through all of that just to be, and they succeeded. But if you look at, black communities now, and Igna said it earlier, is most of these communities are being gentrified across the country. They're all moving back.
Okay, what's your
Same
fucking
shit.
point? Because you actually sound like John Galt here.
Well, the point is, like, are you playing this video to showcase tap dances, or you just it is something
No,
that you agree
I'm
with?
showing it. I'm showing it because it's a bit of history, and as you may know, I'm kind of a history buff.
Right.
So seeing something from the 1960s that's from the National Archives, the U.S. National Archives, it's a bit of history. Do you have a problem with looking at
Well, I
how
mean,
things were back in the 60s?
you know what this channel is all about.
I mean, I'm literally looking at it as a piece of history. I'm not really thinking about it in any political sense.
You're hosting on the tap dancing channel, right?
Motherfucker, you think this channel influences how I run my show?
Well,
Can you
you're hosting.
explain how he's tap dancing, please?
You have a
Well,
show
no.
on the
Let
tap
me
dancing
let me
channel.
handle this because this is slowpoke logic, dude. Yeah,
It's not. It's really
I'm on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, and we disagree about a lot of stuff politically and culturally. However, he does not, to his very huge credit, he doesn't tell me how to think.
well. You called him anti-black, right?
Yes, I think he's
and
anti-black.
you have a show that you host daily on an anti-black channel, and you're showing this
Yeah.
video.
Well, there's
tap
if
dancers.
you had been around, you know what? John Galt doesn't like echo chambers. He is magnanimous enough to allow someone who doesn't share his views
Or
a
maybe
place.
you're keeping the channel going 24/7. Maybe he's using you for that.
We don't really do 24/7.
Well,
Not
what?
minute to minute these days.
Y'all used to, but y'all don't.
Bro, he just told you that he's an opposing person. So now what? What's your next point? Because you just told
And you
me.
know what?
the
We go head to head, loggerhead to loggerhead, whatever you want to call it. But you know what? In the end, there's a song from a group, and you're gonna love this, Ignat. Don't call me a nerd. There's a group, an old group called China Crisis, and they have a song that ends, God only knows in the end. So who's right or who's wrong, me or John Galt? God only knows in the end.
Well, John
Your
is definitely
guesses.
wrong. So I mean,
Well, I'm not willing to say he is because I don't know. God only knows in the end.
I mean, his whole point and logic speaks to his hypocrisy, right? You got black kids, but you hate black people. This doesn't make sense. It just doesn't register.
Well, motherfucker, don't you be a
Hate black
hypocrite.
people as well. Shut up.
I married
He's
a
a
white
tap dancer
woman, so
himself.
you have told me I'm not black.
You never said you hate white people though. If you
No,
got
I
up there
don't.
every day and said whites do this,
I hate.
whites.
Yo, ignorant.
I hate-
Have you ever donated to Chaotic Truth?
Hell,
What
I've
type of
donated to
stupid ass
Chaotic Truth.
question is that?
I already know Stanley. You have. I already got.
Do
that
you
out.
want to know what color
Have
the
you ever
balls, the
donated
hair
to
balls I got
Chaotic
on my
Truth?
balls?
You're a
Freak.
tap dancer.
Don't
You
ask no
support
stupid
tap
ass
Hold on.
questions. What
Hold
you
on.
act like?
You are
Again,
anti-black.
before
Hold
you
on.
two
You
get
Same way
telling
that
me
to
what
this
to
Stanley
do with my
described.
money? I'm a grown ass man, you bitch.
You a tap dancer.
I can donate to the KKK if I want pussy. What you gonna do about it? Nothing.
Exactly.
It's my
So
money,
yo,
bitch. You
so
didn't make this
Hey,
money
King
for me.
Shenard.
take that
King Shenard.
that what is it? You got the African that dashiki on and shit. Take all that shit off, man. You look like a pumpkin.
Shenard.
You look like
Shenard. Let
one
me
of those-
ask you. Let me ask you
those
a question.
multicolored
Do you
squashes
think?
you see.
Do you think
And
I'm
your
a
head is
tap
the
dancer?
fucking stem, bro. Shut your fat ass
Shenard.
up, man.
Shenard.
Stupid
Do
ass
you
tap
think
dancer.
I'm a tap dancer? Because
Yes.
I every now and again, if
You're
I
one of
want
those
something,
undercover. You're one of
if,
those
well, hold on.
undercover covert
Let me
tap
finish.
dancers.
Let me finish my question. I donate to CT because I want to hear him like express the insults I have for him or people on his panel. But in the end, CT and I definitely don't see the world a different way. But you know what? He's successful at what he does. I hold no enmity.
You gave him your money.
You know what? I could go
You
to
gave him bread.
CT's.
Who the fuck are
I
you, the
could
money
go
police, nigga? Fuck out
You
I
of
could
here.
go
fed a tap
I could
dancer,
sit
bro.
down. I have donated money. So
How
when
much have you given him?
when okay, motherfucker, I
Almost
don't
100, right?
count.
Over 100.
I don't have to fucking count. I
Yo,
just
this
give
dude
them.
is a bitch. I just want a bitch slap him with an open
Motherfucker.
hand.
Hey, let me
I
ask
wouldn't
you a
close
question.
Supporting
If
tap
you
dancers.
thought
I would
if you
open
thought
hand this bitch.
hey, if I have to count the
God.
money I give to CT, I don't need to be giving him money, right?
That part.
It's like, motherfucker, if I go into a store and I believe this, as funny
My
as
point is,
it sounds,
y'all are both
if
tap
I have
dancers.
to if I have to look at the goddamn price
It's
tag,
not
then I
about
can't
counting money.
afford.
It's not about. I'm not
Bitch,
doing all that.
I'm
You guys.
talking. I am
Good.
talking, Shenard. If I have to walk into an expensive store and look at the price tag, I shouldn't be in that store.
My point is, you guys supported a tap dancer.
Motherfucker, you have no point.
You guys agree with everything he says. You guys are all both
Who
anti-black.
says?
Can I ask you a
Which he?
question, Shenard? Do
Come
you
up
pay
here.
rent?
Don't sit up here and pretend like y'all don't. You know, y'all are pro-black or whatever. Man,
Okay,
you
whatever,
guys
whatever,
are
whatever. Do you pay rent
just as
somewhere?
worth as John Gall.
Shenard, do you pay rent?
I pay a mortgage.
Okay, then you're a tap dancer too, you stupid son of a bitch.
No, that's a stupid enough. Like you're not
How
even
ain't
making
it? Is the man you pay mortgage to white?
Nope.
You a fucking liar,
It's
nigga.
a collection
you a liar,
of
He's paying.
investors.
He's paying.
You a liar.
Also, people don't invest in
Hey,
banks
Shenard, you
across the
pay
world.
your mortgage. Do you pay your
You know how much
mortgage to
debt the
Carver?
U.S. owes? You know how much
Motherfucker, I'm
debt?
talking.
You don't even know shit
I'm
about
talking.
economics, bro. You're telling me.
Okay,
Bro,
dude.
you are
You're a
the
tap
tap
I'm
dancer.
asking
dancer.
you.
You're a
Okay,
tap
dude.
dancer, bro.
Do
Bro,
you
you
pay
even
your?
if you
You don't even
participate
know
in
what you're
society,
saying. You don't even know what you're saying right
you're
now.
a
You're
fucking
saying
tap
shit.
dancer.
You're saying shit.
I'm saying the truth, you
Unless you're
goofy
paying.
son of a bitch.
Unless you're.
You're a
Wait,
tap
hold
dancer.
it. Hey, Ignat. He might pay his mortgage to a black bank. Do you pay your mortgage to Carver State Bank?
Or One United in
No,
Boston. How do you know if I don't?
you don't, nigga. I know you
You
don't.
think I don't pay a mortgage to One United in Boston?
It's the
Okay,
one in
I
Boston and
asked
it's one
what
in
kind of
Philly.
bank.
In
Are you paying it?
Grove
Are you
Hall. In Grove
paying
Hall,
it?
Boston.
Are you paying it to a black-owned bank? And by the way, that's
And even if
somewhat
I
of a
was
trick
paying it to
question.
a major
That's
bank, those banks
somewhat.
are owned
That's
by.
somewhat.
Yeah, I'm talking to
That's
idiots.
some. Yeah,
Not a
no.
trick question.
Actually, I was
Stop asking me
about to
stupid questions.
motherfucker. I will get what I have to say out, and you will stop interrupting me. Yes, I said black-owned bank. Now there really is. Most of the black-owned banks have like white bank overlords. I understand that, but still, if you're not paying your mortgage to Carver State Bank, or like I know Carver State because it's in Savannah, there are other black-owned banks, at least nominally. If you're not even doing the pretense, you're an outright tap dancer. Don't bring that motherfucking be brave bullshit to my panel.
Yeah, if you pay taxes, you're a tap dancer. You working to pay somebody. That's tap dancing. That's the meaning. You stupid son of a bitch. That's the meaning of tap dancing. You working, you dancing for the money, and you giving it right back to him. That's what you don't see. He's telling the success of blacks in this society. These people right here saying they don't want segregation. How can they be tap dancers? It's like you just want to say that word. The word want to come out your ass every morning.
I heard what I read.
Well, the problem,
in the video, they'll what did it say?
Hold on, because there's all kinds of problems. This is erupting. Okay, Shenard, bottom line is whether we like it or not,
white man's
life is life, motherfucker. You're interrupting me in the middle of what I'm saying.
I don't know a lot of shit.
I haven't even answered a question. Heal, bitch, heal. He's on the white man's phone, white man's internet. Motherfucker, you know what? This is the weird thing about the white man's this, that, or the other.
They just say shit.
Most whites that I've met couldn't design these phones from scratch. They are basically stolen valor whites. Okay, believe me.
Everybody had a part in that.
Be brave. Be brave on his best day is using the white man's phone too and not making any money from it. Be brave and people like that. How is he different than me? We're both paying white men shit. He's not profiting. This motherfucker is glomming on to a culture that he's living in, just like the black people he criticizes. This motherfucker worked for the man too.
I can name a black inventor that had a huge part in one.
Okay, that's not my point. I'm not talking about black inventors.
In a type of transition.
I'm not talking about any of that.
I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to the
motherfucker. Chat, you better be talking to me because you're on my panel.
Stanley, only difference between you and Be Brave is that man has a diaper on right now. That's the difference. He's wearing diapers.
Well, no, all I have to say though, all these white people like Be Brave who want to talk about the glories of white culture are not contributing to it. They're feeding at the teat of white culture, just like the black people.
Isn't that weird? They had nothing to do with.
It's totally strange.
It is. It is.
Like the white man who's running Apple right now would look at Be Brave like he was black. Like Be Brave looks at blacks askance.
You're projecting.
Tim, I want to call him.
You don't know
Tim
what that person thinks.
The dude who's running Apple would look at Be Brave like Be Brave looks at blacks.
You said black.
That motherfucker is of no consequence.
So you assume that black is bad. See, that's what I'm saying. You're a covert tap dancer.
Okay, dumb fuck. Maybe you want to stop.
You just
thinking
cooked yourself right there.
Okay.
You just cooked yourself.
Motherfucker, I put myself where I need to be. Be Brave is black to Tim Apple, just like I'm black to Tim Apple. these motherfuckers are literally claiming a culture their ancestors had nothing to do with. These motherfuckers are rowing in the same boat as the black people they criticize. That's what fascinates me about these dummies. The motherfuckers are stupid. That Be Brave sits there talking about black culture being the downfall of America. Well, motherfucker, you live in America. When it goes down, your ass is going down too. the fucking it amazes me how stupid people like Be Brave and all these anti-black motherfuckers. The man is the man to you too, white man. Bottom feeding white man. Motherfucker, you are literally sucking off the same teat that, that all the other people are sucking off of. You ain't special.
Yeah, you don't see that. That's the part where they.
Well, no, I argue he's not bright enough to understand. I thank you, broke genius. It is Tim Cook. I keep always reverting to what Trump called him, Tim Apple.
I read it.
Well, Steve Jobs. Hey, Steve Jobs is dead. Tim Cook is current.
I don't know why I was thinking
Apple.
Steve Jobs. I was thinking.
Okay. All I want to tell you is that your Lord and Savior, Be Brave, is sucking off the same white teat that you're sucking off of, and all the other folks.
I have a wrench over this.
But you go over there sucking.
Oh no,
his dick,
I don't
though.
give a dude. Who cares about your wrench?
Yeah, Chanel.
No, that's why. No, that's why you're saying that.
But you want to call people tap dancers.
That's why you guys are lying.
No, I'm trying to tell you, all you people
about a wrench.
All you people who think Be Brave is some genius are listening to a man.
You think I think Be Brave?
Okay, motherfucker, I'm not holding on. You're gonna hold on. Okay, you're not on Be Brave's panel. You don't have a wrench on my panel. Heel, bitch.
What's crazy is he go over there and play nice. He call that man daddy over there. That's the right. Bro, you ain't never call that man daddy, nigga. Stop it.
This is what I mean about these tap dancers, man. They just say
you are the tap dancer.
Dude, you are a tap dancer.
No, I'm proving it right now. The fact that you think just
motherfucker,
because
you
I have
are
a wrench
proving you are a tap
means I agree with what Be Brave
Look at him.
It's a lot about you.
This motherfucker is
You have a
bragging
show
about
on an anti-black channel.
This motherfucker has a wrench on a fucking white supremacist channel, and he is fuss. At least John Galt is black. You know,
that's his accomplishment.
If I want to come down to your level, at least John Galt is not a bottom feeding white supremacist.
Yeah, Stanley. Stanley, he think because he got a wrench, that's his accomplishment for the year. He did. That
motherfucker is literally living. He's got a wrench to Candyland. Fucking this is the Django. This is the Django. This is Django level. Fucking.
He had that on his bucket list.
This motherfucker's name is King Stephen.
I'm gonna get a wrench from Be Brave. Now I can kick the bucket because I got a wrench. Get the fuck out. Take that wrench and shove it up your ass.
Shenard,
all right, what is worse?
You're not scoring the points you think you're scoring.
Okay, listen, what is worse? Having a wrench on a so-called white supremacist.
Having a wrench. You just said
having
it.
Did you wait, hold it. Did he just say so-called white supremacist? Oh,
yeah, that's a tap dance.
This motherfucker is literally a white supremacist.
Literally. He put the cans on the bottom of his shoes.
I don't
for
say
that
white
one.
supremacist because I don't hold white as superior to me. I don't say that term. I don't.
Oh, motherfucker, he's superior to you.
Like you tap dancers do.
He's superior. He's your boss.
The same reason why I don't even
this
believe
motherfucker
the word racism
gave you. He gave you a wrench. He gave you a wrench, and you're over here talking about the wrench he gave you.
That's how we know you think he's superior.
Dude, talk about clueless.
Thank you. That's how we know you think he's superior.
Because you guys called him a white supremacist. I don't look at anybody.
So you don't call him a white supremacist. So you aren't able to face. Okay, motherfucker, you aren't able.
You think whites are super?
You aren't able to face the reality daily. This motherfucker says how destructive black culture is and how superior white culture is. I call that white supremacy, dumbass. And you want to be over here bragging that you have keys to his white supremacist Mercedes. You're driving. You are literally driving Miss Daisy.
That part. That part. He come up here talking about he's not superior, but you telling us you got a wrench, so that makes you better. Nigga, you are nothing. Take that wrench.
This motherfucker is driving Be Brave.
Does that wrench give you $20 a week or something? What does that wrench do for you? What does the wrench do for you? Let us know.
Oh man, this is rich. Hey,
if Brave is a white supremacist, I'm a black
King.
supremacist.
Your name is Shit
Ignorant.
Do you think black supremacy exists?
Who needs to talk about blacks back in the 60s wanting integration when we have a real live motherfucker who wants to be integrated into the white supremacist channel?
And then he want to fight
you're so
for him.
integrated.
Like
You're you are so integrated that you got a wrench.
Goofy ass nigga.
This motherfucker's so integrated. He can toss motherfuckers out of masses. He can toss motherfuckers out of masses chat.
But only if balls say so. Only if balls tell him to. Hey,
Tap
balls.
dancing, motherfucker.
You call that man balls. You's a
Tap
bitch.
dancing.
How can you go home to your family?
Now you're just
calling
making
that
up
funky
shit.
ass white
You're
man.
making up shit. That's what you tap dancers do.
So he don't tell you to do something and you do it? Yes or no?
Hey,
that's crazy.
You don't
he
do a
ever
tap
told
dance.
you to get somebody out of there and you got him out of there?
Nah,
You don't do a tap.
fucking liar.
I give you
Never told me.
credit. I
You a
give you
coward.
credit, Shenard. Shenard, I give you credit. You don't tap dance. You do the old soft shoe because Massa don't like loud noises.
No, there's something wrong
Cut
with you.
that
man.
I think he
tapping
do
out,
the butt
nigga.
breaking. He's
Cut
part
that.
of the butt breaking.
And
Cut
you're
that
only
tap
saying this
dancing out.
because I have a wrench. That's the only reason why you're saying it.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
God.
You say wrench one more time, you stupid son of a bitch.
Because you see
Let me
a
let me
blue
put it to you
object and
this
you
way.
think that I
Let
agree
me
with
let
whatever
me
he
put
says.
it to you this way. I
that?
don't have a wrench over there,
You
but
have
I
a wrench
bet
over
if I
here, though.
ask, you know what?
This is an
You
anti-black
got
channel, right?
wait, hold it,
That's what I'm saying. You guys are stupid, man. Isn't this an anti-black channel?
motherfucker. You call me
And
stupid?
you have a show
Dude.
and a wrench over here.
Yes.
And you're saying all this bullshit because I have a wrench over at B
It's
Brave.
like
Would
he
you
can't
say?
You
come.
Would
know
you
I don't
say that?
agree with anything B Brave says.
Asshole. Hey, asshole.
But
Because
here you are.
can't
I already
you
proved that you're
can't
a
seem
covert tap
you
dancer.
can't seem to
And
actually
you can't
think
see
until I think for
what
you.
I'm trying to
Would you
explain
call?
to you.
Would you call John Galt a white supremacist, King
Yes,
Shinar?
a black white supremacist. So-called
Oh
supremacist.
boy.
White supremacist.
You know what? I
Yes.
can't wait. I can't wait till you get up there and say that to John Galt to his face.
I've been calling him a tap dancer. I've been calling him a tap dancer.
You call him a tap dancer. You haven't called him a white supremacist.
I
yet.
always looked at him as a black
Motherfucker,
white,
you can
so-called
look all you want until you say it like a man. You look like a woman, but say it like a man, motherfucker, and then you will be
They
a
kinda cut off.
non-tap dancer.
So say that again. It been kind of cut off.
Shenard, you're a pussy. Call John Galt a white
Pussy calling
supremacist
me a
to his
pussy.
face. Motherfucker, call John Galt a white supremacist to his face, and I will call you a hero.
Like, what do you think? You think that's hard to do? You think I'm scared of John or some shit?
Yes, I think you're fucking deathly afraid of John.
Why do you think I'm scared? Yo, John, he's in the chat, right? Come up on the panel.
Oh, I don't know if he's up there.
You think I don't think someone like that is a
But I bet you won't. I bet you won't call him a white supremacist though.
Someone who overcharges his black
Motherfucker. I don't care about who cares about any of that. Who
You don't
cares?
think that's a black
Who
white so-called
cares?
supremacist?
I think you're scared
Are
of
you
John
that
Galt.
dumb, Stanley?
I think you are
I knew
motherfucking
you were an
scared
idiot. I
of
knew you were
John
an
Galt.
idiot. You were an idiot.
John Galt puts
And I'm
fear
proving it
in
right
your
now in
black
real time.
heart. John
You're an
Galt
idiot.
gives you butterflies in your stomach.
This is
You're
why
so
you can't
afraid.
respect anyone that's old, like an elder.
Motherfucker, I don't
Call
respect
them as
you.
older. They're not elders. They're
I
older.
think
They don't
you
have any
are afraid of Mr. John Galt.
They just like to argue and make them and sound
Oh
right.
no, 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 no. I
Can
like
I-
to point out. I like to point out the obvious.
I'm
Queen
pointing out the obvious
Shenard.
right now.
Queen
about you.
Shenard.
Not
This
as smart
man
as you
go
think you are.
around saying a broke ass white man name like that means something to us. Bro, we wasn't talking about his funky ass. You brought up Mr. Pissy Man.
Now you're just saying shit again. Just shut
Are
up.
you
man.
not listening? Just shut up and
man.
listen.
There's nothing
bitch.
to listen to. Just shut up.
Just
bitch.
listen.
There's nothing to listen to, bitch.
I'm
Shut
telling you, you bringing up a funky ass white man
funny.
that we don't care about, bro.
Like you notice with tap dancers, when you try to have a conversation with them, they always want to insult you.
Okay, let's hear the conversation. Go ahead.
Right? If you're
Let-
white,
let's-
if there's a
let's-
white boy,
No,
there,
we
you
want
guys
to.
would be.
We want to have
you
a
guys would be
conversation
more
with you.
silent than a
What I'd like
church
to
mouse. You
do.
wouldn't be
What I'd
cursing
like to do
at
is
me,
get back to this
calling
video.
me all kinds of names. You got if there was a white. You know what I'm talking
thank
about.
God.
Tap
His
dance.
cheap
That's
ass
what you guys
internet
are. That's why I
cut
don't
off.
fuck with y'all.
Okay, thank you. We don't care, bitch. You was a sassy ass nigga. Go pull your balls out of your vagina, man.
Hey, what
This
time?
why I don't
What
fuck
time
with
does your?
y'all.
What time does your? What
I
time
don't
does your
fuck with y'all
boss need
tap
you
dancers.
over?
I
What
I don't do
time
business with tap
does your
dancers.
boss? What time does your boss need you back over in his
I
chat?
can tell you what's gonna happen to Spy right now.
When does your period come on?
You know how
Motherfucker,
much money you
Spy.
can make.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't know what Spy is? SPY.
I don't give a fuck what it is. Why are you up
tap-
here talking
guess
shit?
what? I
I'm
don't
not.
help tap
Okay,
dancers.
dude. Why are
don't help
you up
tap
here talking
I
shit?
may help y'all when
Motherfucker, I know what Spy is. I know I don't give a fuck about it. And I know don't come up here talking about your financial investments. Do that shit in the chat like you usually do. This is your last chance. I'm sure I'm sure Be Brave must be texting you right now to bring your ass back over to his plantation. You need to oversee that chat.
I don't have B Brave's number. He doesn't have mine. I don't know why you.
Yeah, you sure? I think
You're a liar, bro.
Be Brave. I think Be Brave
You made up
does
that
have
lie
your.
about Lindy Lou.
Okay, this motherfucker. I think Be Brave has your number. Whether it's a phone number, I don't know, but he's got your number. You got a wrench. So you kissed enough Be Brave ass for him to dispense a wrench. Dude, you are so sad, Shenard. You need to do more listening, and mostly to yourself.
That's the third lie I have on you now. That's the third lie, Stanley.
Yeah. I care not. So
First
let's
lie
get
you lied.
back
You said,
to.
and Lindy Lou said the N word. You lied about that course. You lied about this.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
your third lie.
So let's get back to. So let's
Like I
get
said,
back
you're
to
not
the
a-
video. You want to get back to the video, or you want to keep babbling
If you were
on
smart, you
about
wouldn't lie.
nonsense?
But go ahead. I'm out, man.
Bye.
I'm out. Man. Peace.
In some, they were arrested, but they were determined to succeed even if it meant going to jail.
Oh, that's
Negroes
funny,
were
Genesee
jailed for
Ben.
entering white waiting rooms. Whites were jailed for entering Negro waiting rooms. Over 300 freedom riders went to jail. Nearly half of those were white. Nearly half were women. Once again, the principles of nonviolence proved their effectiveness. For an evaluation of the freedom rides, we asked James Farmer, National Director of the Congress of Racial Equality.
Rarely in American history has anything been so successful as the Freedom Riders in the attack upon segregation. Before the Freedom Rides began, most of the bus terminals were segregated, especially in the Deep South. But as a result of the Freedom Rides, the Interstate Commerce Commission issued a ruling which went into effect on
You know
November
what?
1st,
This dude reminds
ordering
me of
that all the
Shenard.
segregation signs
He
must
looks so
come down in the
serious.
terminals, and that in their place must be posted desegregation signs.
How is it that these events had not taken place earlier? We asked Roy Wilkins, Executive Secretary of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People.
Well, of course, for many years, the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and the declarations therein were on the side of minorities and individual freedom. But the enforcement of the law was not. However, Over the years, the Supreme Court has handed down a number of decisions in voting rights, matter of service on juries, in housing, and in education, which have given the federal government the power to proceed. These decisions were won largely, but not exclusively, by NAACP attorneys. With the legal framework now firmly in hand, the federal government is free to proceed and act to enforce the rights of its citizens.
Shortly after the war, President Truman ordered segregation to be ended in the armed forces. However, because of the nature of our Constitution, the president cannot just do away with segregation by a stroke of the pen, but through the actions of the federal government, state governments, organizations, and individuals, progress has been made in a number of areas. Let's have a look at three of these: voting, housing, and education. First, voting. Here is Robert Kennedy, the Attorney General, speaking to the press on this question.
We have found a
The
pattern
good
of
Kennedy.
discrimination in some sections of the United States, which have used literacy tests to deprive really tens of thousands of our citizens the right to vote because of their color. This legislation will rectify that situation.
Ralph Metcalf, a Chicago alderman, on the Negro's power as a voter.
Well, I would say that the power of the Negro vote is increasing by each election because the Negro now is becoming more aware of his position in the electoral field as a result of many of the things that are happening today. And I think he's been being more discriminating in his voting. He's being acutely aware of those candidates who he thinks will espouse his own cause and therefore votes in larger numbers now.
In some cases, the Negro's vote is crucial and often carries the balance of power. As a result, more and more Negroes are running for political office in the United States.
The Constitution stands for, and we as taxpayers demand. I'm delighted to be on what I think is one of the finest tickets that's been offered to our state for many years.
Progress in voting has been reflected in other areas. Let's take a look at housing. In this Chicago suburb, Negroes and whites live side by side. But for many Negroes, housing remains a problem. Whitney Young, National Director of the Urban League, discusses this.
So many Negroes do live in substandard housing and slum housing, dilapidated housing, and it does affect the whole family constellation. It's hard to keep a husband and children in an overcrowded housing situation. It is no secret.
Hey, Mo Love, how you doing?
There is a disproportionate number of Negro citizens.
Hit the link if you want.
Disproportionate amount of total social disorganization.
Although many Negroes still live in substandard housing, there has been a tremendous movement into better homes. To facilitate this, several states have passed laws prohibiting discrimination in housing. And recently, the president signed an order prohibiting discrimination in housing built with federal support. To most Negroes, the most important progress has been in the field of education. This is Little Rock, Arkansas, 1957, when Negro students encountered violence in their attempt to register at a previously all-white school. Traditionally in the South, schools had been segregated. So it is not surprising that there was opposition when the Supreme Court ordered schools to integrate. But violence could not be tolerated. President Eisenhower ordered in federal troops to support the rights of the Negroes.
Holy shit.
To the eyes of the world, the fact of violence tended to obscure the true meaning of Little Rock. Its importance was that it demonstrated to those who opposed integration that they would ultimately
Look at those
have to
saddle
give up.
Oxfords.
Negroes' rights would be upheld by the federal government. Eventually, these students were admitted, educated, and graduated. Today in Little Rock, this school is peacefully integrated. Year by year,
Holy
integration of schools has proceeded, but there have been some holdouts. One of these was the University of Mississippi. In 1962,
James
the
Meredith.
Little Rock story was repeated there, when President Kennedy sent in federal troops to ensure James Meredith's right to enroll and to pursue his studies. In many areas of our country, schools have never been segregated. For example, I went to integrated schools all my life.
That's
This is one of the high schools in the
Mike
part of the
Wallace.
country where I spent my youth, Indiana.
I just recognize
Here,
the
the
voice.
students come to school at 7 in the morning. Already, the basketball team is practicing. The team is composed of both Negroes and whites.
He kicked it out. It's Green's ball, boys. Let's get hustled down. That's the way to handle it, Willie. Gray a little tighter defensively. Get up on him. Move it, move it. Swing it around. Somebody got to get on time. Get out there. Help, help, Ben, help.
We asked the principal to tell us about his school.
In this school, we have about 10% of Negro students. Now, we have no problem, really.
I was going to go, that's B. Brave's daddy.
And principally because the students are very clever and very able in handling their problems. There is no
Oh, sewing class. That must be home ec.
school
Interesting.
insofar as school activities are concerned, both curricular activities and extracurricular. Find the people completely mixed and working without reference to color. The administrative policy and the teachers' activities, the students' point of view, sees no color. We treat everyone insofar as possible as an individual and on the basis of his own merits.
William Forrest teaches social studies. We asked him whether his students discuss race relations freely with him.
Oh, very easily. In fact, this is probably one of their main concerns. Many times they see something in the paper or in a magazine, they always ask me, well, how do you feel about this? And what's your impression? And what are the real circumstances behind these situations? Sometimes we step on a few toes, and I think we have to, some basic beliefs and concepts that probably mom or dad or a grandparent
What,
have.
nobody's yelling
And perhaps they don't
CRT?
believe this themselves until they get involved in a situation where the facts are put forth and they can realize
Oh my
for
Lord.
themselves that perhaps mom and dad have been
It's a
wrong.
return
I think
uh
this is a really true building step toward better race.
return to this bus. Fuck you, broke genius. Really, broke genius? Really?
As you have seen, although we in America have some way to go in improving race relations, we have already come a long way. How do we Negroes feel about ourselves and our country?
I think that much of the change in the Negro's feeling about himself has been brought about as a result of the newly developed countries of Africa. I think that many of us are very proud now of our African heritage. I think black has come to be something that we're all quite proud of.
I say America because this is the only country that I know. It's the country
It was the
that I
truth
have
back then.
fought in wars
bullshit.
in because it's principles I believe.
So you know better than the people in this film?
He looked like he was lying, bro. You couldn't see it in his eyes.
Majority of Negroes feel this way, that there is nothing
I didn't
wrong
look
with the
that
United
deeply
States
in a
or our
male's
democracy that
eyes,
we can
motherfucker.
correct.
No, it's about
There is always that hope.
checking to see if
No,
someone's okay.
it's about
if we can pull
it's about you looking deeply into a Negro's eyes. Why do
Here
you
you go
look
with the
so
gay shit.
deeply? Why do you look so
Your
deeply?
mind is always on some gay shit. I don't
Yeah,
get it.
well, you know what? I didn't bring you up here to tell me about, you looking in another man's eyes.
All right, if what he said is true, it's true then, right? Why is it not true now?
Motherfucker, I don't care about. Hey,
I heard you say
I'm
that.
not.
What did I hear you say
I
about
think
Africa?
the truth is you
So
look
I ain't no
deeply
damn
in-
African. Fuck Africa. Didn't you say?
I think the truth is you like to look in deeply into men's eyes.
Did you say fuck Africa?
I think what you like to do, the actual truth, is you came up here to declare
you that
something.
that dude,
What did you come up
if he's
here to
still alive,
declare?
What
What did you come up here? What did you come up here to declare, son? I can't help you pray it away. This
Yeah, you're
isn't that
projecting again.
type of show. It's not that type of panel.
Projecting. How did you go from what I said? I could see the lie in
No,
his
no,
eyes
no, no,
to
no,
all this
no.
gay shit.
It is very rare that I hear a male, come up on this panel and talk about looking another male deeply into their eyes.
So when you're talking to another man, do you look down or you don't look into his eyes?
Okay, you know what? I don't express it so lovingly the way you did.
You're projecting, Stanley.
Oh no, I'm
I'm
not
thinking you're a
projecting.
faggot.
I am observing. I am observing.
Yeah, this dude's a weirdo.
You are. Yes, queen.
Who says yes, queen? Who says that?
Dude, I'm gonna change that name from king to queen. You looking deeply into people's eyes.
You know it's crazy.
All
You're the
you
one
all
that
you
you're
had
the
to
one.
do.
Listen,
Oh
listen.
no. Now I'm the one, motherfucker. I'm not your one. You better take that stuff to B Brave's chat.
Some people just don't have any self-awareness at all, man. It's sad. You're the one that used the word deeply. Have you noticed that? You're
You know
talking
what?
about yourself.
You know what? I'm sorry you didn't use that word. My bad.
You're talking
I
about
thought I
yourself.
heard it. I think you implied it. I had to infer it.
And everybody that's listening, this is how psychology works.
Who comes up to a panel and talks about he knows the truth because I looked in his eyes? Motherfucker. That sound it. Do you know how weird that sounds?
I'm back. I had to step away. So Freakazoid
You
is
missed the
back up
part.
here.
You missed the part about Shenard knowing
Well,
whether
listen.
somebody's telling the truth by looking in another man's eyes.
If you caught my hint,
A man, he knows if a man is telling the truth because he looks them in their eyes and searches.
Oh, okay. So
He
do you
searches.
do you blow
He
them after
searches
they
for
look in
that
your eyes?
deep.
if you took my
He
hint earlier on
searches.
Spy,
The eyes are the windows
Stanley's
to
a
the
faggot.
soul, right, Shenard?
Oh, okay.
Shenard is looking for the soul.
Okay. After you look in their eyes, do you suck them off, Shenard?
So you're talking gay shit. If you look at Spy right now, if you took my hint earlier, look at it now. It already dropped. It's gonna drop some more. So you're missing out on money right now.
What you really meant is Spy went limp.
Oh, this shit is gonna go down even more.
Yo, this dude is such a retard. It really doesn't even make sense. Like, you know what I mean? He stares
Well, I
at
have
the
to admit,
it.
It's really no fun just roasting him because that shit is already cooked.
Just let him talk. It's funny when you just let this idiot talk.
Because you know what I'm saying is true.
I know you're a fucking idiot. Yeah.
Hey, I don't know it's true because I won't look you deep in your eyes.
We need to see your eyes, like you said, remember?
Oh,
We need to look into your eyes, you freak.
Imagine a 60-year-old man.
Hey, cam up,
like this
cam up so we can look at your eyes, motherfucker.
We don't believe you about this.
Imagine.
We don't believe you. I gotta
imagine your
eyes.
parents. Listen, imagine your parents behaving like Stanley, like a father or someone behaving like this dude.
It's a free country, bitch.
Hey, let me put it to you this way: I'm not your fucking parent.
Give it Ignor's fat ass. Like imagine
I'm not
someone.
your parent.
You're in your 40s, right?
Hey, I don't treat my son the way I'm fucking treating you. I treat him with respect. I treat my son with respect.
Making mad money right now. That's just crazy. You know, when Spy drops that quickly at that short amount of time,
shut the fuck up, man. What you got invested in?
Money on puts.
$20. Get your dumb ass
money
out
on
of here.
puts.
Get out of here, man. You got $3.
Listen, I even try to help you right now. If you took my hand earlier,
but believe me, brother,
you know
couldn't
what?
help me if
hey,
you
let
had
me
a
tell you
fucking
something.
You were so stuck on hate.
That Be Brave has rubbed off on you.
But you didn't even hear what I was trying to say.
You're here to help the blacks. Thank you, Be Brave Jr.
Bitch, you couldn't help me if I was stranded on an island and you had a boat.
Dude,
bitch.
do you know how lame you sound? Shenard, you ought to sit back one day and do a self-assessment, you
Stanley talks too
sound
much, man.
really,
Talk too
dude, you
much.
He has
sound
no
Like
really.
self-awareness.
you playing the video,
It's like he's
like
not
all I just made was a
aware.
comment.
It's like
I said the
Shenard,
dude sound like he was lying.
Shenard.
I don't know. I think smoking them voodoo dicks you've been smoking got your mind fucked up.
Hey, you know what? He's in that wooden shack smoking weed with Be Brave. that's where he's calling from.
Be Brave smokes meth with his morning
Does
coffee.
he really?
Yeah, he has meth with his morning coffee.
I'd be
I mean,
pretty
just look at
embarrassed
his.
if Stanley was my grandpa or dad. I think, yeah, I would be too. That shit.
The best part of waking up.
Yo, you know what's funny about these weak ass, punk
That was
ass niggas
cold
like
right there. That was a
Shannon?
cold comment right there.
They come up here and tell you, "Hey, man, why you guys talking about me, man?" They want to like tone how you treat their weak ass. Like, get your bitch ass out of here, nigga. We gonna say there the fuck we want. We don't care
Oh
how
wait,
you
hold it.
feel.
This is an excellent question. Now, do you spell toboggan with one G or two? I thought it was one. But
Focus
in
on the
any
comment.
case, I have no idea who Mantis Toboggan is, but it's an interesting question. Stanley, I do wonder, is it pro-black to bully and tease another black man we don't agree with rather than attempt to change their minds with goodwill and kindness? Oh, this motherfucker's trying to trigger me. Oh, I
That's
get
a
it.
white motherfucker that think like
I think
that.
Stanley is a triple agent.
You think we gonna be nice
No,
to this bitch?
somebody who knows me well apparently is just trying to trigger me. And I mean that actually, not maliciously. It's like, dude, I don't seek to change other people's minds. I assume a grown ass man is not up to changing his mind. What I seek to do is mock. If you present stupidity to me, I will mock you. Now, if you're in front of your kids or your kinfolk or something, I'm not going to do it. But we're on a fucking YouTube panel. I'm going to mock you mercilessly.
Stanley is a triple
So
agent. Tap
there
dancer.
there is no goodwill up here. There is only camaraderie. I get roasted too. So
Okay, so I heard you say you're not pro black, but yet you talk as if you
okay,
are.
I'm not. Whoa,
Then you
whoa.
switch back.
I didn't say I'm not pro
Yeah,
black.
you're a
I
triple
said,
agent tap
okay,
dancer.
motherfucker, I will put you in the back to get what I have to say out to correct you. I'm not pro black. However, if being anti-black, you consider that pro black, then I'm pro black.
Stanley, you are the most pro-black person I know. You married a white woman. That's what black men do. Just look at
Well,
history.
better than that. Hey, I won't say I'm pro-black. I am confident in my blackness.
You're
Like
a
marrying
covert
a
tap
marrying
dancer.
motherfucker, marrying a white woman is not gonna lessen my
I didn't
blackness.
ask you anything about your wife.
Motherfucker, you don't ask me, I ask
Again,
you.
This
You
is
need
like
to
double
figure out
projection
how
right now.
you need
I
to
didn't bring up
figure
your
out the
wife.
mechanic. Motherfucker, now you want to talk about my wife? I'm so confident in my blackness. I'm gonna be black whether I marry an Asian or black woman or anyone, dude. I'm confident.
Yeah, I wasn't sending a shot at you, Stanley. I was just saying, like,
No,
that's
I
the
understand what you
blackest
were saying,
thing.
but I kind of brought this up the other day because people sometimes want to like make it a pejorative. My black is unwhiteable.
That's the blackest thing you can do.
You made black a pejorative earlier. You didn't remember?
No, I don't. Remind me.
You don't remember when you said what is this? The founder of Apple will look at Be Brave as a black. Didn't you say that verbatim?
Yes, I meant that.
So because you look at black as negative, as bad.
Okay, no.
That's
See,
you
you
projecting.
don't. How about complete the full thing?
But that was you.
Okay, Tim
Tell the
Apple,
context. What's the context?
Tim Cook will look at Be Brave like he's black the same way Be Brave looks at a black person. Okay,
what's wrong with that
motherfucker.
statement?
See, the thing is half the context seems one way. I think black is just fine. I think like if I had to actually break it down, and I hate to be blunt, Be Brave isn't fit to fucking like come into my house. Okay. I don't do that white trash bullshit. I don't do trash bullshit of any sort. So Be Brave. I understand that. As a matter of fact, I think Be Brave is basically trying to cope with his failure. Okay, bragging about being a fucking bottom feeder. He's doing it before other people do it for him. That's really what's happening here. He has low self-esteem, and he's trying to make his failure into victory.
He's Eminem.
So I haven't really thought deeply into Be Brave and what he says because I'm not that interested. But King Shenard, don't you fucking bring that bullshit over here. Okay. If I take the time and actually think about it, you are sad. Quite frankly, Be Brave is sadder than you are. So he can talk about, oh, I'm a street psychologist and all this bullshit. Motherfucker, you're not a real psychologist. A street psychologist is just you coping with 70 years of failure.
Street psychologist. That's funny.
But when you use you know when you use the term stolen valor white, right? I mean, most people
You don't
will
think I
assume
know
that
what
if
it means?
when
Do
you
you
use that,
know do you
I
know
don't
the
know what it means.
concept
You
of
made it up.
stolen valor in the
Yeah,
military? Do
but
you know
it's
what
like
stolen valor is?
you're putting
Motherfucker,
white
answer my
as
question. Answer my question before you proceed. Do you know the concept of stolen valor? Do I need
right.
to explain it to you?
No.
Do you know what it is?
Yes.
What is it?
Elaborate.
Okay, when someone claims that they've done or are something that they're not, right?
In the military, it is wearing a decoration
I get
that
it, bro. I get it.
So
okay,
he's
then
right.
motherfucker,
Okay, you're right.
then you understand what I
Okay,
mean
but
by
why
Be
would
Brave.
you say stolen valor white?
Then you understand what I mean by Be Brave being a stolen valor white. He has done nothing to contribute to the culture. The iPhone he wants to say is like the white man's phone. Well, motherfucker, neither you nor your kinfolk or your genetic ancestors had any part in inventing that technology. So you're using it just like me. You have no special claim to it, bitch. And as a matter of fact, being the son of an immigrant or the grandson of an immigrant, motherfucker, my American roots are deeper than yours. I'm more American than you are, white man.
Maybe
But
that's
see,
why it's hard.
I don't like going that deep into it. Be Brave has his own problems, and I leave it to folks like you. The only time I ever go to Be Brave show is if my name is in the title. Notice I don't go over there if my name isn't in the title. Shenard.
But can't you see that when you say stolen valor white, you look at whites as more superior to you, basically?
No, I don't see
No,
that.
that's your ideology.
No, I
So
don't
what is
see that.
stolen?
They don't even correlate what you're saying. They don't correlate.
So do you
How can
think
you?
race exists? No.
How can
But
you
do you
see?
think do you think race? Do you think? Yo,
I
shut this
think
fuck.
I
Yo, do
think
you
that
think race
I
exists?
think I think that Be Brave and John Galt and all these anti-blacks think race exists, therefore it exists.
But when you say stolen valor white, it's like
Okay,
you're
motherfucker,
looking
you
at
need
white.
to digest. You need to digest
Oh,
what I
and,
just said.
and then you're trying to
If they
say that I
didn't,
should know
if
what you mean.
okay,
You're a tap
no,
dancer, bro. You're
motherfucker,
like I said, a
you
covert
should
tap dancer.
literally know what I mean. The
No, I
only
don't.
reason
I'm
I
not a
ever
tap.
talk, the only time I ever talk about race, well, I have to kind of qualify that. No, I don't personally think race exists, but people in America in the country's economy was literally based on race, and it still is to a certain extent. you have to deal, even if you can't touch it or taste it or feel it. It exists conceptually, therefore it exists. Now, you motherfucker, you better get better at metaphysics, dude.
Yeah, he don't know what a euphemism is. Like, can you even spell that? Spell that for a shit-tard.
I'm not sure I can spell it.
Well, let's give him an easier word. How about
What you just told me is that you look at whites as more superior to you, basically. That's what
No, I didn't. I
Right.
didn't tell you that.
That's
I
what you
didn't
said.
imply it. No, so I said I think whites are superior. Now I know you're hearing
I'm
voices
gonna
in
pull
your
out
head.
my ace real quick. Why did you marry
Your
a white woman?
ace. Because I'm black. That's why I married her.
Exactly. He could do whatever the fuck he
And
wants.
not,
He's a
hey,
man.
not only, hey, let me put it to you better. She knew I was black too. And she fucking married me anyway. So
You
what
look
the fuck is
at
your point?
whites as superior. That's why you use the term stolen valor white. I never heard that.
Not only am I black, my wife knew I was black when I married her. So what the fuck? Dude, do better. That wasn't your ace. Do better.
No, I didn't mean to bring up your wife. I don't do that. I don't bring up people's families and shit like that. But I had
Well,
to at
no.
that point.
My
It's like you don't get what I'm trying to tell
point.
you, man.
See, this is what folks don't understand. You do realize my white wife knew I was black, right? It
She know
wasn't
you were
like a
tap.
blind date, or it wasn't like one of
I
those
don't look at tap
TV
dancers as black.
it
I
wasn't
don't.
like one of those TV reality shows like where you get married and never see the person you're marrying. She knew who I was.
I don't look at tap dancers as black. I don't see them as black people.
You know what? I don't think
Like,
you see reality. I don't think you
you
see
see whites
reality at
as
all.
a separate group, and you like when you use the term stolen
No.
valor white.
Well,
You're
you
assuming
know what? I don't.
they're
The
all a
only
part of
reason
a specific
I
culture
see them as a separate
in the
group
context that you
is
use it.
because there is American history, and be brave.
What is American? You think American history is white
I
history?
would never know that whites and blacks were separate if it wasn't. Be Brave taught me everything I know about race.
Be Brave is technically a white tether, so-called tether. That's what he technically is. He's
I
not.
don't care about any of that
And,
shit.
and you
He
and you
sits here.
you're always in Be
He
Brave's
sits
chat
here.
looking for
He
his
sits
attention.
here, and you, as a moderator, let him and all his other moderators humor his
You're a
dumb ass.
moderator at
Okay,
on a
motherfucker.
anti.
Okay, I have to get my point out, dude. Be brave. That's part of the reason. If you want to call him a tether, that's part of the reason I think he's stolen valor. He had no part. His family had no part in building the culture as it stands today. Less building of the culture or contributions of the culture to most black people who have deeper American roots, or white people who have deeper American roots. This motherfucker is extolling a culture he has done zero. All I've heard him say is he followed the rules. That's his contribution. He obeyed his white betters. There have been plenty of better white people than Be Brave that he has served. His contribution was, yes, sir. That was his contribution. So, you know what? If white culture, quote, white culture is better because he said, yes, sir, I'm just going to let that go.
Stanley, he came over here to get his shit off about Brave because Brave don't allow him to say none of this dumb shit he's
I
saying.
came here to talk about Spy, really.
Bro,
really
well, motherfucker, you can do that in the chat. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in your portfolio. Unless you plan on, hey, gifts. Hey, you know what? Everybody, please support the host. My Cash App is scrolling in that crawl at the bottom of the screen. Now, if you came to tell me about how Spy has enabled you to hit my Cash App, I'm good with that. Is that why you came over? Hit my Cash App with that Sky benefit.
It's another
Those
tap dancing
earnings,
tactic.
that
Begging for money on the internet.
you getting from Sky. Please support the host of Stanley versus the World and or the executive producer, Portia, who you can blame Portia directly for inflicting me upon you, Shenard.
It's Friday. Set that buddy
So
up.
at a minimum, if you can't find it in your heart and Sky didn't give you enough money to contribute to my Cash App, please contribute to Portia J's Cash App. Would you do
send her
that?
a dollar, can you? Can you send a dollar, fuck nigga?
I'm holding my phone waiting on your Cash App, Mr. Spy.
Just send a dollar, fuck nigga.
They look for tips.
Hey, he isn't making any profits from Sky. Motherfucker, you're losing money. If you had money and you were making so much money, you would hit my Cash App. Now, wouldn't you?
How about send a dollar? Can you send a dollar? Do you have
how this
4
world
quarters?
This motherfucker can't afford to send me a Cash App.
Yeah, he over here telling us about a fucking stock that's crashing.
You better save that money for your mortgage because apparently you don't have any extra to send the host.
Do you even have toilet paper in your house, Shenard? I already know you got dirty dishes. There's dirty dishes in your sink right now. I already know.
Dude, you are. You know what? I haven't laughed this hard on a Friday morning in quite some time.
Yo, how's my connection? Have I been cutting out? Has my connection been good?
Hell no.
You know what? That connection is so good, it's making me laugh.
Man, make sure y'all tip the host,
your connection with
what I've been telling you is the truth, man. Like, you know everything.
your connection to this panel is fine. Your connection to reality, that shit is muffled.
Spell truth, man. Spell truth, man. Spell what you just said, silly motherfucker.
You know, and I think I was able to prove, you know, just how you gotta be careful.
The only thing you have proved, the only thing you have proven is that you can't afford to send me a Cash App or Portia.
This is what tap dancers do. They beg for money.
Oh, motherfucker. I'm going to tap that. I'm going to tap
extend the
and
show,
dance. I'm going to dance and tap and dance. Yeah.
You have
you know
no
what?
shame at all.
You know what? I have no shame, motherfucker. Send me a Cash App, bitch.
You would never see me online begging for money.
Bitch, you up here working for your stupid ass.
I'm not begging for money. I'm begging a rich
60
spy
years old.
master. You come up here talking about your mortgage and your investments, motherfucker. Send me a Cash App.
Ignorant asked me a question.
Silly motherfucker.
A stupid question.
Yes,
I
Brian.
hear you, Queen. Go ahead, Queen.
This is sad.
You know what?
All I have to say, but it's
all I have to
tap
say
dancer, tap dancer.
is you stay here. I want you on this panel so I can just roast your poor ass. I'm holding my phone waiting on your Cash App.
Stanley, that motherfucker walking around this house with no socks on and the bottom of his feet is black. Pitch black.
Oh, Shenard. Oh, Shenard. Yes, Brian Nichols, Shenard is here to amuse me. Apparently. He's not here to Cash App me. He's not here to Cash App me, so he's just here to make me laugh.
I gave you some solid advice.
You know what?
If laughter and just hold it, you don't even gotta beg for money. You don't even gotta beg for anything. You're not even listening to what I'm saying.
Oh no, what you're saying. I assumed an hour ago
money
that
I spoke money earlier. You're not listening. Get spy puts.
Yo, you are the dumbest son of a bitch on the planet
How the fuck should I have
Earth.
to give you anything? I gave you gold right there.
Do you tip your waiter? Do you tip your waiter? You stupid son of a bitch.
He gives his waiter tips on Spy.
Yeah, that's type
I'm
tip
not
he can.
gonna
Hey,
tip
yeah,
you.
don't invest in the spy. Like, get the fuck out of here, nigga. Invest in toilet paper, nigga. Invest in cleaning products. Clean your dirty ass house, nigga.
That shit is gonna go right. It's gonna go back below 500.
Bro, we don't
That's
give a
like
fuck if it went to 5,000.
that's like 10 bars of gold right there.
Hey, Dolomite,
But,
thank you very
I
much.
know you guys
Thank you
only have
very
like
much.
100 in your account. So
Hold on here.
We don't give
Hold
a
on
fuck.
here. Let
10
me
bars of
thank.
gold.
Let me thank an actual supporter of the show, Dolomite. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. And you know what, Dolomite? I also have to say, you and I go back and forth, but you know what? You make the show fun. So, thank you so much for your support. So now I have to ask the chat, will Shenard
Oh, you got a cash
support the
up?
show?
You got a cash up?
Will Shenard support the
So you use my
show?
name to
Like,
make some money. You use my name to make. That's what tap dancers do.
oh my
That's what
lord!
Chaotic did. He every time like
Oh my god! Like, how
using my
many?
name to
Wait,
make
hold
bread,
it,
begging
hold
for
it,
money for this.
hold
Bro,
it.
you a tap
Chaos.
dance?
Hey, you know what? Okay, I tell you
You
what.
guys are
I
crazy,
tell you
man.
what. If you send me a
Stupid ass
cash
tap
app,
dance.
I'm gonna dance like Chaotic does to it. What is it? It must be the money. Is that the name of the song? He does
Doing the
that little
same
white
shit
man.
that
He
clown
does
did.
that little. He does that little white man wiggle when he gets a cash app.
Like, how
Must
you
be the
gonna beg for? How
money.
you gonna beg for money for? How you gonna beg someone for money and then call them broke if they don't give you money? That's the tap dancing mindset.
I only do it to you.
That's crazy. You're
I don't
60
do it
years
to
old.
anybody else. I don't do it to
Tap
anyone
dancing
but you.
mindset.
You are special like that.
And I just gave you gold. I said, it's all good. That's how you
Oh,
clowns
brother, I don't care about gold. Give me a
are your
cash
own
app.
worst enemies, man. I swear. All you tap dancers. Y'all
Shenard,
eventually turn
if
on
we
each other.
listen to you, we will have dirty dishes in our sink right now. If
Y'all
we listen
eventually
to
turn
you,
on each other.
listen, stupid son of a bitch, we will
I
be paying a
predict that this
mortgage.
channel
If we listen to you, we will be
will
like
cease
you,
to
you
exist
stupid son of a bitch.
in like 6 months. I believe that's my
Bro,
prediction.
this
This
dude is
channel,
just
because you tap
talking.
dancers eventually turn on each other.
You're just talking, bro. That's it. You're just speaking
Like
your
fight
thoughts.
amongst each other. You can't
And you ain't got
build
shit up
amongst
there
nothing.
to think about. Like what you're saying, it doesn't compute because it doesn't fucking matter. What you do is you're telling people to gamble their money
Where's
on some
crack
dumb
at?
shit.
Where's crack at?
Listen, stupid son of
Let's
a
get
bitch.
crack at.
What are you saying?
Cooked
Speak
you
Wait,
English.
hold it.
There's some
Hold on.
people
Let
that
me. Is crack like your genie? You know,
no,
where's crack at? You expect him to magically appear?
Yeah, it's like what the fuck is he saying? Is he speaking
I don't even
English?
want to talk trash on that dude. I don't even want to talk.
Yo,
Oh
why
wait,
do he
hold it.
always
I'm not
name
talking trash.
drop?
Doesn't crack here anymore.
I'm
Why keep
trying to
lying?
Why you
figure
just
out
keep
whether
name
you think.
dropping?
If you
Why
took
do
his
you think?
advice, y'all would have got
Why
cooked
do you
badly.
think get crack is at your beck and call?
Because he want to talk about Spy. We don't want to
Tap
talk about
dancers,
Spy.
man.
Get Crack has a segment where he talks about the market and all that.
For you tap dancers, over. It's over.
You know what,
Yo,
King
this dude,
Shenard?
Can't be
Can
helped,
I
man.
ask you a question? Because I've
It's
never
OV.
actually seen. I've
It's
never
OV.
actually seen you on camera. Are you
You don't gotta
black?
see me. It's
Are you black?
OV.
Are you
It's over.
black? I don't
It's
think you're
over.
black.
It's
I
OV.
think you are be brave. You are be brave white.
It's over.
Over for you.
Like I said, this channel, I predict like in a couple of months, you tap dancers it's gonna be like a civil war.
Yo, you are the dumbest son of a bitch on the planet Earth.
I gave y'all some gold and you want to insult me. Like I didn't know how if
Well,
you would have
when you say gold,
do you
mean
peel your bananas with your feet?
This shit is sad.
How do you peel your bananas with your feet? Huh?
And I'm mad. You know why
Hey,
I'm
man,
mad right
you
now?
know-
Because you
you
guys
know-
don't even know what you guys just heard.
You
What I
know,
just
all
said
I have
earlier.
to say,
It's not sinking
all I
in.
have to say is don't mistake the color of that banana peel for gold. That's yellow.
You not
gold.
listening to what you're saying. You're telling us about a stock that crashed.
Look at
Why
black
the fuck
look
would
at
that?
black-
Hold on. Listen. Why would that interest us on a stock that is crashing? Tell us that.
Forget it. You're too stupid.
We're listening. No. We want to hear your information because you come in here. We keep saying this stock has crashed. Tell us why the fuck that would matter.
Because if you have puts You can earn money on the crash.
Oh, that's funny. I
right? Just like
literally
how
have
if you
never
buy
seen
or
Uncle
purchase
Tom
calls, you
spelled
can
with a
earn money
K.
when the stock goes up. But it's a derivative of like a stock value. So if you see, you probably don't even
Motherfucker,
understand,
it's
but
everyone knows what SPY is. Okay, dude, all you need to do is celebrate your earnings, because obviously you are an intrepid trader or whatever it is you are. I hope that you
I'm
will
mid-level.
support me. I hope you and you personally, with all that intrepid investor zest that you are,
you go projecting.
Nigga call himself king, but ain't got a kingdom.
We're
Stupid
gonna
son of a
call
bitches.
you need to start a show called The Zesty Investor.
That should go gold. I'm telling you, your fruity ass on there talking about you're a tap dancer. You're a tap
The
dancer.
Zesty
You're a tap
Zesty
dancer.
Investor with King Shenard.
You need to be Saucy Santana Investing. That's what we gonna name it after you, bitch.
Oh, I see. I you know what? I didn't realize that was actually a thing, Blacks.
Saucy
The Zesty Investy.
So, I'm gonna let y'all
hey.
those, man.
Now let's talk about the stocks that's doing good. Let's hear about your stocks that you got that are doing good. Let's talk about that, stupid son of a bitch. Which ones you got that's doing good, huh?
This dude's too dumb.
I'm asking you, it's a simple question. Which one you got doing good?
You don't know nothing about money.
Zero, exactly. You're a fucking idiot. You want us to gamble this good money we got?
Yo,
so
look at
like
someone
you.
like Ignorant. Greed. Look, his life is based off of greed. Just look at him.
Yo, this dude is so fucking
gluttonous,
stupid.
Greedy.
Yo, you
like
is
just look
dumb.
at him, man. Look at him.
Look at me. I'm beautiful, baby. This is what black excellence looks like, baby. A black man doing what he wants in America. I do whatever the fuck I want to do. That's what you don't understand, homie. You can say what you want about me. But your bitches, I wouldn't touch them with somebody else's penis.
Drink water, no.
So you can say whatever you want.
Growing up.
You say it again, brother? I couldn't hear you.
Your whole life is built off of greed.
How is that possible when I'm not a greedy person? That doesn't make sense. I have everything I need.
I mean, right?
I have everything I need, brother.
Look at you. Look at you, bro. Look at your weight. Look how big you are, bro.
How much do you think I weigh?
Look how big you are.
How big you think I am, brother? How big do you think I am?
You look like those squat. You look like a thing of squash. You know the colorful. I forgot the name of that type of squash, but it's like has like green and
can you show us a picture of you so we can edify you?
Look just like that.
Show us a picture so we can edify you.
All I have to say is you should never
the human
get
body
on a
is not supposed to be that
you should
big.
never get
Skeleton
on a YouTube. You
like
should
if you were to do like an X-ray and see your skeleton compared to all that fat.
You should never get on a YouTube panel and try and imagine how big another man is. Zesty Investy.
It sounds so fruity, man. It's like he don't even understand. I'm big down below, fruitcake.
That's what he was actually at. That's what he was actually
it's
talking
real
about.
big. Pause. No diddy.
That's crazy, right?
It's super big, super size. Homo. Now what? What else you want to know?
Built like a pumpkin. Like look at a pumpkin. Like the stem is your head right now. Let's look at this picture.
But listen, you could go on my YouTube.
He is a
listen to me.
Do you ever get kind of creeped out about how much he's imagining?
That's crazy. Man.
He don't gotta imagine. He can go on my YouTube and see videos of me, my body.
It's like this motherfucker is just he's
say all this dumb
imagining
shit.
Like
he's imagining
look at his profile pic. Like hit the whole circle. He takes up the whole
Shenard.
Shenard.
Why are you imagining him as your favorite
80% of his body
you just want to eat him, don't you?
He want to see. He want to see.
4/5 of that circle takes up. Ignorant takes up.
You are imagining another man as your favorite tasty treats.
I fill up your girl like that too, baby.
This
I fill up her circle
this
too,
You guys are some
baby.
weirdos, man.
With this shit, her circle gets full. Trust me, baby.
Yeah,
boy.
it's like a zucchini, exactly.
Yeah, I can fill
You
up
know,
your girl's
next
circle.
ignorant. Next, he's gonna start
African
imagining you as
beanbag.
his favorite chocolate. What kind of chocolate you like, King Shanard?
But this African beanbag not up here calling people tap dancers for their opinion. Use goofy ass nigga.
If you call him Shanard, if you call him Mounds, I'm out of here.
I'm giving him facts. He's talking about he's saying dumb shit. I'm saying the truth. I know your dishes. Show us your kitchen right now. Just show us the kitchen sink.
Listen, my problem with you, ignorant, you
Show
keep
us the
pretending like you're not a
kitchen
tap
sink.
dancer, bro. You
Bro,
keep coming
listen,
up here,
okay, I'm gonna listen to you. Go
talking
ahead.
shit about you call whites demons and shit like that. But you really, you know what I'm saying? You're really a tap
What's
dancer.
up, Black?
How? Can you explain? Can you elaborate? How you doing, Blacks? Good to see you.
I just came up here to laugh in real time. Carry on.
Oh,
that's funny.
Supreme tap dancer right there.
Can you tell me how I'm a tap dancer, please?
No,
Just say I'm a-
Blacks is one of the elite tap dancers.
Okay.
Oh, dude,
I am.
you were
I
just
am.
asking for trouble.
No, I respect the
just-
elite tap dancers more than the regular ones. You know what I'm
Dude,
saying? Like,
you have a wrench on a raving white trash racist channel.
and you have a wrench and a show on the anti-black tap dancing
Hey,
channel.
all I have to say
glitching. He
is
just keeps saying
no
tap
one,
dancer. That's a glitch.
no one here is white trash.
You're just saying shit.
So, oh no, I'm not saying shit. You're the one talking about your wrench.
You brought it up. You just mentioned it.
Oh, I just mentioned it, and you know what?
Something wrong with you, man.
I did. Yeah, there is
Just talk,
something wrong with me.
talk.
There
Listen
is
more and
something.
stop talking, man.
Motherfucker, I
Talk
am on
less,
a
so you
YouTube.
don't say
I am
stupid
on
shit.
a YouTube show as a host. What the fuck do you expect me to do but talk, moron?
Yeah, this fucking
Really?
monkey don't get it, man. He's a fucking monkey from a mud putt. You're from a puddle of mud, you shithole.
Oh, what's up, Blacks? What's up, man?
Hades a shithole. You're a shithole. Like, I mean, those are facts. Like, what is the
What's
problem?
good, Blacks? What's up, man? Long
I
time
can be
no
a
see.
tap dancer. I'll be a tap dancer, baby. What the fuck are you?
Good, bro.
This nigga,
What
yo,
up, man?
Black,
Hey, yo.
yo,
All I
Black.
have to
He
say-
walking around. It look like he got black socks on, but them his feet right now. This nigga feet so dirty. I guarantee you, this nigga ain't got no. Listen,
Projecting.
he's free balling.
Shanard.
He's in the
Shanard.
crib free balling with no socks.
We don't do
Smelling like
the Be Brave soft shoe. If we're tap dancers,
my
you
God.
are the Be Brave Bojangles.
Yo, Black. His
doing
crib
that,
smell
doing
like
that old soft shoe.
his crib smell like it's a dog pound, but he ain't got no dogs. I'm telling you, when you walk in this man's crib, you smell dog shit and cat piss, and he ain't got no animals. That's who we dealing with right now. A man who, yo, he can't. You gotta put your shoes on to go in his crib. That's what type of house he got. You can't go in there with no socks on. Them shit's gonna come out burnt. Yeah, this guy's a shithole.
Bro, you
guy.
just came up here to laugh, bro. What's up, man?
That's what he said. You stupid son
Blacks
bitch.
in like a year or something.
He literally told you why he came
You
up
just came
here.
up here to laugh, bro.
Yo, he's
Yes,
autistic.
he literally said that.
All he say is tap this, tap this. This is a fucking Pokemon. That's all he is.
Okay, all I have to say is
Oh my God.
He came up here to laugh at your dumb ass, King Shanard.
Oh my God.
How does that feel?
Yeah, tell us about Spy again, fucking idiot.
Shit is sad.
Hey, if anybody else, I was actually gonna tap out about 10 minutes ago, but you know what? If anybody else wants to hit the link to come up and laugh at King Shanard in real time, I encourage this. Maybe we can make him feel better about himself before
Yeah,
he
man, you
goes
gotta stop
over.
bringing up Be Brave.
Before he goes over.
You really gotta
Before
stop
he
bringing
goes
up just
over.
because I have a
Oh my
wrench.
God. This man with this.
Wait, hold it. You got a what?
Just because I have a wrench doesn't mean.
Oh my God! Somebody give him a fucking
wrench
cookie
over at B Braves
because he got
channel.
a fucking wrench.
Doesn't mean shit.
Yo, this guy is retarded.
All right, like I said, I'm playing like a.
Okay, I agree. I agree. King Shenard, I'm 100% agree that having a wrench over on B Braves channel doesn't mean shit.
What does it give you? 10% of the company? You stupid son of a bitch!
Don't try to disrespect me.
I'm asking a question. Oh, so we can't disrespect you because you got a wrench.
You know, if y'all are smart, then y'all really know what it is.
Man. You need to
you guys
stick
are trying
that
to use
wrench
that
in
against
your
me.
ass with that.
And you got a wrench in a show over here on an anti-black, white supremacist tap dance.
Okay, you know what, King Shenard, you got a wrench and a smile.
So what the fuck are you not making your point? He's an opposing party. So what does that matter if he's on the anti-black?
No, Stanley is a covert tap dancer. He's not pro-black. He ain't. You know,
Okay, well, let me put it to you this way. I'll go toe-to-toe with people I don't agree with.
If Stanley see you walk
okay, dude, you are just you are. I don't know why you have to cut the host off. I will go toe to toe with people that I disagree with politically, and it's usually in good faith. And you know what? Then the next day we're talking about something totally different. I have yet, and I only go over to B Braves if my name is in his show title. But the times I've been over there, I've literally never heard you oppose his white supremacy. When you go over there and you tell B, when you go over there and you tell B Brave,
it's your fourth line now. You notice that, right?
Okay. When you go over there and you exhibit some chutzpah or some testosterone and tell that old buzzard that he's a white supremacist, then I might have a bit of respect for you. Your wrench means
I love
nothing.
that term, chutzpah.
You literally have. You're using the master's tools to fucking build his house. I had to do the Audra Lord.
He over there whispering shit. He don't call him no tap dancer. He go over there, but yeah, you right, Daddy. You right. Yeah.
I'm just making up shit.
That's what you do over there, bitch. You don't say. Yo, you don't never say tap dancer over there. You silly son of a bitch. And
so you over there every day or some shit?
That's the only
I'm not even there every day. You there every day?
Can you spell vocabulary? Spell it.
He needs be brave to help him.
Well, I don't go over there, but what I do, you in there acting like a bitch. So that's just what I'm telling you. If I click on it, you over there acting like
lying, stupid.
And he's telling you what to do like a boy. He said, "Yeah, shit, no, you better not do this, bitch ass nigga. You better not do that."
Just making up shit.
He be calling you a nigga, and you be like, "All right."
Was it true? Was it true that he took your wrench at some point?
Yeah. Because I am banned.
And how did you get it back?
No, he banned
How'd you get it back?
He banned me because I am banned ignorant. This clown up here.
You didn't unban me, you lying son of a bitch.
He banned you, and then I unbanned you.
Hey, stupid bitch.
He banned you. I unbanned you.
Stupid bitch.
Okay, you can't unban someone unless you have access. Do you have access to B Brave's actual YouTube account?
No.
His YouTube studio?
No. You're coming up with your sixth line now.
I'm sitting here telling you didn't unban me. You're lying because I clicked on another phone and went on there. So I'm ignorant on all different devices.
Do you mean
even keep it real on the internet? That's the crazy.
He timed you.
Keeping it real.
So you're confusing time out with
person you are, man. In real life,
bro, I can come in here on another phone or the computer right now while I'm talking to you. So what are you talking? I'm not saying something that's impossible, idiot. Like just listen and think. I'm literally telling you, stupid son of a bitch. Like, what is wrong? Like it's not.
Man. Like the internet ain't that serious for you to lie about.
We'll be weird.
Okay,
bro.
seriously, King Shenard, are you up here? Are you up here to get laughed
You're
at
just
by
wasting
weirdos?
time talking about shit that you know.
Are you?
Like
you came on this panel to get roasted by weirdos.
Yo, this dude is really amazing.
What does that make you?
I know you get an SSI check. How much they give you a month? 1,500,
shit,
1,300.
No,
You
I know
one of
that.
them dumb
That's
motherfuckers.
That's that lie that what's the name created. What is it?
Listen,
Chaotic.
I could just tell by having this dialogue with you that your ass you're not developed.
Whatever you want to believe.
I think he's developed. He's developed to be.
All I know is
he's basically a be brave bondsman. Be brave bondage.
Shit's sad.
Well, that must be true. He hasn't responded. So let's see.
And you
What
see how
else is going on
listen,
here?
you can't have a conversation with these tap dancers without them insulting you if you're black.
You're right. You're right.
You
in particular cannot have a conversation with me without me insulting you. Yes, that is true.
If you notice, like when Stanley has a white person up here, he lets them talk. He has the conversation seems to go smoothly. You know,
I don't really have
his
a lot
whole
of white
tone
people
and
up here.
demeanor.
I literally have never experienced that from Stanley.
You've never seen that,
dude. How many white
I've
people
never seen that.
How many white people have I
seen that with
tossed off
you,
panels?
Blacks. You switch up when whites are around. I've seen that with you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, like
You had to bring that up, right, Latino?
Shit is sad, man.
Well,
yeah,
since
I've seen
moments. So right now,
I was just going to say, I've seen Stanley rightly excoriate. I've seen Stanley rightly excoriate white people as well.
I came here in peace. Portia.
Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp
I don't know,
says
these clowns,
he
they
is going
just-
to be fully
I don't
engaged
get
in
it
the
now.
2026 election cycle, despite his decision.
Yeah,
to
you
stay
better
out
be
of the
nice
US
to Portia
Senate
because you
race.
know what she did
Kemp's
to you the other
decision,
day,
announced earlier
right?
this week on social media,
No,
has
what
raised the
happened?
hopes of Democrats.
She wasn't it you that she fucking put in the back for talking smack?
What was that?
Yeah, it was you. It was you. She came all the way up here. I think it was you. Came all. Oh, it was Linwood.
It's your seventh lie.
You know what, Portia? I'm sorry.
It's your seventh lie now, bro.
I genuinely get these two confused. My bad.
You keep lying, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Linwood's
I
a
might
little
be
worse.
Your seventh
I might be lying because lying about you doesn't matter. It's okay to lie about you,
look, I'm
Schnarr.
playing 4D chess right now, being up here. I'm trying to show everybody the type of person you are, ignorant, and how these tap dancers operate. Like I'm just saying a lot of dumb. I'm saying a lot of deadwood. Not really trying to. I'm just trying to let you guys show yourselves out, basically.
Okay, well let me know when you're done so I can play. Somebody mentioned Brian Kemp earlier, and I actually think Brian Kemp running for president. I would actually vote for Brian Kemp, depending on who he's running with. But I do it without any sort of guilt. But I think his biggest problem is going to be his accent. So I wanted to highlight it. Plus, look at this young lady; she's cute. So let's listen to Brian Kemp. This is only 41 seconds. So let's see. Let me make sure volume's on.
Governor Brian Kemp says he
And
is.
damn it, why can I not hear it? Oops. Hold on one sec. Why is this volume not working?
Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp said.
What? Can y'all hear it? No, why would I ban? Snake was just here. Why would I ban him? So anyway, give me one sec here. I don't know if this clip isn't working. I don't know why it's not working.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay.
Roll me another smoke,
Let's
man.
see. Let me find another Brian Kemp clip. This does not want to work.
Stanley, we could hear it. I know you said you couldn't hear it, but we could hear the video that you were playing.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. This is weird. Well, I'm gonna play it. Hold on one sec. Let me check this computer setting. Something has changed. I don't know whether it's changed with StreamYard or something is up with my computer. So headphones, speakers. So that looks right. Well, I'll try it again.
Well, how about them dogs?
Yeah, y'all can hear it, but I can't.
Well, thank y'all so much. It looks like the reports of my political death have been greatly exaggerated.
But what I'm trying to say is I think his accent is just too kind of, let's just say rural. He's going to have to work on that. Any thoughts on that? You especially, Blacks.
I'm sorry. I think would I vote for him? Sure. I don't mind him. He's kind of.
You don't think his accent is the country? Is the country ready for that rural accent though?
Who was a president who had LBJ had a thicker accent than that. So I think it's been a while since we've had one that thick for sure. Bush had sort of a country twang, and then Clinton had a kind of grizzled country twang, but it was very light. So I don't know. His doesn't seem so deep, but you're right. It has been a while since we've had one. A president that had.
You know what? I don't have a problem. Carter's wasn't as bad as Kemp's. I don't have a problem with the accent.
Yeah, neither do I. I rather like it personally. I think it's a good change, in my opinion. But I don't know. I'm never going to run for president.
Like I said, all I'm saying though is probably the only Republican that I can think of in the country that I would literally vote for Kemp. Even it would have to be like Barack Obama or somebody running against him. There's no one in the Democratic Party right now that I would
or no one they will allow.
Right. Well, but I mean, I'm saying there's no one I can think of that would persuade me not to vote for Kemp if he ran for president.
I would ask that you take a look at the Lieutenant Governor of New York. And really? Okay. I believe nobody would vote. I believe nobody's going to vote for him because I think everybody has had their fill of an Obama. However, he and Kathy Hochul are at odds currently or presently. Really? Oh yeah, because he decided, he got a bug in his ear by whoever's going to back him that he should run for governor of New York, and Kathy Hochul removed all his gubernatorial privileges. I took his offices away in Manhattan. Everything. She did everything short of fire him because he's duly elected as within the state. Yes, he's elected, so she can't just fire him. However, she did do everything other than fire him, and that's for sure.
Have you, speaking of lieutenant governors, the lieutenant governor, I think she's still lieutenant governor, Winsome, I can't remember her last name. Are you aware of her? Because I think she's going to run for governor of Virginia. She's a black, she's a black lady. I think her background is Caribbean. Her name's Winsome something or another.
Well, isn't she the lieutenant governor of Virginia?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I like her a lot. I do like her a lot. I like her very much.
I don't know that much about her, but what I've seen, I
Uh-huh.
actually like about her.
Yeah, she reminds me. She reminds me of a younger Condoleezza, or maybe even a Shirley.
Chisholm?
What's her name? Yeah, or Shirley Chisholm. Just unapologetic, will speak her mind, and I like that. And
You
has
remember?
morals. Mhm.
Were you around when I showed that clip? This was like a Meet the Press clip from like the early '70s of Shirley
I believe
Chisholm.
so. I believe so.
Yeah,
And
that.
you had said, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, she was well spoken. She was direct. There was no
And
BS.
Barbara, and what's the other lady? Barbara. She was a very good stateswoman. Barbara something. I can't
Oh,
remember.
Barbara Jordan. Yeah, she was
Thank you.
Texas.
Yeah, yes. I actually saw. I actually went up to the state house and senate,
Mhm.
and I went in Austin some weeks ago, and I actually saw her picture hanging up there, and also blurbs about her. Man, great woman. I liked her a lot. Reading about her, and also what my mother, who had lived during that era, about her. So I had known about her, but I had never. It didn't dawn on me that I was living
Winsome
in the
Sears.
same state. She was in the same state that she was. She came to prowess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, great woman. I like her.
Well, Winsome Sears, she looks like she looks like a pleasant woman, but you just don't want. Believe this or not, she reminds me of my mother. It's like
No, I can see
it's
that.
like, oh, she
Mhm.
was a pretty good looking woman, but she
Mhm.
just had that look like, yep, you know what? I'm gonna be real pleasant, real
Mhm.
southern peach, real southern lady until you
Yeah,
piss
she
me off,
reminds me.
and then I'm just gonna rip your head off like a
And I'm
chicken.
gonna rip you apart. Yep. She
Yeah,
reminds
they.
me of my grandmother. My grandmother was the same. She doctor, grew up in Louisiana, sharecropping, uh, and well spoken, and would not have any of her children or grandchildren not be well spoken. So absolutely, yeah. So and
Right.
this goes to another point that you make often, and that I agree with. That I don't know. There is no stereotypical black person that is filthy and deranged. That's like 15% of the black community. What I knew growing up was excellence. And so when I talk about that sort, and I may say stereotypical, talking about the stereotypical 15% that acts a fool and tries to paint that visage on the rest of us, which isn't the truth.
I'm back.
Yeah, I just wanted to say she reminds me of Michael Jackson's
Go ahead.
father. What was his name? Joseph.
Yeah.
She
I think you know what? I actually think she's attractive. With
she
all
looks
due
like
respect,
Joseph. Yeah.
there is there is nothing wrong with this lady.
Yeah,
No.
just slap a beard on this guy, and that'd be Joseph.
Oh,
Right
come on now.
Hey, Stanley, you know somebody. Hey, I can imagine somebody a couple of months ago saying the same thing about a Jasmine Crockett, and look how that turned
No,
out.
she has a lot, in my opinion, she has a lot more gravitas, and it could just be age or the gray hair. There's no frivolousness. There is no youthful. She is a stateswoman. You look at her, and Jasmine Crockett could come up to her level. She's not there. You don't see the fake eyelashes or any of
But
that
Stanley,
bullshit.
don't you think you setting the standard about you setting the bar a little bit too high for that voting range right there for that voting group?
There is never a bar is never no. Listen to what I'm saying. There is never a bar too high.
Uh-huh.
I remember blacks. One of these days, I'll tell you about we were going through this engineering inspection, and I had an E7 down in my engineering space who hung a bucket under a valve to catch oil. Now we're about to go through in a few days. We're about to go through a fucking engineering inspection. And it just so happened because I was acting chief engineer because my boss, it was during Christmas. So I'm walking the captain of the ship through the spaces and they all look good. And then we come upon this bucket. And I was livid. And I just told in front of the captain, I just told this chief, hey, look, you know what? We got an inspection in a few days. We're not going down to your level in this bucket. You're going to
Oh
come
my
up
God.
to my level. And he did see this motherfucker he didn't think I was going to chew his ass out in front of the captain. So when I was done with this E7, the captain, we walked on. The captain's like, hey, because I'd already resigned. I was getting out in like 6 months. And my captain literally said, hey, Stan, are you sure you won't reconsider? And then at the going away party, I never met the CO's wife. He embarrassed the shit out of me. He said, hey, honey, this is Stanley Cross. I love this guy. He's an asshole. And I was like, I looked at him. I'm like, really, Captain? You're going to introduce me as an asshole? No,
There you
you know
go.
what? Sometimes, but the bottom line is sometimes you just have to be simple and direct. Okay.
Was that captain white?
Stanley,
All
you
I'm
just come
saying,
across as the guy that really caused chaos.
the chief was white and the captain was white. Okay, but motherfucker, I was black in an 03.
So did you take his words?
Man, you was anti-black.
Did you take his
You
words
was
to heart?
anti-black then.
Right, exactly.
Well, I was telling an old sea story. No, whose words to heart?
I'm saying, like, did you like follow his advice? I mean, to his wife?
Whose advice?
That you're an asshole.
Oh, that wasn't advice. It was a remark, and he said it with a smile on his face.
Well, it seemed like he was trying to warn his wife about you being an asshole.
No, you have to
Just in case you
understand.
try to get at him.
How in the way? Wait, Stanley, let me handle this. How could you, in any way, how could you in any way gather that
I'm playing
from
chess.
the conversation that we just had?
Relax.
What?
He thinks he's playing 4D chess. Let me
why
put it to you
would
this
his
way.
wife?
That
Why
was the
would he
man.
tell his wife?
That was the man. That was the man trying to get me to reconsider staying in.
Why would your wife?
I was his
tell
asshole.
His
I was
or
the
advise his
asshole.
wife?
So I was the asshole. So he
warn
didn't
you-
have to be one.
warn her
You don't
in
let
advance that you're
your
an
captain be an asshole. You do it for him. He will appreciate it. He gets to stay the good guy.
You know what I was gonna say, Stanley causing chaos cross. But you know what? Stanley crosses well. It does good. It does it all in one word, cross. Because that's all
there
you
is
do, cross.
there is such
You
a
are
thing
wrong.
as all I have to say is we passed the inspection because I wasn't going to let standards go.
Yes, you know
you're an asshole today,
better than this hoe.
Why I say you passively anti-black, Stanley. You passively.
Stanley, are you an asshole today?
Admit it.
Just like how your captain said.
Hey, I wield my power. I wield my powers for good. I only use that power if it's warranted.
Are you did he call you an asshole because you're only an asshole to blacks?
It was a white man. It was a white man that I said it to.
So your captain.
I hate to be in your platoon, Stanley. You'll degrade me just because of the way I talk.
And I remember you said you didn't even allow a black.
Okay, dude.
The last time I was up here, you said you
two
didn't
of you were talking. How am I anti-black when I said it to a white E7?
He probably talked too country for you.
He said he was your captain, right?
I'm telling you.
Okay,
Stanley.
you know what, King Shenard?
So you were tap dancing for your captain because you were an asshole to your black
No, I was tap dancing because it's my goddamn engineering space and my goddamn. I'm not fucking.
You were an
failing
asshole
an inspection.
to your black subordinate.
I'm not failing an inspection because some E7 hangs a goddamn bucket to catch an oil leak. That's not how I'm going to fail an inspection. So I was tap
that
dancing
was
for
that E7 black?
if I motherfucker, I literally just told you he wasn't. Are you retarded?
I wish I could talk like y'all sometimes. I just can't talk like that.
Dude, I literally just said both the chief and the captain were white.
Snake, keep that to yourself, brother. Don't tell nobody that again.
Man, I can't talk like that, all that affluent ass language and shit. No, I can't do it. I be trying, but I ain't got no white man voice. I ain't got that white. I ain't got that white man voice like that. Cause you know black people don't talk like that.
Obviously,
see,
wait, hold it. Obviously, it's not a white man's voice if it's a black man's voice.
Man, whatever. When nobody in Africa talking like that, they learn how to talk like that from no Africa.
You're assuming that. Hold on, bro.
Let me ask you a question, Solid Snake. So you think you're gonna hurt a 60-year-old's feelings with that bullshit? Dude, I don't even
trying to hurt your feelings.
I have literally never code switched because I don't need to.
First of all, that probably wasn't even an insult. That was probably me giving you your problems on your affluency technique and the way you verbalize the language. I wasn't trying to insult you. How the hell could I insult that?
This is a black man's voice.
I'm actually throwing shade on myself. What are you talking about, Stanley?
Well, stop doing that. Stop doing
that. Damn. You do you, I do me. You just do you. I'ma do me.
You are perfectly fine as you are.
Stop.
You're good to go.
I know how to say the word, but I damn sure don't know how to form it in a sentence as well as you do.
Yeah, well, I've had 60 years of practice.
See, I'm like a Samuel L. Jackson type motherfucker. You like what that boy name? What he did? Rest in peace. Dang it, one of the best narrators I ever heard in my life. Black dude had glasses on. God shit, right on the tip of my tongue.
I'm sorry. What's his name? I know who you're talking about. I'll think of it. Played Darth Vader.
Yeah, man, that motherfucker, he was cold blooded, man. Well, yeah, I wish he could have did a lot more voiceovers.
All right, well, this has gone on way longer than I imagined it would.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna go search for I'm gonna go search for Winsome here, except I'm not in Virginia.
James Earl Jones.
James Earl Jones. So y'all make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Hit the like button on your way out, please. We are always light on likes. We need to get them likes up. I make sure you support the channel. Make sure you support the show. And I have to thank Dolomite. I have to thank SKC. And I also have to
you're using my name to make some bread, bro.
I'm sorry,
my name to make money.
Get locked up, yeah.
No. I have to thank Dolomite. I have to thank SKC.
You gotta use my name to make some bread.
I have to thank Free Zone Lou for supporting the show today. Hold on, let me give them their due, please, without interruption. I must thank them for supporting the show. Yeah, we always go loggerheads. We always go back and forth over politics, but I do actually consider them, friends. Love kibitzing with them. Thank you to Ignat for being here. Thank you to Solid Snake for being here. Thank you, my lovely Winsome Sears. And King Shenard, I do not thank you for not supporting the show. You could have supported the show with your SPY earnings. So hopefully you will do that one day.
To make money, man. Don't do that for real.
Come on, man. That was fun as hell. You know.
Salute, Stanley. Salute.
It's like that bum you see.
Yeah. Hey, wait, hold it. J Dub is asking, did you even hit the like button? That's free. You don't have
Oh yeah. That was a good one, J Dub.
Did you hit the like button, Shenard?
It's like that bum standing outside of a store.
Did you hit the like button,
for some
Shannon.
money.
Hey man, the
See,
police finna lock him
You
up,
say
man.
no, they
The
call you.
police finna lock everybody up.
this sucker
Backup,
can't. This sucker is a tap dancer. He can't even answer whether he hit the like button or not. Did you
Oh,
hit
I
the
hit the
like
like
button?
button.
Cutting out, man.
No, Shannon.
I
Did
am
you
the
hit?
like button. Now let me stop.
Cutting out.
Oh my lord! You like being
No, yeah, I
pressed,
got
don't
you. I
you?
got you. I got you. I got you.
Yeah, touch me
All right,
all over.
folks.
No, don't put that in your mind. Don't do that. Don't do that. That
And
was crazy.
Portia, thank you also. You're getting your revenge on these motherfuckers by inflicting me upon them.
Hey, y'all, peace, man. Peace.
Take it easy. And I don't know that I'm going to be here at 3 in the morning, 3:45 in the morning. I do have a lot of loose ends, so I may wind up doing a quick show tomorrow just to get to the stuff that I didn't get to today. But otherwise, I enjoyed it as always. So I will go take a nap now. See y'all maybe tomorrow. If not, it'll definitely be Monday morning, bright and early. Take it easy.
All right, y'all.
Oh, no. No.
What?
You know what?
What?
I'm just going to play it, even though it's not my favorite song. Dolomite, I don't know. I
Come
don't
on,
see
play
anything
my lyrics,
scheduled.
man.
I don't see anything scheduled, but I'm betting he probably will. It's Friday. So see y'all.
Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Stop. Carry on.
Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Hold up.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.